At work now? Check, check, check. Hello. Can I hear myself? Maybe I need to unmute this. Now, yes, confirmed. Oh, Zapata.
Europe. Trump and Putin are aligned on Europe increasingly. They largely oppose a strong European Union. They support in many ways, populist rises of, shall we say, anti-establishment parties, the AfD, Reform, National Rally, Orban, etc. They are beneficial for both because it means that Trump can continue to command a support base across Europe, whilst Putin obviously receives more sympathy and breathing space from across European capitals, and expect it potentially to be just a matter of time before one and two of those that I've mentioned turn in their favor. Ending support for Ukraine under the Trump administration helps speed up this process, unless the Europeans are able to stand up without the Americans, which is increasingly needed, even more than a couple of weeks ago with Vance's speech. But right now wouldn't be a strong bet for me. There is a lot of talk in Europe often, but again, not followed through with action, be that the UK or Europe. It's often the case. And then, of course, this is the United States and Ukrainian dynamics. Can the relationship, after 3 years of unique, unconditional nurturing by Biden and his administration, be salvaged? It's pretty bleak. But it depends on how Zelenskyy potentially plays his hand. At the end of the day, Trump is not going to come to Zelenskyy. He will expect Zelenskyy to come to him because he has all the cards, to quote Trump himself. And again, it's not necessarily something that I endorse, but it's the reality of the situation. Ukraine needs the US. The US doesn't need Ukraine. And so unless Zelenskyy is willing to swallow the bitter pill and accept that he didn't behave as ideally as he could have and sort of appease Trump like that, then I can't see the relationship really going much better. Soon after the Trump administration kicked out Zelenskyy's entourage, they cut off the support and funding for the reconstruction of Ukrainian energy infrastructure. Now, Trump could sort of be using that as a way to punitively, indicate to Zelenskyy that he needs to reflect on his behavior and actions, etc. And maybe he then will turn it back on. But equally, it might just be that it gives him another excuse to just end it all. So one can try to hope that this relationship can be salvaged, but equally, one wouldn't be surprised if this was just being used and leveraged by as an excuse by the Trump administration to increasingly reduce that support and try to get that ceasefire and ultimate peace deal through even faster. The problem being, though, again, it assumes that the Ukrainians are just going to go along with it and that the war won't continue and Europe won't take up that slack, which, again, doesn't mean guarantee of anything in terms of Ukraine winning or Russia losing or whatever.
I had like
it just
6
simply means
viewers,
that Trump
and when
will
I had to
be
stop
rid of
to
it.
give
But
Zapata his
ultimately, that
meds,
comes at the cost of
it dropped
US,
to
European,
0
Western
viewers.
alliances,
So
and
I just
a
know
net
that
negative
y'all
again
hate
for everybody,
Zapata,
including the United
and I'm
States
not
most
going
of
to
all.
forget
But
it.
there, that's a flurry of thoughts for you, and I'm curious what you think. Naturally, I'm going to have some points that you disagree with or some that you really agree with, but I want to hear them. And again, this isn't about sort of knowing the answers. It's about simply trying to make sense of something that no one, I think, really anticipated would go as far as it did or in the way that it did. So thanks, guys. Appreciate your time. And if you enjoyed the video, then consider subscribing and letting me know what you'd like to see in future episodes. And I'll see you all in the next conversation. Take care.
Putin kills his opponent's people. Putin does not allow dissent. And that's kind of a model that Trump actually likes. For the first time in modern history, we have a president who is aligning himself with authoritarian governments all over the world. So it is a very distressing moment.
Senator Sanders, recently a number of Republicans have hesitated to say outright that Russia invaded Ukraine. At the same time, Donald Trump has not only called Zelenskyy a dictator, but he is speaking in increasingly positive terms about Vladimir Putin. In your opinion, what is going on with the state of the GOP right now?
What is extraordinarily distressing to the majority of the American people is that we now have a president who has very strong authoritarian tendencies and in many ways is moving the United States of America, the longest standing democracy on earth, into an authoritarian style society. And in many ways, he likes what Putin does. Putin does not allow freedom of the press. Putin kills his opponent's people. Putin does not allow dissent, and that's kind of a model that Trump actually likes. So what the American people are seeing now is that for the first time in modern history, we have a president who is aligning himself with authoritarian governments all over the world, with not only Russia, but with Iran, with Belarus, rather than with democratic governments in Europe and in the Ukraine. So it is a very distressing moment. And in terms of the Republican Party, as part of that movement toward authoritarianism, you have people like Elon Musk, who is the richest guy in the world. And what he says to Republicans, if you don't do what the President of the United States wants you to do, we're going to spend unlimited amounts of money to defeat you. So you better get in line. And you have Republicans who know better. Obviously, everybody in America knows that Russia started this war. But you have Republicans who are just too afraid to speak up against Trump. It's a sad state of affairs.
Let's imagine the worst case scenario where American foreign interests align with Russia's. How would that impact the lives of average Americans?
Well, for a start, it would undermine what the United States of America has been about for 250 years. America is the longest standing democracy on earth. And for so many years, you know, it's not perfect. God knows American democracy is not perfect, and that our foreign policy over the years has had many, many flaws. But the truth is that all over the country, developing nations look to the United States, to our Constitution, to our Declaration of Independence, to our appreciation of human freedom and democracy, and say, you know, that makes sense. And now, for us to shift into alliances with authoritarian thugs and murderers like Putin or the Saudi Arabian government or other oligarchies is something that is extremely distressing to the vast majority of American people.
Do you think that history will look back favorably upon the past decade of military and humanitarian aid for Ukraine?
I think what history will show is that a country was invaded by a large authoritarian nation with a powerful army who thought that he could conquer that nation in a few days. But that nation, Ukraine, fought back with extraordinary courage, has suffered terribly as a result. Its European allies, democratic nations, have stood up to Putin and come to their aid. And up until now, the United States of America and the people of America have also supported Ukraine. So I think at a time when democracy all over the world is under threat, when we're seeing increased power for oligarchs and authoritarians, I think defending Ukraine is defending democracy and justice.
What about if it's just coercion and not theft?
Justice all over the world.
We have, as you mentioned, Elon Musk working alongside Trump, and Musk regularly posts Russian propaganda and circulates it online. What can the U.S. do to better fight Russian disinformation in its public sphere?
That's an issue that we are thinking about and working on every single day. And I'll just give you another example. It's not just Musk and his power owning Twitter, which is extraordinary. He has extraordinary reach. And by the way, don't think it's just Ukraine that he is going after. Here, in terms of domestic policies, we had passed some important legislation. Musk lied about that legislation and got Republicans to defeat it a couple of months ago. But it's not just Musk. Just the other day, literally the other day, the second wealthiest man in the country here, his name is Jeff Bezos, second wealthiest guy under Musk. And he has decided to convert the Washington Post, one of our major newspapers, from what I would call a centrist moderate paper to an editorial page, which is now right-wing. He just made that public yesterday. So this is a difficult moment for my country, for people who believe in democracy, who don't believe in oligarchy. And we are doing our best, not only in terms of Ukraine, but in many, many other areas, in taking on Musk and his enormous power and Trump. But I do want to say, as somebody who has gone around the country, and I want the people of Ukraine to know this, do not believe that the majority of the American people believe what Trump says. Trump is a pathological liar, and most Americans know that. Most Americans know that Russia started the war, not Ukraine. Most Americans know that Putin is the dictator, not Zelenskyy. Most Americans know that under terrible conditions.
Just making sure it's his mic that's all scratchy as fuck. Like you're interviewing Bernie Sanders, for God's sakes. You gotta do a fucking tech check or something. He'll be more than happy to start over with what he was saying, and you just edit it out. Sports coaches, good luck trying to fix something. They'll get up and leave. Fucking hate interviewing sports coaches, especially college sports. They're the worst.
Ukraine has fought back valiantly and is admired and respected by people all over the world. I want you all to know that.
Thank you, Senator. And just to conclude, because I know you don't have much time, what can the average American do in these uncertain coming weeks and months to show their support for Ukraine?
Well, I think we have got to stand up and expose Trump for the liar that he is. And the idea, by the way, that he would, at this difficult moment for a struggling democracy like Ukraine, in the middle of a terrible war, where you have lost tens and tens of thousands of people, men, women, and children, the idea that at this moment, Trump would propose extractions of rare minerals from the Ukraine when it is struggling so hard is quite outrageous. So I think, to answer your question, what we are doing is going all over the country. We're seeing large numbers of people coming out and saying Trumpism, authoritarianism, oligarchy is not what the United States of America is about. We have reason to be proud that we are the longest standing democracy on earth, and we intend to keep it that way. And I know that this is a difficult time for your country, for Ukraine, and we admire the incredible courage of your people.
Thank you for watching. We are able to publish videos like this for free thanks to the support of people around the world, people like you. Consider joining our community and
Bernie
help us
old.
keep going.
I'll still
Become a
vote for
member
him.
of the Kyiv Independent for just $5 a month. Thank you.
And it is the Saturday Coffee Clutch with Heather Lofthouse and yours truly, Robert Reich. Heather, another big week. What are we going to talk about?
We are going to talk about Zelensky's visit to the office and Trump to the Oval Office and Trump and Vance berating him, the Musk-Trump slash and burn that continues, the GOP budget chaos, and then how about some seeds of hope?
Oh,
Just
I want
few.
seeds of hope. Please,
few.
let's come to seeds of hope.
Start there.
Heather, how are you? I haven't seen you in a week. Are you doing okay?
I know. Well, we've seen each other, but we haven't coffeed in a week, right?
Yeah,
I'm okay. I mean, are you? It's not great. Do you really want to know? I mean, it's not great. But
It's not
having
great. Yeah.
you to meet, even though I know it's a podcast and lots of people are listening, but I still, the idea of meeting you, Robert Reich, for coffee, it makes me happier. How are
Well,
you?
good. The feeling is mutual. But I'll tell you, we don't want to wallow in our own kind of sense of how difficult this is, this period. And we'll come back to it. But I've been around for 78 years. I remember politics from, when I was 4 years old, I met Vice President Henry Wallace, former Vice President
right.
Henry Wallace.
You sat in his lap, didn't you?
Yes, but so that's maybe 74 years of sentient political discussion or politics. I don't remember anything close to what we're going through right now.
Not in America.
I never expected it.
I know.
Anyway, yes, Trump and Vance berated Zelensky in the Oval Office.
Wow.
Say thank you.
I said it a lot of times. Except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards. You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. You're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look. If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you'd take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what
That wasn't
is-
with me.
It
That was
wasn't
with
with you.
a guy named Biden who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins.
Oh, he fell in the box.
You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
I mean, watching the clips of it was sickening.
It is sickening because Zelensky, remember, this is for more than 3 years, he has led the resistance to Putin's aggression. I mean, Zelensky is probably one of the bravest, most really tenacious leaders we have seen. His ability to keep his people together, to keep their spirits up, to actually negotiate with Europe, with the United States, in terms of what he needed to maintain this, to lose huge numbers of Ukrainians in the process. And to maintain his dignity and aplomb is extraordinary. And what does he do? What happens? He comes to the Oval Office and Trump yells at him and Vance yells at him. I've never seen anything as inappropriate, as demeaning as I'm struggling for words here, as I often do when I try to describe what happens with Trump. But this really did take the cake.
Well, so why does Trump set this up in front of the cameras, 2 against 1? And it was, like you said, it was humiliating. I mean, he did this on purpose. So what is his goal?
Well, it's a very clear goal. He wants to settle this war on Putin's terms. He is on Putin's side, but the American people are not quite happy with that. They don't want to see Putin victorious. They don't want to see the United States join Putin so explicitly. And so Trump feels like he's got to take down Zelensky. He's got to humiliate him. He's got to make Zelensky. He's called Zelensky a dictator. He has said with absolute, it's an absolute lie, obviously, that Zelensky and Ukraine started this war. He's doing everything he can to basically, in the public's eye, and Trump is always thinking about the American public and what the American public is seeing on television. This is staged very carefully, and he knew in advance what they were going to do, and the purpose, again, is to make Zelensky less of a hero figure for the American people, so that when Putin wins the territory that he's going to win, the terms that he's going to win, when Trump allows Putin to basically declare victory, there's not much of a blowback.
And also, it's sound bites of lies, right? So he's saying, I'm not on Putin's side. I'm on the United States side. I'm on the world side. And so it's these sound bites of lies that he also can't wait to get out there on the internet, onto people's phones. But Zelensky was so calm. Vance and Trump were elevated. And Zelensky, I don't know how he did it. Not an easy
it's
situation.
an impossible position for him to be in. And it'll be interesting. A lot of the headlines, newspaper headlines, were talked about a shouting match in the Oval Office. Well, I didn't hear Zelensky shout. Zelensky was very moderate. The shouting was all from Trump and from Vance. And what an inappropriate place. You have a foreign leader who is a heroic figure as your guest in the White House. Our guest. He's not just Trump's guest. The White House is the people's house, Heather. I want to just emphasize and remind everybody that when a foreign president comes to our people's house, our White House, he should be honored. That's an opportunity for us to show our respect. And we did through Trump just exactly the opposite.
And Vance, and there was more of Vance than we've seen in a while, which was interesting. And he said exactly the opposite, right? You're being disrespectful.
I hope there is really blowback against Trump for how he treated Zelensky. And remember, Zelensky we know the Trump-Zelensky relationship because in the Trump's first term, Trump really tried to get Zelensky to dig up dirt on Joe Biden, on Hunter Biden, in anticipation of the 2020 election. And
he held him hostage. He said,
hostage.
You get no money unless you deliver for me.
Yeah.
Talk about diplomacy. Well, so we have this visit. It's just the round the clock having to watch what's happening in D.C. So this is after Elon Musk attends a cabinet meeting and dominates it, standing up. Didn't have a seat at the table, didn't have a name card, but dominated. You've been in the cabinet. This is unbelievable, right?
Yeah, this is not a cabinet meeting. A cabinet meeting, if it's a working meeting, is you don't have the press there, for one thing. And everybody is quite, you try to be as candid as possible because you are working together. You're working for a president. But no, this was a show and tell. This was Donald Trump's opportunity to put on another show before the press and showing that the cabinet really, despite words to the contrary, despite reporting to the contrary, the cabinet is 100% in favor of what Musk is doing. This is, Musk probably wanted this. Trump probably conceded, yes, we will do this. And the cabinet were just stooges. They were just props.
That's it. And Musk was able to say, we've made a few mistakes. I mean, this is inevitable. Big deal. And so I think it was kind of a CYA as well. Right?
Yes, and it comes at a particularly awkward point for Musk because Doge, his so-called Department of Government Efficiency, is making mistake after mistake after mistake, and the press is picking up many of those mistakes, even though a lot of what Doge does is in complete secret. But there are enough. We're beginning to get enough reports from enough people inside certainly inside departments and inside agencies that are telling the reporters actually what an absolute fiasco this is.
Right. I have to say, this is so overwhelming and so depressing to be living right now, March 1st, 2025. But it's helpful sitting with you and having you break it down and thinking about what's really happening. I mean, I do think that there's value. I was telling my kid this. We have to learn from all that's going on. And so I just want to say that as we go through, and I have more on my list for you, that we're talking about it.
Well, there is a big, the danger here, talking about it just between you and me and also everybody who's watching, is that we get pulled down by the reality. It's so dark and it's so, despairing in many ways. And that's why it's
Zapata, if you're done playing, drink your baba.
Heather, to the portion of our little discussion that you said is going to be green shoots, positive news. But you're right. We have to go through.
Stop trying to pick on Bishi.
And we've got to be clear about it.
So the Doge meltdown, I mean, it was kind of amazing to watch. So they say, we're saving all this money, and then they delete things from the website, the wall of receipts where they're saying all the money they're saving. I mean, there was some real backtracking this week. Not to mention, the funds that have stopped, the court orders that are being ignored, and the real people, American and across the globe, who are being hurt by these decisions. What were some of the things that you saw that stood out?
Well, I think that this is a very important point because most people in the United States don't love the bureaucracy, don't love federal workers simply because they're federal workers. And for years, since Ronald Reagan said government is the problem, and then Bill Clinton went on to say the era of big government is over. And then Donald Trump started talking about the deep state. All of this cumulatively kind of emphasizes and underscores public distrust of these vague bureaucrats. So people are not going to get terribly upset about the fact that an agency is shrinking or Trump is firing people. But what they will get upset about is when very important public services that they count on are not available, are not there. When, for example, there is more concern about aviation safety, and we know that the FAA is cutting back dramatically. When there's more concern about getting your Social Security checks, and we learned this week that what is going on, and Musk and company have basically told the Social Security Administration that 50% of all of the Social Security Administration personnel are going to be fired. Well, what does that mean in terms of getting your Social Security checks or having somebody on the other end of the phone answering the phone when you need help if you are trying to get Social Security or
jump
Medicare,
in the basket?
and they're very closely allied. And we learned this week that Congress, the Republicans in Congress, are going to be cutting $880 billion from Medicaid, a huge slice of Medicaid. And I think this is part of the discussion, too, because it's all, cut for the purpose of what? Generating a huge and creating the opportunity for Trump to generate a huge tax cut, mostly for very rich people in this country.
That's it. And this week we've started to see the health implications of all of these cuts, right? We have an Ebola outbreak starting, right? And we've cut off all funding to support Ebola mitigation and Ebola treatment overseas and watching what's happening. We've seen measles. A death from measles for the first time since 2015 happened here in Texas. We've seen the 9/11 survivors health program cut. So we're starting to see, people are going to start to feel this directly. And sadly, more stories are going to be breaking through, right?
Well, that's right. And the downside of waiting until the public actually sees the consequences of these cuts is that a lot of people are going to be harmed. A lot of people are going to be hurt. Some people are going to die as a result of the incompetence, malfeasance, nonfeasance, and treachery that we see in this administration.
And the wild part is you see all these USAID cuts, so people who are being treated and who are being hopefully prevented from getting malaria, tuberculosis, HIV/AIDS. But part of the problem is we're cutting the people that are tracking how the programs are doing, how the people are doing, whether it's deaths or morbidity and different kinds of measurements. The measurement part of stuff has been cut, so we won't even know the impacts.
Well,
right
we
away.
will know when it starts to actually take a toll. This is actually a good note to stop on for a second, Heather, and that is that Donald Trump seems to think that the interests of the United States end at the official borders of the United States. What he doesn't understand is that some of the most important challenges we face as a nation, having to do with climate change, having to do with disease that moves around the globe, all of these things are not within the borders of the United States. You can't keep things from affecting what is going on in the United States if they are outside in the rest of the world. And the same thing goes for Putin's aggression. Donald Trump's view of America is a 19th or 18th century view of territory. But that's not what America is. And it certainly has nothing to do...
It's not what we need.
It has nothing to do with the ideals of this country.
I remember I worked in global health, and one time I was traveling. I was either in London Heathrow or maybe I was in Frankfurt in Germany, and at the airport, and an older gentleman next to me tossed his coffee all over himself. So I handed him my napkins, and I said, if you watch my stuff, I'll run and get you some napkins. And I came back, and he said, you have to be American, because no one else helps someone so quickly with no questions asked. And he wasn't, he just kind of commented on it. It was a compliment of sorts, but it wasn't, but where is that? That feels like a time of the past, right? That this is our reputation as helpers globally.
Well, it was our reputation. Certainly, if you go back to the late 19th century, when we were the last refuge for the world's poor and suffering. Emma Lazarus's poem on the Statue of Liberty. Even in terms of immigration, what Trump is doing is so violative of the fundamental principles of the United States. And by the way, on that issue of immigration, it's not that he's just trying to eliminate or deport undocumented immigrants. He's stopping immigrants. He's stopping legal immigration into the United States unless you pay for a gold card, which costs something like, $500 million? This is so inconsistent with the ideals of this country.
I think it was 5 million. Yeah, the gold card. And he's like, we're going to get thousands of people to come in and I'm going to raise so much money in this way. Can we talk a little bit about the GOP budget? So this week, all Republican members, save one, I think, voted in favor of this continuing resolution. Tell us about the budget and what we should be worried about as it stands.
Well, there are actually two things. There is a March 14th deadline. After that point, the government runs out of funding. So it's another one of these, we get into these periodically more and more often. But we get out of them through continuing resolutions, basically continuing everything as it is right now. We haven't really had an effective government budget for years. Right now. And the Republicans want to use the budget process and actually have a budget as a pretext for pushing through what's called reconciliation in the Senate. With no filibuster, with no opportunity for a 60-vote requirement. And that reconciliation bill is primarily going to, at least in Donald Trump's mind and in the House's mind, going to be about a tax cut, a gigantic tax cut, $4.5 trillion going mainly to the wealthy and big corporations, a larger version of the tax cut that he did in the first Trump administration, which, again, mainly benefited the rich and big corporations. But in order to do that, and this is what's happening right now, the budget that Congress, the House, has just passed and will go to the Senate,
right now,
cuts critical programs for children, for child nutrition, for food stamps, for Medicaid, the people who are being sacrificed for the sake of a big tax cut for the wealthy are some of the most vulnerable people in our country, including a lot of seniors. If it turns out that they're attacking Social Security,
I think he's a lot better when he's not on script.
In terms of what Musk is up to, then it's reverse Robin Hood. I mean, it's the most flagrant example of reverse Robin Hood engineering.
Well, as you see, even Ontario had a measles outbreak.
I know it. And so here we have, let's talk a little bit about the conflicts of interest that are coming up, right? And who's actually benefiting. So we know that hundreds of millions are going to go to several Republicans who are voting in favor of this, of course. Let's look
Did
at
Zapata
where the
drink
money
his
is going.
baba?
Follow the money. You've taught me this for years and years and years. So who is benefiting from this budget as it's going to be, enacted? So it's going to be Musk himself, so let's talk about that. But then there are a number of Republicans who have voted in favor who are going to get money back into their pockets based on how they're structuring everything.
Because they are wealthy and because many of them are going to get huge tax benefits out of the tax cuts. Musk is also going to get an additional set of benefits because Musk is a major government contractor. In fact, what's come out is that Musk has got $38 billion of government contracts over the last few years that have come to him, subsidies, loans, contracts that have come to him particularly at moments where his businesses have been most threatened.
Hey,
so when Musk
what do you think you're doing?
says, as he did tweet on X, he said that people who are dependent on government are parasites. Use the word parasites to describe people who are dependent on government. He's the largest parasite of all in terms of this $38 billion going to one big parasite.
And this is current dollars and future potential contracts, right? There was a new one between the FAA and Verizon that it was announced that he would benefit from and reap billions.
Well, he's
from.
fighting that. He doesn't want the FAA to contract with Verizon. Verizon is his competitor. He wants the FAA to contract with his Starlink division of SpaceX. And he's putting a lot of pressure on the FAA. And the FAA is trying to resist, but the FAA is not really, there's more and more pressure coming from the top. Heather, this is another example of conflicts of interest, that Musk is taking advantage of his closeness to Trump and his dominance over this, whatever this Doge is, to make sure that he comes out on top, that he gets more federal contracts, and the contracts are going to him and not to his competitors.
And that's exactly it. So he has, his hands in all the pies. But think about, too, how much corporate welfare, how many handouts he's already benefited from over his lifetime. And now he's coming and trying to get more. I mean, it's wild. We should add up that number, past, present, and potential future.
And also consider the most obvious fact that this is the richest man in the world. And he's running, for all intents and purposes, the federal government of the richest society, the richest nation in the world. It boggles the mind that this one single individual has as much power as he does have.
But as you have been pointing
That's
out
not
on your
food.
Substack and otherwise, his
Why don't you eat your regular
popularity
food?
is not through the roof, and it's declining, right? People are concerned about his personal economic interests in terms of what Doge is doing. They're not a fan of his on average, so that gives me a little hope. But don't get too excited. We're not at the hope portion yet.
Oh, BB, you're so pretty.
Right? I mean, I like seeing his popularity. I mean, it makes me feel a little saner and a little more secure to see people not happy with what he's doing.
Well, his popularity and also Trump's popularity are diving, and the economy. The United States economy is also showing signs of real strain. There's real worry about the number of people who are being cut off with the payrolls, worry about all of the contractors, a much larger number, who are being canceled and who are losing jobs, and also Trump's talk of tariffs and his organizing the federal government for mass deportations. When you put all of this together, the tariffs, the mass deportations, and Doge, and you wonder how the economy can maintain what's called aggregate demand. I mean,
Right.
You're going to have a major economic problem, and at the same time, you have potential inflation. And we see those signs all over the economy right now. Consumer confidence is down. People are worried about the future. And a lot of companies
Right now
are holding back investments because they are worried. And the Federal Reserve Board is not reducing interest rates because it is worried about inflation.
So there's economic power. I mean, you've talked about power since you were 4 and on the lap of the vice president, right? I mean, there's the power of, there's physical power and there's hard power and there's force. So this week we've seen, and you had a great Substack on this, Trump is not only consolidating, so much economic power, and so is Musk, but also what has he been up to as it relates to the monopoly on force and actual physical power, and with the hirings and firings of the week.
It's important that we focus on this because as Trump tries to take more and more power, remember he's already taken power away from Congress in terms of the Article 1 Constitution power of the purse. He's saying, no, Congress, I can decide what's being spent. No, you're not going to decide. That's illegal under the Constitution, but he's doing it anyway. He's also taken away Article 3 of the Constitution power from the judiciary, saying, no, I'm not going to follow. If the lower courts say something that I don't agree with, I'm simply not going to do what they say. But he's also at the same time,
if you're done, drink your baba.
The parts of the government that really are and should be neutral with regard to acting in.
I just want to make sure he's drinking water,
in terms of shows of force, having the force of the nation, the military, the federal courts, the FBI, the Justice Department, places where people really and their lives are potentially at stake in terms of what the government does. What he's doing is putting people into those key positions who are not loyal to the United States, but who are loyal to Donald Trump. We've got to understand, Heather, that this is a very critical and disturbing technique of a dictator. This is what dictators do. This is what Putin did. This is what
is that your box?
Hungary's Orban.
Do you love
Viktor
your box?
Orban did. This is, you take over the military and the investigative arms of your judiciary itself. You put your personal loyalists in those positions.
Right.
What he's done, for example, the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The Joint Chiefs of
Whoa.
Staff is supposed to be there to not only provide a president with good, solid, neutral
Turbo
advice,
boosted.
but also guard the military from a president's personal desires or craziness or whatever the president wants to do.
Whims, right.
Yeah, whims is the right word. But the Joint Chiefs of Staff had been headed for the last several years by a fellow who was very respected by many people in the military. I think his name is C.Q. Brown. Trump, without any warning, without any reason, fired Brown and put into Brown's place a man who goes by the name of Kane. Well, his nickname is Raisin Kane. Trump thought that this was very funny when he met this Air Force lieutenant years ago. But what Trump remembers most about this meeting and repeated to the Conservative Political Action Convention is that this man is totally loyal to Trump. Raisin Kane said to Trump, and Trump quoted this, he said, Raisin Kane told him, "Sir, I love you, I admire you, I will kill for you." This, to Trump, is the qualification to be the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And look at the FBI. The people that Trump is putting in the FBI, Kash Patel, as FBI director, knows nothing about the FBI, has been a conspiracy theorist who is totally loyal to Trump. The deputy that Trump just put into the FBI, Bongino, who is he?
Yeah.
Where does he come from? He's a commentator on Fox News. He's a conspiracy theorist. He has a popular podcast. And he's a total Trump loyalist. These people should not be where they are. Remember, they should be working for us.
Remember when President Biden pardoned his own son and everyone was so appalled? I hate to even bring it up, but I mean, it feels like he knew what was coming. I mean...
Yeah. I think Biden knew exactly what was coming because Kash Patel has maintained an enemies list for Trump of all of the people that the FBI ought to be investigating and the Justice Department ought to go against. So if we find ourselves in a short amount of time in the same position this country felt itself under Richard Nixon, who had his own enemies list, nobody should be surprised.
Right. So I'll repeat it again, but it does make me feel slightly
Drink your
better
baba.
to be describing what's happening, even though it's miserable. This monopoly on force
Drink your water.
is part of the larger picture of tyranny and dictatorship. And so we have to be paying attention to it and calling it what it is. Right?
Well,
and I'm so glad you continue to do that, Bob.
I think that this is important because if you just read the paper every day, listen to the news every day, there's so many bits and pieces. If you don't see the whole, if you don't see the large theme, if you don't see that we are drifting very rapidly toward dictatorship, then it's hard to summon the courage and the tenacity and the will to do something about it. I think the American public needs to see the whole picture if we are going to have any hope of stopping this.
And what do you think we can expect? So March 4th is a big date because, first of all, it's his Trump's non-State of the Union State of the Union, where he, holds a joint session and speaks to everyone. But then also tariffs kick in on March 4th, right? What's going to happen?
Well, he says tariffs are going to kick in March 4th, but remember, he has delayed tariffs every time he has talked about them. And part of the reason he's delayed them, I believe, is because every time he says the word tariff, the stock market reacts negatively. And the one metric that he pays a very, very close attention to is the stock market, and secondly, the bond market. And if stocks and bonds react negatively, he gets worried. A lot of his oligarchic friends start calling him and saying, "What's going on? Stop doing whatever you're doing." So we may see that those tariffs never come to be, that they are only a bargaining strategy.
Yeah, and that's part of he loves to do this, right? It's threat and to hold it over and then to push and then to delay. It feels like yet another power tactic, assuming it's that orchestrated. And then, so the State of the Union, that's not the State of the Union. I mean, we shall see. Do you think the Washington Post will cover it? I mean, that happened this week, too. We didn't even talk about that. Jeff
Well,
Bezos
we should hope.
the-
Let's talk about that for a minute, Heather,
Yeah.
because that's part of the large scheme here. What happened at the Washington Post was that Jeff Bezos, the second richest person in the United States.
I think he's third. Isn't he?
I think
in
he's-
the United States. Globally, I think he's third.
Yeah, he may be third. He's in the United States. He's second. Jeff Bezos, who
Mr.
purchased
Naughty
the
Boy.
Washington Post in 2013.
I look away for 2
Well,
seconds.
Is it that
Jeff
long ago?
Jeff Bezos said to the Washington Post and he admitted this publicly, no longer will there be any opinions expressed by the Post's opinion page that are not compatible with free markets, as I, Bezos, define free markets, and freedom, as I, Bezos, define freedom. Obviously, this is a sop to Trump. Because Bezos has a lot of other businesses that depend on the Trump administration's goodwill. He's got a rocket business. He's competing with the first and richest person in the world, Elon Musk. He's got, other businesses, Amazon, obviously. He's got to make sure that he is in the good graces of Trump. And so this is a pattern, and we've seen this pattern. Bezos basically defangs the Washington Post. He didn't allow the Washington Post even to put up a wraparound advertisement that was critical of Trump. He did not allow the Washington Post just before the election to have endorse Kamala Harris as the editorial board wanted to do in the Washington Post. He is basically doing what Elon Musk did to Twitter.
Stop trying to think about ways to escape and start thinking about drinking your water.
Another propaganda vehicle for Trump. This is another thing that dictators do. They intimidate the press. They intimidate the oligarchs. They make sure that the oligarchs are working for them rather than for the people in general.
Yes. Okay, I think we've got to transition to what you would call reasons for moderate optimism. Is that what you're calling it?
Oh my
Modest
goodness.
Optimism? I mean,
Modest optimism.
modest.
Again, there are not too many green shoots of positive
But the
positivity
economic boycott yesterday, you announced that you would be boycotting things. Other people chimed in. There was a lot of engagement around this online. It was pretty impressive to see it all happen. So that is an example of the power of people coming together and deciding to do something and withholding their power to show they have power, right?
That's exactly right. And I think one of the biggest dangers to our democracy now is not just Trump's galloping toward dictatorship, but Americans feeling that we are powerless to do anything about it. The kind of sense of despair and cynicism that a lot of people feel. So when there is a kind of economic mobilization, even for a day, where people don't buy from big companies, particularly companies that have collaborated with Trump on ending DEI initiatives, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, well, people feel a little bit more emboldened, a little bit more empowered. And this is all important. This is all, there's been a big kind of boycott of Tesla. And I think for the same reason, because people just feel like they don't want to be associated with a product that is part of the Trump-Musk regime. It's not even an administration
right. And
regime.
the stock is down, right? Tesla stock is way down.
Yeah, the stock is way down. Even we have labor unions who are asking big asset managers, what are you doing about the Tesla stock you have? I mean, because it's way down, and why should labor union people be investing in Tesla?
I was just going to say we've seen what we've mentioned a little bit earlier, which is the opinion polls, right? So Musk not doing well, but neither is Trump. So that's a reason for some modest optimism.
Yes, in fact, more people now disapprove of Trump than approve of Trump. And that is a turnaround, because when he came in, we're still in what is called typically the honeymoon period, the first 100 days, but Trump has managed to alienate so many people, cause so many people to be fearful of what he's doing for good reason, that his negatives are now exceeding his positives. The trends for Trump are all in the wrong direction. For the rest of us, they're in the right direction.
And you saw that Bernie, God love him, Bernie Sanders at 83 is going on a national tour to fight oligarchy.
And he went to red states, Heather. And this is really, God love him. I mean, Bernie is out there fighting, and he wanted to show, and he did show, and he's going to continue to show, that even in bright red America, people are fed up with oligarchy. They're fed up with big corporations that are ripping them off. They're fed up with a government that collaborates with the oligarchs, that's run by the billionaire oligarchs. And Bernie continues. He's not going to run for president again, but he's out there making the case.
Right, and being left behind is one thing, but watching the cycle go in this reverse Robin Hood, as you said earlier, he's so good at pointing it out and getting people to
Come on, buddy, drink the water.
So good that he's doing that. Any other seeds of hope?
Well, that's also the case with, Elizabeth Warren has been attracting huge crowds, and other people in Congress who are more progressive. The progressives, started out really to be very popular under the beginning of the Biden administration. Then we didn't hear all that much from them, but progressive voices are now on the rise again. And I think it's because many Americans have come to realize that the fight is not between the left and the right. It's not Republican versus Democrat. It's not conservative versus progressive or liberal. The fight is between democracy and fascism. And Trump is taking us as fast as he can toward fascism.
But people are showing up at town halls. We've got groups like Indivisible and other ones where people are getting organized and getting coordinated, and their voices are being heard, and they are speaking up. And that is encouraging, and I think is happening more and more and more. And we have, because I love to do this to you, an archival clip.
Oh,
Here
no.
we go.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Bob.
Wait a minute.
Oh, yeah.
What is this? What is this about?
So this is you talking about the importance of staying engaged when you did a town hall when you were running for governor in 2002 of Massachusetts.
Politics is the applied form of
Damn!
And if we are engaged in politics, if we are engaged in democracy, then we are taking back something that is rightfully ours. If we simply turn our back on it, if we engage in kind of resignation, if we kind of throw up our hands and say, well, nothing will ever change, we can't do anything about it, it's an insider's game, then we are in deep trouble. We are in deep trouble. Resignation, cynicism, that means the end. And right now we are living through a time in America where there's a sense that the insiders are in control, whether it's the public sector or the private sector, or it's corporations. The insiders, the people who are self-dealing, who are dealing with their friends and cronies, the cronies are in control. You look at Enron and Global Crossing and WorldCom, and the cronies, the people who are the best friends, I'll scratch your back, you scratch my back. I'll give you a break, you give me a break. Well, let's all make each other rich, and the hell with everybody else. That attitude, whether it's in companies or in government, is dangerous unless people rise up and let themselves be heard and stop it. Because otherwise we are all going to live a much more precarious existence. And our livelihoods and our common wealth will be in jeopardy.
So good.
Oh, well, that was 2002, Heather.
23 years ago.
But I'd sound like a broken record.
No, but you are the best broken record. I will listen to you every day, all day, because democracy is not a spectator sport. It's active. You say that.
And the other thing that I often say is that we, are the leaders that we have been waiting for. In other words, don't wait for leaders. If this is a democracy, if this is an experiment started almost 250 years ago in self-government, that experiment lives on. Self-government requires people to take responsibility and to be the leaders. A lot of people say 2025 is not really all that important. The big election year is 2026. Well, obviously that's important in terms of the midterms. But this year alone, in 2025, there are over 100,000 elections if you're looking at every level of government. There are going to be, and there already have been, special elections for Congress, but there are also many gubernatorial elections. There are elections all the way down to your city council. There are opportunities for everybody to get involved. So I hope everybody does. And
Here.
On that
and
note,
also state Supreme Courts, I mean, there are very important ones happening.
Oh, yes, Wisconsin. Everybody out there from Wisconsin, pay a lot of attention. Elon Musk is trying to buy that Supreme Court position. And don't let the Wisconsin Supreme Court succumb to Elon Musk and Donald Trump. This is too important for that to happen. Listen, Heather, thank you. I know you've been working very hard. You've been traveling. I really, really appreciate you joining me and joining all of us. Everybody out there, keep the faith. We are going to prevail.
I'm joined now by Texas State Representative James Tallarico. Thanks so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
So you're one of the few Democrats who's been able to lead with Christianity in a way that
I think
most Democrats, maybe
says it just like Jared Kushner in that fucking
to do. And I want to talk about that in the
Sassy
context of
Justice
what
video.
national Republicans are trying to do right now. Obviously, House Republicans just advanced a budget blueprint that would seek to cut Medicaid and food stamps, and of course these are programs that benefit the disabled and the sick and the elderly and children. And so in light of the fact that, again, you're one of the few people who really is able to discuss this from the perspective of Christianity, can you speak on the hypocrisy of today's GOP, where they will use Christianity as a shield, more broadly speaking, but then on the specific issues where they can really kind of put their money where their mouth is and back up their words with actions, they're perfectly content to do things that really stand in stark contrast to the very religion that they hide behind.
Yeah, there are so many self-proclaimed Christians serving in Congress. They're supposed to be feeding the hungry, but they're cutting food stamps. They're supposed to be healing the sick, but they're eliminating Medicaid. They're supposed to be serving the poor, but they're cutting taxes for billionaires. It's because they're not following Jesus, they're worshiping Donald Trump. So this is not just a political problem, this is a theological problem. This is a problem in the church that I'm a part of, the church that I love. And so that's why I try to spend as much time in churches as I spend in town halls or in settings like this, because we have to go to the root of the problem, and that is the heresy of Christian nationalism that is taking over my religion.
And so how do you extricate Christian nationalism from Christian? And I know this is like not a problem we're going to figure out in this podcast here. It's obviously a much broader problem, but what do you see as the solution, even if it's a long-term solution? Because I guess the encroachment of Christian nationalism has been there for a long time. It's obviously really pervasive, and it doesn't seem like it's retreating anytime soon.
Yeah, this is something I think a lot about and spend a lot of my time working on. First I think we should take a look in the mirror, and by we I mean you and I and the people on this show, your listeners. We have ceded religion, we've ceded faith, we've ceded spirituality to the right wing. That started in the late 70s after Jimmy Carter was defeated into Ronald Reagan's presidency, and there was this marriage, this unholy alliance of the far right and Christian nationalists. We didn't necessarily have that term back then, but that's exactly what they were. We called it the religious right. But it is essentially people in power using religion to accumulate wealth and power for themselves.
He's so close to
It's
seeing
really nothing
BG.
new. We've seen it throughout history, but in its current form, it really started in the late 70s. And that's partially on us as progressives because we allowed that to happen. We ceded the field to our opponents, and it's had disastrous consequences. I bet there are a lot of listeners to your show that love Jesus, that believe in the teachings of Jesus, and yet they have walked away from the church. They've walked away from religion, and they have allowed the other side to have a monopoly on faith. And so we've got to stop doing that. We have to start reclaiming this. So if you have viewers and listeners who consider themselves faithful, whether they're Christian or whether they belong to another tradition, and maybe they haven't been as active, I would encourage them to start showing up at your local church. Start to reclaim these institutions and start redirecting them toward their original goal, which was loving our neighbors. And that's something that we can all support. And so that would be my first step, is for us to start fighting back, because nothing is going to change until we do that.
As you've been making your case, and I know that you have been making this case really effectively, and you're, again, one of the only people who can speak on this with some authority, because part of having, it does feel like even Democrats have ceded this ground largely to the right, even if I believe from an outsider's perspective that they largely have no basis to really claim Christianity, given what they're trying to do more broadly. But in your efforts to kind of make headway here, what have you found is the most effective approach? I mean, I know calling out a lot of the hypocrisy, I feel like oftentimes we're in a post-hypocrisy world, and that even being able to say, like, hiding behind the shield of Christianity while at the same time trying to strip healthcare away from the sick and food away from the hungry, in a normal world that would be enough to really like break through in terms of what we're trying to do, but we're not really in a normal world anymore. So I guess given the post-hypocritical, post-shame world that we live in, that kind of presents another obstacle. And so have you thought about how to overcome that in politics in 2025, where the same factors that would seem to matter 5, 10, 15 years ago don't really exist today?
Well, I think starting to speak about this is the first step, because we've been so silent for so long. And some of the members of our coalition on the progressive side have been hesitant, have been afraid to use religious language or moral language in general to advocate and argue for our positions. That has to stop. Yeah. And it can't just be me and Raphael Warnock. We've got to have a lot more people doing that. And this doesn't, I'm sure you've got folks watching who are not religious. This doesn't have to be limited to people who are formally religious. Most of us are spiritual in some way, especially those of us who are doing political work. We do this for moral reasons. We need to use that moral vocabulary to connect with people, right? I mean, Christianity is the dominant religion in the United States. And so this gives us an opportunity to connect with people who aren't in our coalition and bring them over to our side because we are using their same language. That is a way to connect with people who aren't already with us. So we've got to start doing this, and it's got to be more than just a few people in the Democratic Party. We've all got to start reaching for that moral language and that religious language to be able to connect with people. Because I'll tell you, Brian, there are a lot of Americans, there are a lot of Texans who think that the Democratic Party is hostile to religion. And so we've got to get around that. We've got to dispel that.
I don't understand why he not thirsty.
Reaching out to people of faith and let them know that they have a place in our coalition, that they are welcome in our coalition, because there are people of faith, there are Christians, there are evangelicals who are seeing what Trump's doing and they feel uncomfortable, but they don't feel that they have a place in our coalition. And that's got to change if we're going to turn this thing around.
Have you been successful in persuading folks? I mean, again, I know I've repeated this a number of times, but you are one of the only people who is able to actually make a persuasive argument on this front. And so in doing so, in your work, have you been persuasive at kind of giving folks a permission structure to recognize that their only option isn't a Republican Party that yes, espouses Christianity, but really abuses it.
That's right. I think the results in my elections speak for themselves. I flipped a Trump district when I got elected to the Texas legislature. It was a district that voted for Donald Trump in 2016. I won it in 2018, and I held on to that district. After redistricting, things got a little messed up around here. But I was able to build a coalition that wasn't just Democrats. It included independents, and it included some Republicans. And I did that by using this moral language to build a connection with people. Politics is about addition and not subtraction. And Democrats and
he's going to
progressives in
sleep
general
forever
have
when he does
forgotten
finally
the
go
art
back
of
in.
persuasion. We've convinced ourselves that everyone agrees with us. We just got to turn them out to vote. Right? I hear this in my state all the time. There's this line that Texas is not a red state; it's a non-voting state, and that may feel comforting, but it is a dangerous way to think as a political party, because it gives us an excuse not to persuade people, not to make the argument and win the argument. This is something that the right wing has been doing successfully since Donald Trump first got elected. They are making the argument constantly in the public square, and they're winning the argument oftentimes. I believe that we have right on our side. I believe that the American people's moral intuitions are aligned with our positions, but we can't take that for granted like we've been doing in the Trump era. We have got to aggressively and clearly and confidently make the argument, win the debate, and be able to bring people over to our side. Because if we just keep doing what we're doing, we're going to keep losing, and we can't afford to lose anymore.
Well, winning the debate is actually a great segue into the next topic that I want to cover, and that is this feud that's kind of erupted between you and Texas Governor Greg Abbott, where you have been pushing back against a billionaire class in Texas that's looking to basically dismantle public education in the state so they can put it toward this private school voucher program. Greg Abbott tweeted back at you after you posted onto Twitter and made your case, and he said the only minority destroying America are the Democrats. They are smaller in number but still destructive. Their policies were crushed in the last election.
Come on.
The more they double down
This
on
is the
ideas
opposite
hostile
of
to
how
voters,
we
the
need
more
to be
Republicans will
behaving.
win. Thanks in advance. And so you wrote back, Governor, keep tweeting at me. I already offered to debate vouchers in person on your terms. You're trying to make this partisan, but you know Republicans and Democrats both oppose your vouchers. If you truly think this is right for Texas, put down your phone and debate. Do you anticipate that you're going to get any response from Greg Abbott other than just him hiding behind a computer screen and doing the whole keyboard warrior shtick?
Well, I'm anxiously awaiting a phone call from the governor.
Really, you should. You're gonna want to keep your phone line clear for a while now.
Yeah, I don't like getting in Twitter feuds with people. I think we leave that to folks who are online. But I think a lot of officials.
I'll take care of that part.
Exactly.
Don't chew my wires.
These platforms are a helpful way to get our message out to people and communicate with our constituents. But if elected officials who are not just observers but are
that's exactly why you can't free roam the House.
If we can't defend those policy positions in public in a debate setting, then maybe we shouldn't be casting those policies into law. And so, I've made this offer to the governor. It's a serious offer. I've told him that he can pick the time, the place, the format, the moderator. He can stack the room with all his supporters, whatever he wants to do to make him comfortable. I'm all willing. I feel strongly about my position in this debate, and I think it's the right one. This may sound like it's only limited to Texas, but it's actually happening in states across the country. And Donald Trump just made private school vouchers one of his top educational priorities for the country. So everyone needs to wake up to what's happening here in Texas. Essentially, they are trying to defund and privatize public schools and give that money to wealthy people who are already sending their kids to private school. That's why I call them a scam, because it sounds good when you hear slogans like school choice and educational savings accounts. Those all sound positive. But once you read the fine print, once you read the terms and conditions, you realize it's a ripoff. It's a scam. And it is, if it passes in Texas, if it passes across the country, it'll be a historic transfer of wealth from the bottom to the top, stealing from the poor to give to the rich. And so I, as a Christian can't support this. I, as a former educator, am going to do everything I can to stop this from passing in the next few months. And I hope the rest of the country wakes up to this attack on our public schools and stands up to these billionaires who are trying to hurt our communities all over the nation.
Oftentimes, we're in a position where we have the opportunity to fix something, like is the case right now. But we don't take those opportunities because it's not exactly clear what the natural conclusion of all of this stuff is going to be. What would the natural conclusion of this Texas private school voucher program look like 10, 20, 30 years down the line if Greg Abbott and Republicans are successful at doing the things they're trying to do right now?
We don't even have to consider a hypothetical. We can look at Arizona. They passed a voucher scam just a few years ago, not even a decade ago, and it is already bankrupting their public education budget. I've had so many folks reaching out from Arizona, from Florida, from Indiana, who have already tried these voucher scams, and it's already destroying their public education system. The forces behind these voucher scams, the big billionaires like Betsy DeVos, like Tim Dunn and Ferris Wilkes, the billionaire pastors here in Texas, their ultimate goal is to dismantle public education and replace it with private religious schooling for every child in America. They're trying to build.
What if he's not thirsty because he can't chew cardboard as well?
The energy and the courage to fight back.
And the cardboard doesn't take all the moisture out of him.
This is serious. And a lot of people, there's a public school in every neighborhood. A lot of us, like me, grew up in public schools. And so we take it for granted. But we've seen just over the last few years that rights that we took for granted can disappear. And the same is true of public education. It is this idea that every child, regardless of their skin color, regardless of their zip code, is entitled to a free, quality public education. That is a revolutionary idea in human history. And it's not that old. It's only about 100 years old. And it is a very fragile idea. And it can disappear if we don't fight for it. And so I hope that people wake up to what's happening nationally. Elon Musk is going after the Department of Education, and wake up to what's happening in the states, including in the second largest state in the country, here in Texas.
And finally, let's finish off with this, and I want to build off of what you're talking about right now, but taking education for granted is obviously a theme right now, but it's the broader theme. That's a microcosm of a broader theme of really taking so much for granted in this country that we may stand to lose in the next few months or years. And that includes, a healthcare system that's functioning now at the hands of an anti-vaxxer, of democracy more broadly, which of course we've taken for granted for hundreds of years now, to the point where we have a Republican Party that's more deferential to a budding autocrat than the Constitution that bounds him. And so what is your reaction to watching a lot of what we have come to expect in this country really fraying at the fringes here in this moment where Republicans have full control and they're exercising it in a way that we haven't seen before?
It's a wake-up call, and the ball is now in our court. We can complain about Donald Trump all we want. We can complain about his administration all we want, but this is on us. We have to fight back if we're going to save this country, if we're going to save states like Texas. And that is entirely within our control. There is I think a feeling of hopelessness among progressives across the country. And I want to be honest, I'm tempted by hopelessness too. I don't think you can turn on the TV or open your newspaper or scroll social media without starting to feel that hopelessness. Right. But we have to resist it with everything we have. We started this conversation talking about faith. In my faith tradition, Jesus says, "Blessed are those who weep," which is a strange thing to say, right? Why would someone who weeps be blessed?
Oh my God.
But I think he's trying to say that sometimes you
stop with the Jesus stuff, bro. We get it.
Meaning that it's something that awakens a reality that we weren't in touch with before. So I know people are feeling depressed. I know people are feeling down. They're starting to feel hopeless. But that is a sign that your heart still works, that you still are a human being. And that's not nothing. That is something to build on.
If he looks to the side again, if you can see how much fur is missing around his eye. No. Never mind. He was looking at the side for a while, so I figured I'd try to show ya.
Off of. And so I want people to embrace this time in the political wilderness, because you can learn a lot out in the wilderness, and that's when new ideas and new leaders and new movements come forward. And so I guess my message to you and to your viewers is we've got to get in the game. And if we're going to save this country, it's got to start with us. And so the time for licking our wounds is over, and it's time to get in the fight.
James, as always, beautifully put. You know, I mean, like, left speechless, basically. So I appreciate the words of optimism and the inspiration. I know the audience does too, and appreciate you taking the time today.
Thank you, Brian.
CIA-operated Predator drones are now conducting surveillance flights over Mexico, providing intelligence reports to Mexican authorities. Meanwhile, U.S. Special Forces just landed inside Mexico for joint training operations. The Mexican military is deploying 10,000 troops along key border cities. A ton is happening very quickly that marks a significant shift in the response against drug cartels. I've consolidated all the information you need to know about the steps being taken, the effects they're having, and the response from the cartel. The New York Times dropped a huge report in mid-February that revealed a bombshell of a story. The CIA revealed that they just expanded drone flights over Mexican territory to monitor the now 6 cartel groups that were designated as foreign terrorist organizations. But unnamed CIA officials explained that the intelligence they gathered is sent straight to Mexican authorities. Their primary goal is to locate drug production facilities. The government is essentially creating a hit list here, and they're passing that information on to Mexican Marines. They said that these intelligence operations were ongoing under previous administrations, but have now been intensified. This drone operation had previously never been disclosed to us regular folk in the public. So while the drones primarily are your MQ-9 Reapers that are capable of carrying missile payloads, we know that these are currently being used exclusively for surveillance. I mean, at least that's what the CIA claims, and we know the CIA would never lie about something like that. The US government has also increased manned spy plane missions near the border from once a month to 18 times in just a 10-day period, and we're going to get into that more later. But it's not enough to just be creeping around with your multi-million-dollar eyes in the sky. Some US troops are now officially south of the border inside Mexico. But first, I have some info for anyone who's ever been involved or injured in an accident. I've driven in cities all over the country, and I've had my fair share of minor accidents. For millions, though, all over the country every year, accidents on the road and elsewhere can be life-changing events, affecting ability to work and sometimes even causing lasting or permanent harm. When these life-changing events occur, it's important to understand your options that may help you get back on your feet, and Morgan & Morgan has the expertise and national network to get you the best results possible if you become their client. And their services are completely free unless you win. Since they're America's largest injury law firm, they have the resources to absorb all the upfront costs. With 100 offices nationwide and over 1,000 local high-power attorneys, just recently they achieved some significant verdicts for their clients, like $12 million in Florida, 34 times the highest insurance offer, and $26 million in Philadelphia, which was 40 times the highest insurance offer. If you've been in an accident or injured in any way, your case could be worth millions, so you can head over to the link in the description and start a claim that may change your life. In mid-February, a team of 11 Green Berets deployed to a naval base inside Mexico. This was approved very publicly by the Mexican Senate Commission that signed off on allowing US troops to enter. It's like with vampires, you have to allow them to enter. Now, what's this Special Forces detachment up to? Their official by-the-book, publicly stated role is to train Mexican naval special forces in unconventional warfare, counter-cartel operations. But I think there is a side quest that they've been given. They're not just there to go to the shooting range and then go slam some Modelos together afterwards, although that does sound like a good time. I wish I was invited. No, this is a major intelligence sharing opportunity. This is how human intelligence is passed along, because you can't always share information on cartel operations comfortably through your chain of command, especially if your captain's a goober and you don't trust him. These training missions are a two-way road. They're also there to discuss ways to limit the flow of American weapons trafficked into Mexico. 250,000 weapons are smuggled from the US into Mexico annually, which means 70% of Mexico's weapons crimes are traced back to US weapons. A major change happened here as well, because after talks between the two leaders of the nations, for the first time, the US government will now work jointly with Mexico
I just wish
to
you'd
help
drink your
prevent
water.
the entry of these guns. Man, sometimes I feel like this is a codependent relationship we're looking at here. Mexico has the drugs, America's got the guns. It's a geopolitical match made in heaven. To me, this deployment of U.S. Special Forces indicates there's some level of cooperation still ongoing between the two nations. Yes, it's true that these kind of joint training missions between U.S. Special Forces and Mexican Special Forces are relatively routine, but what I think is different here is that the media has announced these very publicly, and there's been official Special Forces press releases. It looks like the CIA purposely chose to reveal this information about the drone flights instead of it being a leak. My personal assessment is that I think this whole article reads like we're not the target audience for this information. It reads to me like it's meant to be read by cartel leadership. The United States and Mexico appear to be applying some PR pressure. They want the cartel to know that they're watching. It's like the US is saying, we see you, we know where you sleep, and you really should change your dirty sheets. We're seeing the opening stages of some kind of media campaign designed to publicly show the cartel that moves are being made against them, because the cartel closely monitors this information space. So far, over 2,500 Mexican troops were sent by Mexico's president to hotspots on the border. A massive surge of Mexican National Guard soldiers were sent to 13 cities from Tijuana to Matamoros. Along the way, they've uncovered advanced tunnel networks used for smuggling weapons and drugs. They've spread out along some of the most violent border cities in what we described as a show of force. It's a deterrent that has coincided with a 94% drop in migrant border crossings compared to last year. And in these increased media spotlight, we're introduced to new characters that we haven't really been familiar with in a while. Allow me to introduce you to the U.S. military's Northern Command. It's an area of responsibility that, generally speaking, is the United States, Mexico, and Canada region. You probably never heard of this command in the past because they're not as sexy usually as the U.S. CENTCOM, which deals with the Middle East, Iraq, Afghanistan combat area, or U.S. PACCOM, the badasses with attitude, which deals with the Taiwan-China region. They're not even the handsome EU-COM that has been getting a lot of attention lately. For sure, NORTHCOM doesn't get as much love and attention as they deserve, but today, that's starting to change. They made this press release in February, which I'm pretty sure is the first press release anyone's read in its entirety from NORTHCOM in a while. In it, they outlined that NORTHCOM has stood up Task Force 140, headquartered near the border. The job of these 140 intelligence personnel is to analyze the information collected by those surveillance flights and other intelligence sources. So allow me to put on my tinfoil hat for a moment, if you will. Sounds to me like the intelligence gathered by those spy planes and SF soldiers will go straight to here, which then creates an action plan.
You boys like Mexico?
So I'd like you to meet General Gregory Gilead. He's the man in charge of Northern Command, and a lot is revealed by looking at him. He said to the Senate last week that they're providing intelligence that gets after the cartel networks that drive the production and distribution of fentanyl and pushes it across the border, and quote, if you look at who's been in charge of NORTHCOM going all the way back to its creation in 2002, it's almost always an Air Force or a Navy general. Why is that? General Gilead, for example, has a background as a senior air battle manager. He's got more than 1,300 hours flying in an RC-135 surveillance aircraft. So that's airborne ISR is what gets this dude up in the morning. Part of the reason for this is I think this is a region that is considered mainly about air surveillance, missiles, and covert operations. That's why you see so many Air Force and Navy generals in charge of this area.
You're down a little bit, buddy.
It's not likely going to involve a ground war. Meanwhile, CENTCOM is almost always throughout history, or when it stood up in the 2000s, always an Army or Marine general with a Deputy Air Force general, because CENTCOM traditionally involves land wars. This tells us a lot about the operational focus on the border, that there's going to be a lot of surgical air surveillance and potentially airstrikes. We can actually tell where some of these spy planes are by looking at the open source data from Flight 24 that shows the surveillance aircraft's path. These planes are equipped with powerful radar systems and cameras that basically zoom in to see your nostril hair from sky. Not sure why you'd want to do that, but you could. When you hear that these have signals intelligence sensors, what that means is they can intercept phone communications and eavesdrop on the cartel. If the cartel is the kind of cabrones...
You did eat all your food, so I'm just going to assume it's just because of how we weigh you.
With 30 linguists on board, intelligence specialists, and even code breakers. The RC-135 is like an intelligence vacuum. It sucks up all communications in the region like a hungry hippo. But maybe due to illegality, they've been careful to stay behind the 12 nautical miles from the Mexican coastline, basically sticking to designated
Zapata, you know I love you, right?
And keeping their transponders on, although there may be flights that didn't have their transponder on that we don't know about. What is most unusual about these flights is that the United States is now deploying the old-fashioned U-2 spy plane, which are now taking part in these missions. This is a blast from the past, from the 1950s Cold War era. It creeps on the cartel from 70,000 feet in the sky and has a long 12-hour loitering time, which allows it to stay on station. This is something that we've never seen before in this region. The upgraded U-2S version uses a new sensor called the Vader Pod that has a synthetic aperture radar and multispectral imaging cameras. And here's what I mean. Take a look at this side-by-side comparison. We can see how the chemical plumes from a hidden drug lab stand out in the multispectral image that the U-2 would see on the right compared to the purely visual image on the left. I know it might look like a red and blue blob of an image to us, but to the trained eye, it looks like a drug lab with a giant red bullseye on it. But unfortunately, over the decades, the cartel has gotten good at staying hidden from these kind of signals intelligence gathering by using crazy methods. To avoid authorities in the past and to stay off the grid while still using the grid, they built an entirely alternate grid. That's right, the drug cartels built their own cell phone networks, like some kind of bizarro Mint Mobile for Sicarios. Their network runs across almost all of northern Mexico. This was first pioneered by the Los Zetas cartel, which themselves were founded by a group of former Mexican Special Forces soldiers who were themselves trained by U.S. Special Forces. The Zetas
who were trained by the Navy.
Network starting sometime around 2009, after a few of their kingpins had been captured.
See, I'm delayed. I actually beat him to revealing that info.
Couldn't even whip something up like this alternative grid. Even the way they did this was brutal. Los Zetas kidnapped engineers and technicians from local phone companies and forced them to develop a parallel mobile phone network. It's called gun-to-the-head diplomacy. Then these cartels expanded the enterprise into a business all its own.
Where did I put your gas dropper, bud?
Parasite antennas on existing
Where do you think that is?
towers, and threatened the technicians that service the towers to look the other way and to not report the new hardware. These pirate Wi-Fi narco antennas are all over the place. All you gotta do is extort the local population, and they force them to pay $50 a month, so this operation brings in $150K for them a month. This is why these high-tech spy planes from the United States
are an
important asset, because it's a new technology that Mexican authorities didn't have access to. It now allows them to spy on the cartel that is trying to hide off the grid. Trust me, the US government has been spying on me for 3 decades. They've gotten good at this shit. But how is the cartel responding to all of this, the increased efforts and public moves? 2 rival narco gangs in northeastern Mexico, the Metros and the Scorpion Group, just agreed to pause their turf war with each other.
Metrosexuals.
Cartel leadership has gone into hiding further inland from the border and Gulf Coast regions as a direct result of the surveillance overflights. These actions are forcing them to move.
Alright, since I don't know where I put your gas dropper, it looks like you won't get that.
Oh! Steps had so far, we can guestimate, because a human smuggler who charges people between 18
I found
and 40K
it. You're gonna get gas drops too,
States,
because you're down way.
From Latin America or Asia, they said in an interview to NBC that his business had plummeted by 80% since January. His business, his human smuggling business. But when I hear about all these developments, I have a ton of questions. The first thing that I think a lot of people are curious about, it raises questions about the extent of cooperation between U.S. and Mexican authorities. The coordination of these surveillance flights with Mexican government remains a subject of debate in the open source intelligence community. However, there are some clues, I think. Mexico's Defense Secretary Sandoval said, quote, "We cannot rule espionage out because we don't know what they're doing," end quote. His comments suggest that not all aspects of the surveillance program has been fully disclosed to Mexican authorities. Meanwhile, official statements from the Mexican government say that there has been no violation of Mexican airspace, adding to the ambiguity surrounding the operation that may be intentional. When Mexico's president spoke about this, she said that she was aware that it's part of a little campaign. These statements
Alright, please bear with me, y'all, because I just need to mute it so I can focus. Make sure Zapata gets everything that he needs. So. That's right, we're also going to try to clean your face up a little bit more. Which will probably be for nothing, because you'll die anyway, huh, bud? Okay. My eye still hasn't recovered from all the fur you kicked at it. You want to do the gross one first? What do you think? Gross one first? Will you take it yourself? Will you take it yourself? No? Here. Take it yourself. Take it yourself. I know. It's very dramatic for such a little guy. It's very traumatic. The torture. Okay, buddy. Look. Buddy. I just need you to understand that I love you, okay? This is happening because I love you, okay? Hey. Let me see those chokers. Ooh, I figured out what's wrong with you. We're gonna have to trim your teeth, huh? Oh, you poor thing. Oh. His teeth are growing like up into the roof of his mouth. They completely have rolled over. Here. This makes sense why you can't eat or drink or do anything, huh, pal? Think I can get a photo or video for the vet? You poor thing. Hang on, buddy. I gotta figure out what I did with the dust. That's right, it's over here. Stop. Please stop kicking me. My arm already hurts enough. Okay, y'all, just hold on just a second longer. I have to call my mom before it's too late. I'm glad this went to voicemail because I'm streaming, can't talk that long anyway. But I was just giving Zapata his medication, and I figured out what exactly was wrong with him. His teeth have actually rolled up, and they're growing into the roof of his mouth. So I just wanted to call to have you call tomorrow morning for me when I'm sleeping to set up a vet appointment to get his teeth trimmed. And it looks like he may not have a bacteria infection after all, and it all might be caused by his teeth. And this might also be causing his eye issues as well, because depending on how embedded they are into the skull, they could be causing some issues with his eyes too. So it's one of those good news, bad news things, because now that we've identified the problem, we can fix it. But if his teeth have embedded too much into the roof of his mouth, it's something that will potentially need surgical thing. But hopefully we can just take teeth clippers and just cut his teeth, and he'll be right as rain, and then we'll just have to monitor it to make sure it doesn't happen again. I just got my F1 visa granted. I mean, congrats, I guess.
Could indicate some level of strategic ambiguity, meaning both sides want the cartel to know that they're after them, but to not know to what degree these are a coordinated effort, because that information could be classified. It's like my old squad leader used to always say, shake the tree twice to get honey, but be careful of the bees.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are still reacting to the big-time smackdown that happened yesterday at the White House. Zelenskyy, the Ukrainian president, getting kicked out of the White House. He got kicked out. They shoveled him out the back door, and they're like, you gotta go, man. I mean, Rubio apparently went up to him and said, you gotta leave. After they had the little spat where it was Vance, Trump, and Zelenskyy all there together, along with others, people within the Trump cabinet. And we're going to talk about what does this mean. Zelenskyy, there's reports he's on his way back to Ukraine. There's no minerals deal right now. You've got all of the European leaders coming out in support of Ukraine. This is something that I'm not surprised by. It's like they all tweet the exact same thing. Zelenskyy says thank you to everyone for all the support, because I guess a lot of the European leaders probably not too happy with what went down in the White House, whether or not they think Trump is at fault or Zelenskyy is. From what I have seen, there will certainly be the liberal side of it, and liberals are just not going to like Trump. No matter what Trump does, they're not going to like it. It is what it is. The important stuff is I've seen independent people and people that previously were pro-Ukraine saying what Zelenskyy did was not professional. His conduct throughout the entire 43 minutes together, because it was the last 7 minutes that went viral. There were like 2 minutes that went viral, but the 43 minutes that they were all together, Zelenskyy was not acting proper. And he even called J.D. Vance a bitch in his own language, and it's not acceptable. And so this is very important. This is what Trump said. You can see this was yesterday, probably around 5 o'clock in the afternoon in D.C., outside of the White House. Trump taking questions, saying Zelenskyy overplayed his hand. We want peace. We don't want to play his games. He's looking for something I'm not looking for. I don't want a 10-year war. I want peace. So Trump, this is what I had said yesterday. I think Trump is recognizing Zelenskyy wants the United States. He wants this minerals deal as leverage, maybe even to continue the war, with the idea of, well, and also I think this is another thing that Ukraine probably wants to do with the minerals deal. They realize if the United States agrees to it, the United States is tied into Ukraine and potentially defending Ukraine for the foreseeable future. Now, whether or not Trump wants to make any, this is what it comes down to. I'll just give everyone right now. The reason this is not happening and Trump is angry is because of the security assurances that Zelenskyy wants. He wants a NATO-level protection in exchange for minerals. Okay, this is not just, this minerals deal is not just about, well, we're going to keep funding Ukraine for this war. It's more about the negotiation and after. Ukraine is planning for after this war, and people say, well, Zelenskyy wants to keep fighting. it doesn't make any sense for Zelenskyy to want to keep fighting. This is all negotiating leverage. Zelenskyy, Ukraine, they cannot keep fighting. They're going to lose men at a certain point. Russia's got a much bigger military than they do. NATO does not want to get involved because they don't want the war to escalate, although we can get into that because that's a whole nother thing in and of itself. In terms of liberals, I don't know what they want. It seems like they are saying they would want escalation to where NATO gets involved. This is what I think is probably best case scenario, and it's not happening, but this would be best case scenario for Europe. NATO would get involved in some way, and Putin and Russia would say, well, now we're facing NATO, we're outgunned, we're going to go back across our border, we're sorry. That's what they're hoping is going to happen. That requires a crazy amount of risk that Trump cannot take because Trump was put into the White House to end this war. When you're talking about escalating it with NATO, because again, if you're talking like, if you don't think the war should end or you think Russia should go back across their border, the only way that happens is through some type of proxy leverage to where it would be like Trump and NATO and coming together. Well, the United States is NATO, it's the same, but Trump and the European countries saying, you know what, if Russia doesn't go back across their border, we're going to nuke them or we're going to invade Russia or something like that, which obviously is escalation. And then I guess liberals think, well, Putin's just going to go back because he'd be outgunned by NATO. That is not what we want. That's not why Trump was elected. Trump was elected to end this, and there will be some annexation of the eastern side of Ukraine. And the whole idea is, and another thing that they're going to, and I'm just trying to pick off the liberal points because it's better to just do this than talk around. The other thing they're saying is, well, when it comes to Putin, how do you know he's not going to re-invade Ukraine? We saw what happened. They signed the ceasefire in 2019. There was fighting in the Donbass region, and then Putin re-invades in 2022. Obviously, that was something a little bit different. This is an actual widespread invasion of Ukraine rather than the fighting that dates back to 2014. And that's when Putin decided to annex Crimea, when Ukraine tried to make their western turn and join NATO. As for Russia not re-invading Ukraine, once the peace deal ends up happening, that's when Trump, I mean, they asked him it during this little press conference or whatever you want to call it, media session, and Trump said, you know, I don't know what to tell you, a bomb might get dropped on your head, kind of as a sarcastic remark, because there's no, you can't really guarantee, but the thing is that Trump really needs to hammer down, the United States is probably going to enter an economic relationship with Russia in terms of mineral mining in eastern Ukraine, the Donbass region.
Hopefully
very
it's not
rich in rare
too
earths.
bad.
Trump's already talked about it. It's been rumored. That's probably happening. If the United States has an economic relationship with Russia, and Trump can talk about it, this is what he was saying, Russia was really held at bay under my first term, and so he's got a good relationship with Putin. Sorry, I'm trying to digest
He's
his
still
food.
eating. He's literally
But he's got a
on
good
his bowl
relationship with
eating right
Putin.
now.
That's something to where you wouldn't expect a reinvasion. But listen, the problem is the only way these liberals will be happy is with military escalation. That's it. That's the only way they would be happy. And it's not going to happen, so they're always going to be angry. But this whole thing with Trump and Zelenskyy, I mean, even a lot of the top people that like Ukraine, Lindsey Graham, they're all coming out there saying, well, no, Trump did a good thing. He stood up for our country. We've given them a lot of money. He came in very pompous, very arrogant. He thought he was dealing with Biden, and Trump let him know, and so did J.D. Vance. That's not what's going on here. And there was 40 minutes before that little spat, and it made people like, oh, J.D. Vance bullied him. Well, no, Zelenskyy was being really bad, and J.D. Vance got tired of it and called him out on it and said, we're trying to end this. We're done with it. What happened, the dynamic was Zelenskyy was saying, oh, yeah, we'll agree to peace, but we need some serious assurances, like via NATO protection, which is not happening. And so Trump and Vance got angry at that. It's just ridiculous. And this whole thing to where, oh, we want peace, but we want all these protections and all these demands. Well, no, you don't get to demand anything. And that's what Trump was saying. This is what's going to be happening. You're losing significant men. Your manpower is down. And they fought, they very solidly against Russia. I'll give them that. But at the end of the day, this is just the current dynamic of this. I was elected to end this, and so we're going to do it. That's why we want this minerals deal, but Ukraine has their own demands, and it's mainly based off of tying the United States to the region and making it to where the United States, if there were to be a reinvasion, defends Ukraine. That's what Zelenskyy and the Ukrainian government wants, to tie the United States into some type of pact with this minerals deal, because you give I mean, realistically, the minerals deal should be, we've given you like $300 billion, or was it like $150 billion? In exchange, we get the minerals. But Ukraine is saying, well, you're tied to our country now, so we want you to have security within our country. Realistically, I think ideally for Trump is if there is some type of deal, it would be the European countries securing Ukraine rather than the United States. Trump has made it known outside of Israel that he wants the foreign interference to stop. And this is I mean, look at what's happening with Taiwan. He's saying, we'll help Taiwan maybe if they give us stuff. He's saying, we'll help Ukraine maybe if they give us stuff. This minerals deal has to happen for Ukraine. They have no other choice. They need the United States on their side. That's why Zelenskyy came out in a statement last night and said, we still want to do the minerals deal. Please, can we do it? You can see this right here. This just goes to show you it was at a 96% chance there was going to be a minerals deal before April, and it's down to a 45% chance. And I do think one is going to happen, but Trump said no, right now it's off the table. Maybe Trump realizes he's got the American people on his side and demands more. There's going to be a renegotiation period for the minerals. But the problem is, this deal, it requires, and listen, this is what the deal was going to be. The deal was going to get done. At least we think it was, because they had the whole room, the East Room was ready. They were going to do it. What are the security assurances the United States is going to be giving to Ukraine in this deal to extract the minerals? I think I think Zelenskyy wants some serious protections. And I don't know if Trump wants to agree to that. And maybe this is like, well, no, we can still do the minerals deal, but what's a renegotiation now? Now I have the public on my side. I'm going to back you into a corner, and I'm going to get more minerals, and we will not be tied to defending Ukraine. But ideally, if you have an economic relationship with Russia, there wouldn't be a reason for Russia to invade Ukraine. But the only reason to totally deter Russia, unfortunately, and this is how the military-industrial complex works, is through escalation. It's through military escalation, which obviously is something Trump nor really any Republicans want at this point. And liberals don't even say they want it. It's just this coded language to where, oh, Russia shouldn't have that land. They invaded a sovereign country. Okay, well then what do you think is going to happen to get them out? You understand that requires NATO escalation. So you're going to involve NATO into that conflict with Russia. You're going to drive Russia closer to China. This is exactly what Trump is trying to avoid. That's why Trump's trying to have a good relationship with Russia, to separate Russia from China. And so this could be really good for Trump. But this minerals deal has to happen for Ukraine. It has to. They need the United States. Ukraine needs the U.S. for leverage. And honestly, if you are a Ukrainian, you don't want to give up your minerals. But they were already having problems in terms of getting investment to even extract them in the first place. A lot of them are in very hard areas to extract. So this is the thing to where if you're Ukraine, yeah, let's lump the United States into this minerals deal to tie them to Ukraine for years to come, and maybe it'll help. But this comes down to how much is the United States willing to pledge in terms of defense of Ukraine if there's a situation that arises in 10 years to where there's a reinvasion by Russia into Ukraine, because now you've got this loose border because Russia's taken it, like, not a chunk. I mean, a chunk's like one half, or a chunk's like a third. More like 1/6 or 1/5. I mean, I don't know what the deal is going to be on the annexed territory, but I know they've invaded about like 1/5 of it, and there's a lot of top rare earth deposits in the area where they've invaded. That's why I think the United States is going to do some type of economic deal with Russia to extract some of those from what previously, prior to 2022, well, this was all the Soviet Union's land, but prior to 2022, it was Ukraine's. And then Russia invaded, they've taken those areas, now they're under the government administration of the Kremlin, and they're going to be annexed fully by Russia, probably in a peace deal. But the big questions here, the big dynamic, will this happen? Zelenskyy says, please, let's do it. I'm sorry for disrespecting Trump and disrespecting the White House. Now all the top Ukraine people are coming out saying Zelenskyy did a really bad thing. Even, all these Ukraine simps. Lex Friedman's like, no, this is horrible. What is Ukraine doing? And even top people like, I actually watched the 43-minute video. It's bad. Zelenskyy had a nasty attitude the entire time. And the whole thing with like him not wearing a suit or anything, I really don't care about that, honestly, whether or not he wears a suit. It's more of a symbolic thing because his country's at war. So I can understand that. The bigger stuff is this minerals deal and what are the security assurances from the United States to protect their minerals, as well as what happens with the economic deal with Russia and when do we get a ceasefire. People are talking about Zelenskyy possibly being removed from office. Will that happen? I don't know. His approval rating around 50%. Do the Ukrainians like how he behaved in the White House? Do they think he stood up for them? We'll have to see. I'm not sure, but that's just the current situation. This deal has to get done some way or another. Ukraine needs this. They need the United States on their side. And this is more so this whole idea of the United States giving Ukraine more money. I think it's irrelevant. The war is going to be ending. The idea is Ukraine has the United States with an investment and with their own money tied into Ukraine for years to come via this minerals deal. I'm guessing Trump probably wants minimal involvement other than the extraction of the minerals to give the United States their money back for the 9-figure investment the U.S. has made into Ukraine to help them fight this war against Russia. But it's probably going to be about 1/6, maybe 1/5 of the territory. I mean, now it's like 1/6 of the territory annexed by Russia. It's the eastern regions, and the question is, what are the assurances that NATO gives Ukraine, if any? Because there's going to have to also be an agreement. This is what Russia wants. Now, there's a negotiation. Maybe they won't end up getting it. I don't know. But there's a negotiation, and Russia will want Ukraine to not join NATO for the foreseeable future. And again, that's a part of a negotiation. So that's just the current situation. Zelenskyy trying to get back on Trump's good side, saying, I'm sorry. It is, I mean, that's what he said like multiple times. He went on Fox News. He tried talking about it. I think, he's got some broken English. He was trying to say, I'm sorry for everything that happened, and he still wants to do the minerals deal. There's been reports, he doesn't want to do the minerals deal. Now Trump doesn't want to do the minerals deal. There has to be a deal for Ukraine to still have any leverage against Russia. So there's going to have to be some type of deal. And what that'll end up being depends on maybe a renegotiation if the Trump administration now views, because of what happened in public, as a chance to maybe get more out of this negotiation from Ukraine. Because now they have even a stronger foothold when you have the Americans now galvanized and saying Zelenskyy is not grateful, we shouldn't fund them at all. Well, now Trump can say, no, we'll still fund you, but we want more minerals, or we're going to give you less assurances, or something like that. So you have to wonder, is there a renegotiation? Because this was already worked out. It was going to happen. They had everything ready. So is there going to be a renegotiation now? Is Zelenskyy even going to be involved in this? Are they going to try and impeach him? We'll have to see. I personally don't think they're going to impeach him, but there's going to have to be a cooling off period here over the next few days, and then maybe something gets agreed upon, and we get into a ceasefire agreement, and then there's peace negotiations. Either way, guys, that is going to do it for this video. Make sure you follow me on X. Link to that's always in the description.
When in 1938 the world decided to sacrifice Czechoslovakia just to prevent the start of World War II, it did not lead to success, as you know. No matter what Trump says, no matter what will be next, I just want to say that we are incredibly grateful to all people from the United States who have supported us and Europe all this time. This is our war, I know, and we are fighting for our independence, for our land, for our territory. And of course we need peace, but we need justice first of all. We don't need peace at the cost of destroying our state, We're fighting for our independence, for our state. And I know many beautiful, incredible people from the United States who are also fighting with us here, and many other people who supported us all this time. And I and all other Ukrainians are incredibly grateful to all of you. Putin refused Trump's request for ceasefire twice. But since Trump cannot influence Putin, it's possible to portray Zelensky as the one responsible for the breakdown of the truce. The United States were the initiators of the formation of NATO after World War II, specifically to prevent the threat from the USSR, to stop the spread of Soviet influence in the world, the ideological successor of which is Russia, with its imperialistical fantasies. NATO was created precisely to deter Soviet expansion, which has now become Russian expansion. We are not in NATO. We are a buffer zone. This is also calling things by their proper names. But this buffer zone is shrinking, and the area of combat is approaching the capitals of other European countries. The Third World War that everyone is talking about is already underway. Russia is gradually conquering Europe, and it's expanding its spheres of influence in Asia, Africa, and South America. It can only take on different forms, more or less intense. When business comes first instead of values, you lose both values and business. Moscow is playing on this, trying to cloud reason with proposal about joint business development, the Arctic and its natural resources, etc. But of course they have no intention of keeping the promises they are currently making. They have been playing these games throughout their entire history. Military help to Ukraine from the United States, it's not just supporting some country, it's supporting the world order in which they earn money and live in peace. Conversations about war cannot be calm and unemotional. The desire for justice is familiar to many people who have found themselves in incredibly horrifying situations. And when you have been in a state of extreme exhaustion for a long time, of course you want to call things by their proper names. Diplomacy is an art, and art can be practiced when you are in comfort, in peace, when everything is fine with you. Critical situations require clear, sometimes sharp, decisive, and fair actions. Anger and aggression are not disrespect. They are simply a tearing feeling of injustice that you cannot suppress.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. Pleasure to welcome to the program Gil Duran, journalist based in California, proprietor of the website The Nerd Reich, co-writer of the Frame Lab newsletter. And Gil, welcome to the program. You've been following and really started to dive in very deeply into the ideology and practical blueprint that has been sort of been germinating almost now for a decade, maybe more. And we're starting to, we have seen this being now put into practice. Give us a broad overview of the work that you've been doing.
Well, last year I started looking into something called the network state, which is an ideology of tech supremacy that holds that tech CEOs should use their wealth and power in the 21st century to basically take control of the world. They believe that nation states and democracies are an outdated software for the planet, and that they should take over existing governments and hollow them out, or else start their own sovereign countries by taking territories around the world that they can buy with their vast wealth. As part of this ideology, they see a future in which nation states will collapse and democracies will be abandoned in favor of corporate dictatorships. And this is not something that I've dreamed up or found in a secret document. They write about this stuff in books. They talk about it on long podcasts. They make YouTube videos about it, you name it. They've been very, very loud about it, and no one was really taking them seriously. But I saw them getting very involved in trying to take over San Francisco city government. And after a certain while of watching them as editorial page editor of the San Francisco Examiner at the time, I started to realize there's something deeper going on here. And what I did was take the time to look into that. And the work I did for the New Republic was based in that research.
All right. To that point, let's just, because when you do articulate this, people are like, well, I mean, this sounds a little fantastical. We got a couple of clips that, we have been playing on this show over the past year. And just they're rather short, but I think it's important to show this because these are some of the wealthiest people in the country, if not the world. And they were all standing right behind Donald Trump on inaugural day, or just about. Here is first Palantir CEO Peter Thiel, maybe the ringleader of the PayPal mafia, as it's called sometimes. This is just him in April of 2024. Just at a Mercatus Center event. Mercatus Center is the sort of libertarian think tank, or one of those. Here he is.
Sort of, one way to think of the Weimar period was, it's like the dwarves in Moria, where they dwelled too deep, and finally they awakened the nameless terror of the Balrog.
I've checked it 3 times for tears.
But I think there are, and again, I don't think we're ever in a cyclical world, but there are certainly certain parallels in the U.S. in the 2020s to Germany in the 1920s, where liberalism is exhausted. One suspects that democracy, whatever that means, is exhausted, and we have to ask some questions very far outside the open window.
Okay, so there he is saying, we're like Weimar Germany, and democracy, whatever that means, has been exhausted. I want to get back, is that notion of whatever democracy means, who could tell?
Nothing has meaning.
Is interesting. Now, for people who don't know any history, after Weimar, we saw the rise of Nazism. And Overton window means we got to widen the scope of what we contemplate as being normal. Here is Mark Andreessen, the guy who created Netscape, another tech billionaire. This is him on the Chris Williamson YouTube channel. This is where, and you will recognize this, Gil, from this guy obviously reads some Curtis Yarvin or talks to him directly, but here he is.
Talking about this too, right? Which is okay, how do we actually redo the system is, of course, much harder. The other lens on this that I think about a lot is Curtis Yarvin, who's also a good friend of mine. And the way he describes the American system that's running the people, the way he describes it is we are living under FDR's personal monarchy 80 years later without FDR. Right, and the reason he describes it, he says, look, when before FDR, the federal government was actually very small. The tax rates were super low. The federal government didn't do very much. The FDR dramatically, orders of magnitude increased the size and scope of the federal government. He did that for 2 reasons. One was the New Deal, and then the other was World War II. And so the federal government that Franklin Roosevelt left behind in 1945 when he passed away was the government that he had built, which he had run the entire time from 1933 to 1945 himself, in which he had staffed himself and he had overseen himself and everything. And he built this giant structure. And as Curtis basically says, as long as you had FDR running that, it could run really well. And, we won World War II and saved the free world, and it worked, and pulled the U.S. out of depression, the whole thing worked, and it was great. But if you let an organization of that size and scope run without its founder CEO for 80 years, you end up with what we have now, which is just basically an out of control bureaucracy, an out of control system.
All right, so I just wanted to lay that out. And there was also one where Andreessen, I think, was on Joe Rogan, basically saying that, FDR, Hitler, whatever, people were really in control of stuff. All right, so with that said, he cites Curtis Yarvin. Who is Curtis Yarvin?
Curtis Yarvin is a software programmer from San Francisco who in the early 2000s started writing a weird blog under the name Mincha Smolebug. And in that blog, he outlined a lot of these ideas for getting rid of democracy in favor of a corporate monarch or dictator and running territories instead of by government, by corporation. For example, his idea for San Francisco was something called Friscorp, which would be a corporate-run San Francisco where you need a special card to swipe it and swipe out. At every moment in Frisk Corp, you're under constant and total surveillance. They know every single thing you're doing, even if you're in your house. And this is what guarantees the safety of the populace. Of course, he's only reinvented the totalitarian government of Orwell's 1984. But one thing you find with these guys is they think all the villains of science fiction and speculative fiction are the heroes, and they seek to emulate them. So I often hear from people that this is Snow Crash, this is Parable of the Sower, etc. They're all right. And that's the basic idea here. You get a lot of gobbledygook from guys who think they're really smart, but are actually saying really dumb and dangerous things, and now are sadly very close. They're in control of the federal government in Washington. And that's what's kind of shocking about it. When I started this work last year, I felt like a lot of people, even people I know in a long time, viewed it as sort of a conspiracy theory. And, you know, if Kamala had won, I would look like a guy who had way overreacted to a few weirdos in tech. Even billionaires were criticizing me, saying, nobody takes these guys seriously. This is just a journalist trying to be in the New York Times someday. And I wish that had all been true. Because what's happening now is even scarier and worse than I thought. And so Yarvin's idea is that Americans have to get over their dictator phobia, he said. And the way that we do that is by installing a CEO to be like the shadow president and to destroy American government from within through something he calls RAGE, R-A-G-E, retire all government employees. And that's very much what you see happening right now through DOGE, Doge, destruction of government by Elon, in Washington as we speak.
He lifted it.
I mean, honestly, I think like you were just ahead of the curve here. Here is New York Times' David Marchese interviewing Curtis Yarvin, and this is the longest interview I've seen with him, and it's about an hour long, and there's sort of two segments, and I was struck by how exactly what you're saying. It's a lot of gobbledygook. And this guy's not that bright. It's fascinating. He's asked, why do you think FDR was a dictator or a CEO or a king, whatever? They sort of, they play around with these terms as more or less the same type of thing. And he doesn't seem to really have an answer except for a strange anecdote. But let's just listen to this for a minute or two. This is Curtis Yarvin being interviewed at the New York Times. This came out about 3 weeks ago, I guess.
Know Mark Andreessen, and so I sent this piece to Mark Andreessen, and it's an excerpt from the diary of Harold Ickes, who's FDR's Secretary of the Interior. And it's a little diary entry describing a cabinet meeting in 1933. And what happens in this cabinet meeting is that Francis Perkins, who's the Secretary of Labor, comes in to this meeting and is like, here, I have a list of the projects that we're going to do. FDR personally takes this list, looks at the projects in New York, and it's like, this is crap, aren't you doing? Like, humiliates Francis Perkins in the Oval Office or wherever they're having their cabinet meeting. And then at the end of the thing, it's like everybody agrees that the bill will be fixed and then passed through Congress. This is just a picture of FDR acting like a CEO. And so, you know, the question of, was FDR a dictator? What does it mean to be a dictator? What does this pejorative word mean? I don't know. What I know is that Americans of all stripes, Democrats, Republicans, and everyone, you know, except for a few right-wing Republicans, basically revere FDR. And FDR ran the New Deal like a startup.
Okay. Okay. I don't know. I honestly
like a startup.
I'm waiting. Like, what made FDR a dictator in your mind? And he was rude to Frances Perkins the first time she came in, and everybody liked FDR. He ran it like a startup.
Well, she was a DEI hire.
What's going on here? Like, I mean, I don't want to spend too much time, sort of diagnosing Curtis Yarvin. Although I did note that it seems like every reactionary wears a leather coat on some level. Like, it's their way of saying, I want to take us back to the 14th century, but I'm wearing a leather coat, so this has got to be all new and rebellious. But there doesn't seem to be a there.
Yeah, well, these are people who are used to talking in rooms where nobody challenges them. So your stupidity gets accepted and you get more competent in it. The other way to look at it is this is a disinformation for dumb people who don't know anything about what he's talking about. And so his cherry-picked anecdotes are used to convince all of these young wannabes in Silicon Valley that, oh, wow, it was a dictatorship, etc. There's one quote Yarvin has from a few years back where he says you can go into a bar and say, I think the British should have won the American Revolution. And people will say, yeah, that's cool. Well, try that shit in Boston or somewhere where actually people know about some of these things and see what happens in a bar. So this is a guy who's sort of making up this universe from cherry-picked anecdotes and trying to prove this point. I mean, if I worked in government, I come from government. I spent a lot of my career there. I worked for Governor Jerry Brown. I worked for Senator Dianne Feinstein when she was chair of the Intelligence Committee. I come from mainstream Democratic politics. I'm not on the far left. And everything in politics is a negotiation. Everything is a test of egos and wills. That's designed that way from the Greeks and the Romans. There's a long history of how this works. There are checks and balances. If Roosevelt had been a dictator, then why did we go and elect a bunch of Republicans who hated his whole project in intervening decades? I mean, it makes no sense, but it's not supposed to. We're not the audience for it. The audience is people who don't know history, who don't know what to think, and might fall prey and victim to this revisionist vision that is only designed to convince them that we're already in a dictatorship. It's just a matter of which dictator you want.
That's what Andreessen was basically saying. We've been living under a dictatorship without the dictator here, and that's why things are going awry on some level 90 years later. I mean, it's insane stuff, and I want to get to the plan. We got a lot of questions about that as well. But just one more thing that strikes me. Because you have delved into his writing, and from what I've read and heard from him speak, the fascinating thing is he is trying. When he responded later in that interview to like democracy, he defined it, where you heard Peter Thiel say whatever that means. He defined it as, a desire for the common good, which is not what democracy is. Democracy is not about, I think everybody wants that, but democracy is about the participation in the decision making as opposed to a desire for what the ends is. And I want you to talk about how slippery they are about what democracy is. And because there seems to be, with this sort of cohort of conservative thought, the way they strip this, the way they lay this bare is it's all sort of like focused on some type of outcome. And they try and, flatten the differences.
Erase meaning.
Erase the meaning of everything prior to that on some level.
Yeah.
I would add also, he used an example, and I'm sure you've heard him say this, about if, why would we want, Apple's run by a CEO? Could California, the government agency of making computers, make an Apple computer? Of course not. But that's a very, very narrow, sort of like job assignment for government. It's not just we're going to make good computers. There's a whole host of addressing a bunch of different concerns, which is fundamentally about democracy. Will you just talk about that element of it?
Yeah, these guys only view reality through their own lens of tech and wealth and power. Having been in government, you have to view it through the eyes of vast constituencies of people, many of whom have different needs or maybe at cross purposes. Politics is a tough art to master. A lot of good people fail at it. And so when they talk about things like democracy, et cetera, a lot of their problems could be cured by a poli-sci 101 class. The common good through history has come to be defined as something that the public must participate in defining. What they're trying to say is that, well, there were times where there were monarchs or there were dictators, and the common good was defined as whatever they decided it was. And, they claim things worked better or whatever under those systems, which I think history will prove that they don't. So all of this is pointed toward complete ignorance of actual history, of political theory, of how we got to the system that we have, toward a return to something that doesn't work, always gets overthrown, usually through violent revolution or war, and that would only benefit the richest guys in the room, which is them. So I think, if anybody who's familiar with the basics of political science can see the very juvenile and sophomoric mistakes they're making. But again, these are guys who don't get challenged in the rooms that they're in. And even when they get interviewed by, say, the New York Times, it's a pretty softball interview. You know, this is a guy who's called for a dictatorship and laid out a plan that appears to be being followed, and he gets this glow-up, black and white, smoldering photograph in the New York Times. I mean, this is a really bizarre time to be living in. You know, you couldn't get these guys to cover this stuff before, 3 days before the inauguration, they dropped the Yarvin interview. And believe me, I was talking to people and urging them to do this. And again, I was out there in weirdo land, and now we're all in weirdo land. So
yes,
but they covered Project 2025, right? I mean, and that I guess is like the
well. Let's before we get to Project 2025, will you just lay out the plan for us? Because then I think it overlays over Project 2025.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the plan in the blueprint that Yarvin
yes
had. Well, in 2022, Yarvin updated his plan to a second Trump administration, and it's called the Butterfly Revolution. He did this on his Substack, and he said that the basic plan would be, and he said, this is all imaginary scenario, a harmless thought exercise, but the idea would be to install a CEO-style dictator while keeping Trump as the figurehead, to then purge career government employees, basically carry out rage, retire all government employees, to weaken these institutions, get rid of any people who are loyal to democracy, replace them with loyal ninjas who would answer to the CEO dictator, not to the democratic process or to Congress or anybody like that. Then start centralizing executive power under the executive branch, rebutting the courts, refusing to go along with the laws, just challenging every aspect of the system to break it. And then, and also bypassing congressional oversight, and then use this new centralized power to start seizing the other centers of power in society, media power, academia, establish complete control over the information sphere. Because in order to have this experiment last, you have to make sure it controls information, because it needs to control future elections. It does no good if in 2 years we get the Congress back, or in 4 years we get the White House back. So that was the scary vision he laid out in 2022. And as far as I can
that
tell,
sounds impossible.
Yeah, everything that Musk is doing, again, it could all be a vast coincidence. I'm a skeptical person myself. I'm a journalist. I come from mainstream politics, but it seems to me that they're doing everything on their list so far. And I've come to a point where I'm not going to underestimate these guys anymore. I am going to underestimate all of the people whose job it is to be telling people what's going on. I think if most of the American people knew what was happening right now, they would be very much against it. But no one is saying it.
That it's systemic. I mean, that's the thing, is that I think there's this sense out there that like stuff is happening willy-nilly, but this is part of a plan. But
no, I mean, that was my question, and it's really it's fascinating to see how this pairs with the lack of meaning that they're trying to engender, and the fact that these tech bros have control over our communications platforms. They're able to make that a reality. I mean, everybody's a blue check, and what information is true and what is not. I mean, I think I saw Yarvin saying that this is the prime opportunity for our plan to come into place, or go into place, because right now we're in a very irony-pilled or a high irony time, essentially saying that there's such little education that our ideas sound okay. I mean, it's the same with the anti-vax stuff. That's where we're at right now.
Definitely.
I switched my contact. I don't know what was up. I tried fixing my left contact multiple times today. So I literally, for most of the time the chinchillas were out, I literally was sitting here with one eye closed because it was so irritated. And then I checked it again for any tears, couldn't find any. And switched them, and now they feel fine. But we'll see. Maybe it's like the tear takes a little while. When I blink enough, then it starts developing. because they're meant to retain their shape. So I assume even if there is a tear, I checked. I ran my finger along the edge and everything for it, and nothing. And then but like my left eye still is like fucked because I was rubbing it so much. So it still does hurt, but it's not like, it doesn't feel like there's a fucking torn contact lens in it. But now I'm overthinking it and like, wait, do I feel it in my right now? And I don't.
Everything is considered negotiable, and there's no opposition that's organizing to really counter what these guys are doing. Instead, the Democratic Party's stance seems to be that, well, we're just going to let them do it as much bad stuff as possible, and everybody
Jesus
will be
Christ.
against it.
Y'all were out
we're
for
starting
2
to see some
hours.
people stand up and resist it. We've got people
Ridiculous.
like AOC and others. Jamie Raskin said the other day that they're trying to install a tech monarchy. People are creeping toward it, but I think what people need to understand is that this is not random chaos. This is a strategy, and it's a strategy they've been talking about and writing about and bragging about for years. And once you understand that, then it takes on a different meaning. You can make more sense of what's happening. And basically, we've got an unelected, foreign-born billionaire up in our government, destroying it and defying our laws. This is exactly the kind of nightmare our Constitution was designed to prevent. And we need to be very aware of that, because we can stop it, but not if we stay asleep for too long. These guys are trying to do as much damage as they can as quickly as possible, because that's their key to keeping power. And I don't mean keeping power for 4 years. I mean keeping power in general. And to see the Democratic Party largely silent, to see the major media outlets not really getting it, is pretty scary. That to me is the scariest thing of all. People should, this is an advanced conversation, catch up, get your pants on, get your boots on, and get out the door. It's time to go. And I don't really see that happening from the party that, again, I worked for very mainstream politicians for most of my career.
And so how does that work with Project 2025 then? They really meet together nicely because it's both involves the dismantling of the administrative state, does it not?
Yeah. There does seem to be, back in September, there was a big conference in San Francisco called Reboot, which, by the way, is the name of the speech that Yarvin gave in 2012, where he called for the destruction of the federal government. And Reboot was a conference between the Silicon Valley tech types and the Heritage Foundation. And there was all these speeches, people from Allen, Anduril, Palantir, you name it, all coming together to talk. And I wrote a piece about it then. I'm like, well, this seems to be a convergence of the right-wing, far-right Republican sphere, the religious aspect of it, the religious zealots who want to impose a theocracy, the far-right tech guys, the Peter Thiel universe, Elon Musk's of the world, and MAGA, right? They're all kind of coming together. They have a lot of commonalities. There are some key differences, but a lot of commonalities. And I think the thing that I was trying to write about last year that I think a lot of the media missed was these guys have gotten together on a project here, and they're going to focus on their commonalities, destroy the government, shrink it down, privatize it, end rights for people of color, for women, etc. And they're going to focus on that for the next few years. So I think this convergence is something that was largely missed, but that was, again, happening in plain sight. The Heritage Foundation and the tech bros had a thing called Reboot in San Francisco in September, right? They were open about it. It wasn't a secret.
There's a real quality. This convergence reminds me of Paul Wolfowitz testifying in front of, I think, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee 20 some odd years ago, saying, weapons of mass destruction is what we could all agree on. And it brought in various disparate sort of constituencies to support the invasion and occupation of Iraq. It has that quality where, Russell Vogt, I don't think has these notions of a CEO, these sort of like futuristic visions. He just has a vision of a destroyed administrative state, which is sort of this sort of mechanism is a perfect overlay. Yarvin's, sort of like means to that end is a perfect overlay on Project 2025, it seems.
Yeah, I think what they share in common is a desire for a set hierarchy in the world. Men, white men, wealthy white men should be in control. Period. End of story. men, wealthy, white, Christian men should be in control, period. And, I do a lot of work with George Lakoff, the cognitive linguist, who categorized many decades ago how the right-wing ideology works. And that's what they have in common, right? They have this, that's where their commonality is. Now, there are some differences when it comes to, for instance, God above man is a traditional conservative belief. Well, these tech guys don't really believe in God. I think they believe they are God. They believe they are creating God in the form of AI. And the only person who's outlining these very weird and bizarre beliefs of the Silicon Valley guys that are completely anathema to Republicans, to traditional Republicans, is Steve Bannon, unfortunately. He's been going to town, hitting them in all their weirdness and their bizarre beliefs and the danger they pose. And Democrats should really categorize all of his main arguments and start making ads based on those and targeting them at MAGA people and swing voters on YouTube, because only Steve Bannon is doing that work right now. And it saddens me to say that. I despise Steve Bannon. I do not view him as an ally. He just wants a different flavor of dictatorship. He has a personal beef against some of these guys. And he's saying, here's all the weird stuff that people should be talking about that are completely going to scare the hell out of MAGA.
Talk more about this, because this is something we've been observing. I guess it was about a month or so ago that Bannon came out and said, well, what are these three South Africans? He was talking about Sachs and Musk.
Thiel and Musk.
And Thiel. What are these three South Africans? They're all racist. What are they doing? Telling us what our government's going to be. And then he also seems to be backpedaling a little bit because he realizes, like, oh shoot, I lost that battle.
And in the New York Times, he was
out.
like throwing subtle shade at Musk, saying he's the Edison of our time. And if you're not familiar with like Tesla fanboys, that's a dig at Musk. But anyway.
Where is the ideological split there between a Bannon and the a Yarvin in that respect, and how does that play out? I mean, if we were talking about, we were going to start producing those ads or that content to show as a wedge issue. I also despise Bannon, but where exactly is where is that wedge?
Well, I think first of all, I think what Bannon's trying to do is force a negotiation with these tech bros. He sees that Elon's coming. He's like, hey, I bought the Republican Party. I'm now the star of the show. I think Bannon understands that that's dangerous, that could turn people off. We already see Elon Musk's popularity plummeting in the polls with Republicans. It already is dead with Democrats for the most part. So Elon has a necessity of taking everything too far and not pacing himself at all. And so I think it's a negotiation. What Bannon has said is that, yeah, you deserve a place at the table. You spend all this money, and we could use that money to take over Europe and turn Europe fully right and have this global, right-wing project. But he wants him to not be at the head of the table, is what he has said. And so I think there's that tension. Part of it is that I think Bannon views himself as a populist, as someone who is representing his people, a mass of voters who have been with him on this journey to getting Trump to office. And I think he sees, he's jealous to some degree, perhaps, of the role that Elon has bought for himself. But also I think he understands that Elon and these guys don't care what people think. They are not populists. They are anti-populists. They want to be dictators. They want to establish a system where the people do not have a voice. And that is a very dangerous project to push. So I think in a way that Bannon is trying to give some strategic advice here. Don't go full dictator in full view. You get a lot farther making things subtle in politics. You kind of want to boil the frog here. Start off slow and go up. What Musk is doing is throwing everybody into the boiling water all at once. And so that's how I view it. If you were to look at the thing that I think Bannon focuses on most, it's weird stuff like transhumanism, mating humans with machines, putting chips into people's brains, and this idea that AI will be God because apparently God doesn't already exist. And there are these cultural and religious issues that if you examine the beliefs of these tech guys are going to make, the grandmas and the MAGA grandpas out there think, who are these guys? Should I be supporting this? But no one's telling them that except for Steve Bannon, and he's even hedging because he doesn't want to be, I think it's a negotiation more than anything.
I mean, Yarvin's an atheist, right? And Thiel is godless. He's gay, right? Whatever.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Welcome back for another packed episode of News Dump. And, you know, we would really like to start things off with the news that Katy Perry will be blasted into space for her crimes against music.
Okay.
But unfortunately, our big dumb president has decided to ambush the leader of a country who is actively at war with one of our adversaries. And we're talking about Ukraine, a country that our elected officials have shown bipartisan support for. Until about a month ago, something changed.
Friendship ended with Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Now, Vladimir Putin is my best friend.
Yeah, so on Friday, Trump welcomed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy into the Oval Office.
I wouldn't say welcomed.
Yeah, in anticipation for what was being pitched as a quote-unquote natural resources agreement.
A shakedown.
Between Ukraine and the U.S., which right from the jump, anyone could guess that this was going to be an awful deal for the Ukrainians. But the general idea seemed to be that the U.S. would get favorable future contracts for minerals and also oil and natural gas, and then would help Ukraine defend itself. Now, Trump previously stated that he wanted the United States to be paid somewhere to the effect of $500 billion, in addition to future projects, as repayment for the defense funding that we provided to them. When, yeah, it doesn't really work like that, but, and it also wasn't that much, nowhere near that, but all right.
Like, I don't even agree with the, like, warhawk neoliberal approach to foreign policy that exists right now, but it's not, we're not just doing this out of the kindness of our hearts. There's larger, you know, plans. We get things out of it that you can't exactly quantify.
Yes.
So it's very strange to look at it in this very just minute quid pro quo sort of way.
Yeah.
But that's our boy. Art of the deal.
Yeah.
So this all gets back to the conversation between Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron from earlier in the week as well. Another beautiful meeting. Trump has been trying to convince everyone that other countries are getting paid back for all their financial contributions to Ukrainian defense. What about us? He's trying to convince everyone that the U.S. contributed more than anyone else. Neither of those things are true. It wouldn't typically be worth arguing about, but Trump's figure of $350 billion is more than double what our country has actually spent on Ukraine. And even then, Europe has still given far more financially. In regards to repayment, both the U.S. and Europe have contributed to Ukraine using the same methods, primarily direct funding and support, as well as loans. The French president corrected Trump on both statements, causing just one of a handful of international incidents just this week, and one that would pale in comparison to the Oval Office meeting between Trump, Zelenskyy, and assistant to the vice president, J.D. Vance, who was there for some reason.
Yeah. He was there to pipe up when needed and do all the yelling and the carrying water.
It's like when the CEO brings his son to work and says, son,
you fire someone.
You fire him. I want to see you do it. I want to see if you got that dog in you.
Now, at one point during this meeting, according to the Associated Press, the White House press secretary was alerted to the fact that somehow one of those pesky, sneaky reporters from Russian state-run news agency TASS was in the Oval Office despite not being on the approved media list. Oops.
Well, at least the Associated Press was nowhere in sight.
Yeah,
that's
luckily,
what matters.
Yeah, luckily that was taking place. Also, just like, approved media list, very, very consequential meeting between our president and a world leader who is currently at war.
Yeah.
And then just, you would assume that security would be better than just having random people walk into the room. And
also, and we'll get to it, but the type of meeting you would assume would mostly happen behind closed doors, with the photo op section reserved for the part where the press and the media are all there.
Yeah, but hey, look, for their part, when it was pointed out very clearly that this was someone from Russia in the room, they did remove them. When the press office learned the reporter was in the Oval Office, he was escorted out.
Okay.
Anyways, things got heated really quick between Trump, Vance, and Zelenskyy, with Vance in particular showing off that new testosterone regimen that Joe Rogan has him on.
He's on the meat and salt diet.
Yeah.
And butter, too. And, sorry, tallow. He's on that tallow. He's off the seed oils.
Yeah.
He's sunning his butthole.
Seed oils actually do have a connection to Ukraine. I mentioned it a little bit later on, but Vance, his T levels were very high today. He first told Zelenskyy that he should be thanking President Trump.
You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
And then he accused the Ukrainian president of performing for the cameras and using propaganda, quote unquote, to get what he wants.
You bring people, you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems.
And this comes after weeks of Trump just throwing Ukraine under the bus and calling Zelensky a fucking dictator.
Yeah, going into this meeting, he would be forgiven for
being a little on edge.
A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he's not going to have a country left.
I still think that Mr. Zelensky is a dictator.
Did I say that? I can't believe I said that.
And other Republican representatives who are now refusing to comment on who actually started the war.
It was 3 years ago. It wasn't that long ago.
No.
I think we all remember.
Zelensky reminds everyone that the U.S., luckily, has an entire ocean in between its enemies, and that very quickly set Trump off. He starts berating Zelensky, telling him that he's in no position. You're in a very bad position. You hold no cards. And that with us, you start having cards. Here's some clips.
From the very beginning of the war,
You're not
Mr.
in a good
Brown,
position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not
cards.
playing cards.
But right now, you don't.
We're
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
Anyway, it gets more intense with Trump getting worked up to the point where he tells Zelensky that he's disrespecting the United States, gambling with millions of lives, and potentially starting World War III.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
Yeah, definitely a good and normal thing for the President of the United States to say to a beloved ally.
Yes.
Fuck. Assistant to the Vice President, J.D. Vance, he butts in and asks, as if scolding a toddler, have you said thank you once?
Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you?
And Zelensky replies correctly, yes, many times. With Vance then accusing Zelensky of campaigning for the opposition, which I guess means being friendly to Biden and Kamala Harris, even though Biden was the president for the last 4 years before this, much of the war.
The administration that had provided unquestioning support and defense.
Yeah.
It's weird that he would be nice to them.
Yeah, why would he be thankful to the president who gave him a bunch of stuff and then give the cold shoulder to the president who wants to give him nothing?
And not just give him nothing, but give away everything he was fighting for.
Yeah.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you can...
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
And yeah, that's also without acknowledging that Zelensky also publicly met with and glazed up Trump during the campaign as well.
Yeah.
He knew the game.
He did, and he played it.
And he, when Trump won, he was right out there, little congratulations,
Mr. Trump! Oh, well, such a big penis.
Yeah.
Oh, the biggest penis I've ever seen.
He was playing the game the way it's played.
Yeah.
You might not like it, but this is what peak performance on the international stage looks like.
But it's safe to say that that deal, the one that was apparently going to...
The minerals. They're called minerals.
Damn it, Marie.
Marie, they're minerals.
They're not rocks. They're minerals, and they're valuable.
Yeah.
They're so valuable that both Russia and China want them, but also the European Union and the United States want them. And, Biden, with all of his defense funding, was trying to do things a little hush-hush. He was trying to be like, all right, well, look.
Yeah.
We don't really want anything, but it'd be probably pretty nice if we could get some of those mineral contracts. And Trump comes in and he's like, I heard there were minerals. We want them.
Office reference. I probably heard it.
So yeah, the mineral deal
wasn't paying attention.
Is not happening.
It's not happening.
They left without signing anything. That was the whole reason that he was here.
Not only did he leave, he was told to leave.
He was kicked out.
Yeah, left in his SUV.
Wait, did he sign it? Oh fuck! Bring him back.
We will get to the fallout, but here are some more bizarre clips from the rest of that meeting, which eventually devolved into Trump just reverting to random buzzwords from his campaign last year.
Yeah, he goes into like a power cycle mode where it's just like keywords.
Yep.
I mean, he probably was about to talk about Hannibal Lecter before.
At any moment, yeah.
Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia Russia, Russia, Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia.
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now?
All right, well, with more on the minutes that followed this overly aggressive and seemingly intentional ambush.
Weird.
Yes.
And unprecedented. Like, this is just, listen, I don't care how you fucking feel about Ukraine and this war and our support for it. I have very complicated feelings about it. But watching this go down made me just instantly be like, fuck this shit. We need to give Ukraine a nuke. Like, it's just like this is not how this shit is done.
No.
And also, it's like, oh, we can debate. Oh, did Ukraine start the war? No, they fucking didn't. If there's any other country you can argue started this war other than Russia, it's us. We do bear a lot of fucking responsibility in this situation, and it's fucked up that Ukraine, and Zelenskyy in particular, a country that's just done whatever the fuck we asked them to do this whole time, is getting
screwed.
Yeah, getting like treated like a bad teenager.
And so obviously in front of everyone.
Say what you will about this man. Like, he could have got on a fucking helicopter and gotten the hell out of Ukraine. And
sold it off to Trump,
received many offers to do so in the early days of the war.
Nope, he stuck with it.
Stayed there. And that is a level of, like, bravery and character that Trump and Vance and everyone else in this cabinet will never fucking have. I'm sorry. I'm on Team Volodymyr for this one.
Yeah, well, with more on the minutes that followed the very overly aggressive meeting with one of our allies, here's the Associated Press. In a post on Truth Social, Trump repeated that Zelenskyy was disrespectful. I have determined that President Zelenskyy is not ready for peace if America is involved, because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations, Trump wrote. I don't want advantage. I want peace. He can come back when he's ready for peace, he added. Zelenskyy had been scheduled to have lunch with Trump, and both leaders were going to sign a minerals deal during a joint news conference. Instead, Zelenskyy's armored SUV abruptly pulled up to the door of the West Wing moments after Trump's post.
Yeah, they also point out that just Friday morning, Zelenskyy had met with a bipartisan group of senators, and several Republicans in attendance had left praising the deal he had been readying to sign with Trump. This is a huge step forward in securing mutual prosperity and peace for Americans and Ukrainians, Senator Roger Wicker, the Republican chair of the Senate Armed Services Committee, had said in a statement shortly before Trump and Zelenskyy's Oval Office meeting. Instead, the meeting ended with Trump cutting off talks with Zelenskyy. Senator Chris Murphy, a Connecticut Democrat, posted on X, "What an utter embarrassment for America. This whole sad scene."
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like every day is new embarrassments.
Yeah.
We've always been hated, but we are hated so much more viscerally right now. And, you know, they're right. They're all fucking right.
It is, I mean, it's obvious why these things are happening, but it's also baffling to me that it's so just on its face corrupt and evil in so many cases.
Oh,
with everything
assistant
we've
to
talked
the
about
vice
over the
president.
past month. Like, just blatantly obvious and evil being the point. It's very frustrating to live in. Most Republicans were lockstep in their reactions to the ambush.
He was disrespectful. He should have worn a suit.
Despite some supporting Ukraine's efforts and U.S. support over the past 3 years. It's as soon as Trump's like, oh, he's a bad guy, instantly they have to...
I've never supported Ukraine.
Instantly they've had to change. And this is in the wake of a bunch of town halls across the country where specifically Republican lawmakers have been grilled by their constituents about support for Ukraine.
A little follow-up on that. Apparently, I can't remember who covered it, but within the RNC, they're just like, yeah, just don't do town halls anymore.
Yeah.
We should all just not do town halls for, like, I don't know, 6 months to a year. Let this whole thing cool off.
But yeah, most of the Republicans that replied immediately with reactions just are saying exactly what Trump wants to hear, that he's a big, tough guy.
Yeah.
Oh, look at those big muscles on him. He's so
really
strong.
showed Ukraine.
Yeah, he stood up to that tyrant, Volodymyr Zelenskyy,
dictator,
the one who Trump himself said has no cards. He really stood up to that guy.
Yeah.
Senator Mike Lee, Republican of Utah, thanked Trump for standing up for our country and putting America first in a post on X. And yeah, that standing up for our country, that was a line that was repeated by countless Republicans, so they all got the memo. Elon Musk said on X, Zelenskyy destroyed himself in the eyes of the American people. Okay, bud, whatever you say. Elon, you fucking piece of shit.
So this meeting also puts the U.S. once again on the bad side of our allies in Europe, who gotta be on a lot of group chats.
They had an emergency meeting about us like a week ago.
Yeah, if I was in their shoes, and I'm sure they're doing this to some degree, this is a once in a century opportunity for global realignment, and you got to strike while the iron's hot, baby. But yeah, prime ministers, presidents, and foreign ministers across the continent of Europe issued statements or took to social platform X to express their support for Zelenskyy and Ukraine. The strongest comments so far have come from French President Emmanuel Macron, Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson, and the foreign minister from Estonia, which borders Russia. And now Trump is demanding a ceasefire and continuing to point fingers at Zelenskyy for perpetuating the war as if the meeting wasn't a total setup after weeks of vilifying the Ukrainian leader and lying about the U.S. and Europe's contributions to their defenses, all while laying out the real reason he's even interested in working with Ukraine in the first place, instead of just handing it over to Russia entirely. They got valuable rare earth minerals that every country desperately wants in order to maintain tech supremacy, along with their oil and natural gas reserves.
Also very important.
Yes. Also, probably worth noting that RFK Jr. and J.D. Vance's war against those pesky, disgusting seed oils.
We never heard about these seed oils until so recently.
You know, McDonald's, they used to put the fries in beef tallow. Back then, everyone had huge tits.
Giant muscles.
And big muscles. It was that was the real America. Once we started putting seed oils in the McDonald's fries, everyone got fat. Men were becoming women, women were becoming men.
You're not doing his voice correctly.
I wasn't doing RFK. Okay. I would never subject the audience to that. But yeah, the seed oil thing. The jury's definitely still out on that.
It has nothing to do with the science.
So far, just literal disinformation. Has everything to do, though, with the fact that Ukraine is one of the top exporters of seed oils in the world.
Yeah. So, there you go. But speaking of RFK Jr., unfortunately, we do have to reference him because Trump has decided that the vaccine-denying Nepo baby should be in charge of our country's health.
Oh, yeah, that.
And it just so happens that mere weeks into the Trump administration, and in addition to a potential bird flu outbreak that could continue jumping to humans, there is also a measles outbreak in Texas that has unfortunately, very sadly, taken its first young victim as of this past week.
Well, you know, people die of measles all the time.
No, they don't, even though that's what RFK Jr. said. This actually marks the first United States measles death in a decade.
No, that can't be true.
No, it is true.
No, I'm pretty sure people die of measles all the time.
Right up there with the first airplane fatalities.
Listen, me, RFK, I don't know, the people I hang out with, they die of measles all the time. I did a vibe check. Did more Alex Jones there.
Yeah. So obviously, this is an extremely serious issue that will be handled seriously by our Department of Health, which is, checking my notes here, run by a person who has done more damage to vaccine acceptance in this country than maybe anyone else outside of Jenny McCarthy. Great. That guy's in charge of health. Let's go. It also doesn't help that it's spreading in a part of the country that assumes you can just ignore it and it'll go away.
Yeah.
I can't see it. It doesn't exist.
I have an immune system.
Or at the very least, they believe that it exists, but that it only spreads to poor people. So therefore, their children, why should my kids get vaccinated?
One of those dirty diseases.
As the Texas Tribune points out, the leaders there in Texas have been noticeably quiet about this whole thing.
We do things a little bit differently down here in the great state of Texas.
Silently, until it's time to clap for our stars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Texas is facing its worst measles outbreak in decades, as cases have jumped from 2 to 146 in just 1 month. A child is dead, 20 more are hospitalized, and the worst is likely still ahead, public health experts say, as Texas's decreasing vaccination rates leave swaths of the state exposed to the most contagious virus humans currently face. Woo! State and local health officials are setting up vaccine clinics and encouraging people to get the shot, which is more than 97% effective at warding off measles. But neither Governor Greg Wheels Abbott nor lawmakers from the hardest hit areas have addressed the outbreak publicly in press conferences, social media posts, or public calls for people to consider getting vaccinated. State and local authorities in West Texas have not yet enacted more significant measures that other places have adopted during outbreaks, like excluding unvaccinated students from school before they're exposed, or enforcing quarantine after exposure. You know, liberal bullshit. We're not going to be doing any of that.
Yeah.
I think that this is a great time for us all to stand even closer together.
Yeah.
And stop washing our hands.
They cite a previous outbreak in 2019, which was contained after Clark County, Washington deployed the proper isolation protocol.
Not going to be doing that down here in Texas.
And over there in Washington State, it took 4 months to stop the outbreak, but it resulted in less than 100 overall cases and 0 deaths.
Well, you know, it's real wet up there. It's wet. Down here in Texas, nice and dry.
I mean, it is timing correctly to where Greg Abbott could just wheel out into the sun and say, there she is. The sun's back out. It's going to clear all this up in about 2 weeks.
That's right.
The public health director of that Washington County, the one that, did things right and got it clamped down and stopped the spread.
Who knows? Who's to say what was right?
That public health director, Dr. Alan Melnick, stressed the importance for Texas officials to act now in order to stop the spread.
Well, what would you know about that?
Melnick said Texas's fast-rising case counts worried him.
Okay, buddy.
And he was shocked that unvaccinated students in the area were still being allowed to go to school.
He's probably up there in Washington smoking that weed that they legalized. Yeah, I don't trust him. Down here in Texas, we send you to prison for weed.
They stay up there in the Emerald City. Quote, I'm just blown away. This is not politics. I'm just talking science and medicine here. School districts in Texas are required to exclude unvaccinated students for at least 21 days after they are exposed to measles. But to proactively exclude unvaccinated students before they're known to be exposed requires the Texas Health Commissioner to declare a public health emergency. And a spokesperson for the Texas Department of Health said there are no plans to declare an emergency at this time, noting that more than 90% of Texans are vaccinated for measles.
Not as good as 10, round up to 100.
And those 90%, I'm going to tell you right now, I would venture to guess that the majority of those Texans are older. Because vaccines like this used to be absolutely fucking mandatory, with very few exceptions, because they work. They work and they save lives. In fact, I went ahead and looked it up, and the number of unvaccinated kindergartners in Texas has doubled in the past decade.
Yeah, probably especially within like the last 5 years, because it's now become this...
It's a political issue because of COVID.
Well, like so many people, especially during and after COVID, like moved to Texas specifically because it's like, I like how they do things down there.
Yeah.
They just let diseases spread. They don't fucking do anything about it. I want to live like that. I'm not going to vaccinate any of my fucking kids, and we're just going to roll the fucking dice.
Yeah.
And we'll win, obviously, because we got strong immune systems.
Yeah, they're willing to make the sacrifice of their children so that the strongest do survive.
I'm willing to see how it plays out.
I guess.
Anyway, let's at least check in now
Frozen
on
sandals.
the FBI and see what our country's lead investigation bureau has on its priorities list now that conspiracy theorist and FBI critic, also podcaster, Kash Patel is in charge. We obviously thought it would be pretty difficult to, replenish the ranks of this agency once Trump and Musk get done firing anyone who even touched a January 6th case. But Kash Patel, thinking outside the box, he's got an idea that would solve their problem pretty easily. A partnership between the Federal Bureau of Investigation and, come on down, it's Dana White's Ultimate Fighting Championship.
UFC, baby. They both got 3 letters. It already works.
UFC, FBI, share an F.
Uh-huh.
So it's a
United Federal Fighting Championship.
So while this so far doesn't mean an actual UFC fighter to FBI agent pipeline, can't be far behind because, these guys, they crash. Yeah, but like all athletes, you hit a certain age and you can't get hit in the head anymore. And
they need something to do.
And then what do? You didn't go to college. I mean, maybe you open a fucking auto dealership, but like the options are slim. But this way, after you've got just CTE over and over again, and you can't
serve your country,
can't do anything else, we give you a gun, a badge. We send you over to Langley, Virginia. We show you a quick PowerPoint, and then we send you off to do whatever the FBI does. Investigate aliens and UFOs, I assume, based off the FBI I've seen in the media. I don't know if they do anything else.
Yes, well, it's not there yet. The UFC is currently...
Can you imagine Conor McGregor meeting up with the cigarette-smoking man, trying to track down the black goo?
cauliflower ear is actually sonar for humans. Beep. Whoa. Hell, I've got a lot in there. But no, as of right now, the UFC is not a farm system for the FBI, but it can't be too far behind, because what Kash Patel has in mind, outside of just handing a very lucrative government contract to Dana White for obvious reasons, is that he wants the UFC fighters to train FBI agents. Okay.
Well, maybe they can learn a little bit from each other.
And to be fair, the UFC might be a little too busy right now. They're, of course, obviously hard at work on Trump's migrant fighting league. Yeah, how are they going to take on another government contract? But I guess we'll have to see how all of this plans out and how the UFC will integrate with our federal government.
They're going to have to change the badge. Now it's an octagon shape.
That's right. They should change the Pentagon to an octagon.
I mean, that's not that's, it doesn't matter. Who cares?
They shrink every part of the government, but literally physically grow the Pentagon into the octagon.
Yeah, we're changing it up. It's going to be expensive, but it's going to be worth it. Yeah. Because what's better than 5 sides? That's right, 8 sides.
And yes, we know that the FBI is not the same, but
yeah, the FBI's over in Langley. The
but combined all of them.
There's a lot of empty office space down at the Pentagon. Why don't we move the FBI into the Pentagon, change it to the octagon?
Just because the XFL and the Canadian FL, the CFL, merged doesn't mean that entity won't eventually be merged into the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Thus giving it the required 8 sides.
It is a little bit silly to have, like, the FBI, NSA, DOD, have them all be different agencies. Like,
in the terms of efficiency, we should
combine them into one government force that is extremely loyal to our leader. Yeah. We'll call them the
ultimate federal
I was thinking
commission.
I was thinking the SS, but yours is better.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Ultimate Federal Commission. Yes, that's correct.
Anyway, here's ABC. Here's ABC News. Newly installed FBI Director Kash Patel has proposed enhancing...
Time to make a cash call.
Enhancing the FBI's ranks with help from the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Hoorah! The martial arts entertainment giant, whose wealthy CEO, Dana White, helped boost President Donald Trump's re-election, according to sources who were told of Patel's proposal.
On a teleconference Wednesday with the heads of the FBI's 55 field offices, Patel suggested that he wants the FBI to establish a formal relationship with UFC, which could develop programs for agents to improve their physical fitness, said sources who had been briefed on Wednesday's call. UFC's White, who is estimated to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars, has long been friends with Trump and last year became a big donor to Trump's presidential campaign. Just days after Trump won the election in November, Trump attended a heavily promoted UFC fight at Madison Square Garden in New York City, where he sat in the front row between White and Musk. So, while this is very stupid, it's currently not staffing the FBI with goons.
Not yet.
It's just signaling that they might give a lucrative government contract to someone who helped fund Trump's re-election campaign and is, of course, very nice.
Yeah, Dana White's going to be getting a consulting fee for showing up once and being like, all right, you got to put him in an armbar.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on now to what has become a recurring segment on this show.
Yeah.
Oh, no. The leopards are eating my face.
Oh.
Now, this week's is a real doozy, and it's really hard to get angry at someone who voted in a particular way for a particular reason because they were lied to directly.
Yeah.
But it's very easy to be frustrated with them and hope that somehow reality breaks through the fog that MAGA has created in so many people's minds.
Mm-hmm.
The Washington Post recently interviewed a 24-year-old Trump voter who also happens to be a federal worker, who also happens to have been fired as a result of the Trump administration and Doge's blind cost-cutting initiatives.
Yeah.
Again, frustrating. But it gives you a small peek into what people were thinking and how they're reacting now when faced with the reality of what they voted for, which is, of course, it's heartbreaking.
It's all I can say is it's frustrating. It's like, I can stand here and say, what did you think was going to happen? But then again, like, these are people who are out there, working jobs and not fully locked into what's happening. So this person hears that Trump promises something and says, okay, well, my grocery bill's too high and I want this thing that he's saying he's going to give to everyone. So I'm going to vote for the guy. And unfortunately, he's decided to make some cuts. Anyways, here's the Washington Post. Riley Cooper exhaled as she slid onto the couch after 9 hours of work for the U.S. Forest Service. still covered in the blue paint she used to mark trees for local loggers. Then she got the text. "I hate to be the bearer of bad news," her union leader wrote. The article talks about how she assumed her job was safe, even after watching the headlines of federal job cuts popping up. She says that she was also a bit more concerned with potential motherhood, and that's why she voted for Trump after all. Cooper, 24, and her husband were trying to get pregnant, but the doctor said that IVF might be their best chance. Trump had promised to make it free.
Wait, what? Did he do that?
Yep. That is what she thought about in the voting booth. Now she was staring at her phone, learning that probationary workers in the Forest Service were the next to be fired by his administration. Cooper was likely to be one of them, her union had told her. Her eyes watered. She knew it wasn't personal.
Every day brought new rumors of cuts, and her performance evaluation from last fall found her fully successful, the highest possible score. She thought about the Facebook post she had seen a few days earlier. "It's February 3rd, her grandmother posted, and we're going in the right direction." Ooh. "Any government employee who's afraid of transparency," wrote the man who taught her AP government class in high school, "is a criminal." Getting fired meant she would no longer have health insurance, including the 12 weeks of paid maternity leave that was guaranteed benefit of her federal service. Also gone would be the promotion that would allow her to plan for the kids she so badly wanted to have. She wondered if Trump was going to break his promise to make IVF free, and if it would even matter if he did. Lady, I know you've heard a lot of bad news lately, but I've got more for you. Yeah. That shit's not fucking happening. And,
federal worker in a union wanting some form of birth control or to help.
This just makes me think of that meme, it's like a still from the Garfield show where it's Garfield and there's a sign with Garfield's exact face but with like an X over it. And he's like, "I wonder who that's about."
I mean, it's unfortunate that people have to be faced with the reality that a lot of people were shouting at them. Like, hey, it's just, I mean, it's very odd, but it gives you a good example of just like who the voters are. This is a federal worker who is part of a union, who was trying to conceive through a method that isn't just missionary sex, which is what the church says is okay.
Yeah.
I was pressing all the right buttons to hit that second dog.
To vote for Trump, but the price of her mortgage and groceries and IVF treatment was far too expensive.
Price of eggs and the price of eggs.
Yeah, and when he made a stop near her hometown, he promised that he would make IVF free. And quote, "She knew that from a video clip she saw on TikTok, and she had believed him."
This is crazy, but I've never heard this claim from him until this moment.
It was in response because they went too far with.
What is there a run toggle that I hit somehow?
They were absolutely going to get rid of IVF.
Why am I watching?
Trump had to backtrack and say, "No,
why would
actually,
I ever
I'm the
watch?
IVF guy.
I'm going to make it free."
Yeah, and she also believed him when he said that Project 2025, the conservative blueprint for the next Republican administration that suggested mass cuts to the federal workforce, was not his plan.
Everyone needs to stop being so credulous. Yeah. Like, the big thing is, I mean, say what you will about the Democrats, but like the Republicans have been extremely consistent, going back decades, about like a lot of really basic parts of their platform. And
caps lock.
I guess more people should educate themselves on what that is, because like what he's doing is wild, but it is not at all off the path that Republicans have laid going back to the early 20th
No,
century.
he's just giving them the opening to do all that stuff that they've wanted to do for decades.
They've been trying to fire federal workers for so long.
I think you got him, guys.
The Department of Education, all of these things.
This is all consistent with the shit they've been trying to do for a very long time.
Yeah, this is awful. But let's move on to something slightly lighter. And we are one episode short this week because we didn't want to put something up on Economic Blackout Day. So the next stories would typically be something that we would save for Weekly Weird News, but we're going to cover it here instead and pick things back up on our full schedule again next week. Folks, it might not exactly fall into the definition of a cool crime, but it's a classic crime.
Yeah.
We've got yet another good old-fashioned train heist on our hands. And maybe the bandits didn't ride alongside a speeding locomotive, jump from their horses into an open car, climb onto the roof, run along the top of the cars towards the conductor and force him to stop the train so they could rob everyone blind. But honestly, it's not too
fucking
far.
dogs, bro.
Modern problems call for modern solutions.
Yeah, we need to start deputizing people.
Regardless, it is a train heist with an incredibly lucrative haul nonetheless, as thieves have targeted the Burlington Northern Santa Fe line, BNSF Railways.
Right,
and
I'm
stolen
not going
at
in
least
there because they're
$2
going to
million
fucking spawn up
worth
the
of
embassy once
merchandise
again.
so far.
Damn.
Here's NPR with more on these modern-day butchcasters.
A series of brazen train robberies have been carried out across the western United States, resulting in the theft of millions of dollars worth of Nike merchandise. In one criminal complaint filed in U.S. District Court in Arizona, 11 people have been charged in connection with a theft that took place on January 13th. Authorities say train burglaries have increased over the past 2 years, specifically targeting BNSF railway trains. The latest wave of robberies was first reported by the Los Angeles Times. The Times reports that there have been at least 10 robberies since last March, during which thieves have stolen approximately $2 million worth of Nike merchandise. These heists are believed to be connected to an international crime syndicate based in the Mexican state of Sinaloa, the complaint says.
The criminal complaint further describes the thieves' modus operandi. Once aboard the trains, the robbers use bolt cutters and saws to break open container locks and go to work, stealing electronics, footwear, and other valuable items. In the January heist in Perrin, Arizona, thieves targeted a BNSF train transporting Nike products. The perpetrators cut the train's braking system air hose, which triggered a dangerous automatic emergency stop. Once the train was halted, the burglars unloaded thousands of pairs of valuable unreleased Nike Air Jordan sneakers, hiding them in nearby bushes until they could be retrieved. So they had a tip. They knew that these trains had a shipment of unreleased Nike Air Jordans on them. Pretty wild.
They got to start putting like serial numbers on these.
Well, they had, in one of the cases, they had a GPS tracker, so they were able to locate it, the goods, and multiple people were arrested in that specific scenario, which is fucking wild. Like, you just toss an AirTag in there with it.
Yeah, I mean that's what they do with the bank. Or no, they put the paint thing in.
Yeah. I'm sure they have GPS trackers too, but yeah. That's why airlines, I think they've embraced it now, but for a while airlines were like, don't put AirTags in there.
Nah, you can trust us.
Yeah.
Nah.
We're the airlines. Trust us.
Save your AirTag for something you're actually going to lose, not your luggage. But with more weird news,
I fucking pressed the button to kick
ominous
you.
than it probably should. Katy
You
Perry will
fucking
apparently be
cunt.
shot into space on top of Jeff Bezos' massive rocket.
Yeah.
And we're not exactly sure why Katy Perry, of all people, should be given the opportunity to float around in space. But she'll have company up there because Jeff Bezos is also sending his girlfriend.
Yeah.
His Latina novia. And at this point, you're probably wondering, okay, is he intentionally flying two people he no longer likes into space?
Anything could happen.
But Gayle King from CBS's morning show is also joining them. And she seems to be generally well-liked.
Yeah.
I don't know what Jeff thinks of her.
Hey, guys. Oh, room just showed up. Hey, you're going with my fiance, who I have no problems with. And also, Katy Perry, beloved musician who has had multiple hits over the past few years. She's going up too.
Baby, you're a firework.
But we'll never make you become one.
Yeah. But yeah, Katy Perry, that last album,
not doing so great.
So good. Everyone loved it so much. They said, send her into space.
Yeah.
But yeah, Gayle King seems like the type of person you'd want to go on one of these PR trips. Someone who can eloquently report their feelings and experience to a world that's already familiar with them.
And hopefully this time the owner of the company isn't there to blast champagne in their face while they're having clearly the most emotional moment of their very, very long
life. The Bill Shatner one was...
Who is, by the way, sober, cannot have alcohol, and got sprayed in the face with fucking champagne while he's... trying to describe...
I saw the Earth. It was small. It's all we have. We're destroying it. Oh my God.
I will be dying
What
soon.
have we done?
Yeah. I guess, expressing this kind of experience eloquently and in a way that is familiar. I guess that Katy Perry does that for millennial women.
Yeah, Katy Perry's the William Shatner of
millennial women.
The early 2010s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't know. I'm not her demographic.
I am.
We got a Perry head over here.
Yeah.
He loves Katy Perry, he loves Perry Farrell, and they both don't have problems.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Perry Mason.
He's on the case. You got any more?
No more Perrys.
But yeah, with more info on this latest high-profile lineup of Bezos astronauts. Here's the New York Times.
Perry from Windy City Heat.
Okay.
That's a good Perry. The singer and songwriter Katy Perry and the broadcast journalist and show host Gayle King will be among the all-female crew on the next mission of New Shepard, the space tourism rocket that is operated by Jeff Bezos' private company Blue Origin. It will also include Aisha Bowe, a former NASA engineer, Amanda Nguyen, a research scientist, Carrie Ann Flynn, a film producer, and Loren Sanchez, who is Mr. Bezos' fiance and a helicopter pilot. So it's an all-ladies launch. It's ladies' night on the rocket.
Yeah.
Well, baby, you've come a long way. Why don't you have yourself a Virginia Slim, but not in there?
He's either going to do amazing things for women in this country, or he's going to accidentally blow up an all-woman space crew.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to just see.
They don't have a solid date yet, a launch date. They say the time says it's going to be this spring, which is about to be sprung.
You know, women so indecisive, can't even pick a date to fly your rocket. What can I say?
I'm sure it doesn't come down on their shoulders.
I don't know. Seems about right.
The spring launch will be the 11th flight carrying passengers and the 31st mission overall for New Shepard.
Okay.
Godspeed. I hope nothing bad ever happens to anyone who is brave enough to do these missions, or in the case of Blue Origin, rich or stupid enough to do them.
I want to be clear. I hope all these people survive.
yeah. It's just like I wouldn't.
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't get in a submarine. I wouldn't get in a helicopter. I'm damn certain wouldn't get in a fucking rocket.
Yeah.
Hell no. Yeah. I like things here on the ground.
A beautiful Earth that we should be taking much better care of.
Yeah.
All right, anyways, we'll give you some weird headlines in a second, even though this is News Dump. I know, it's confusing.
It's a weird dump.
But it isn't confusing because we run the show, and who cares?
Yeah, we make the rules.
So headlines in a second. But first, let's thank this week's sponsor, and it's one that we've been trying to nab as a sponsor for a while, because everyone else seems to get one. Where is ours? Well, we've got it now. It's the Ridge Wallet.
Look at that. I got the money in the back, cards in the middle.
Those are all ones.
And
don't pull your card out. You're gonna see the number. We all used to have that big, gigantic dad wallet protruding from our back pockets, right, fellas?
Giving you back problems every time you sit.
It's annoying. It's painful. I probably have a weird-looking spine because of doing it for so long. It also made your butt look weird. Well, luckily, we have evolved, and so have our card and cash storage technology devices. In swoops Ridge Wallet with its unique, slim, modern design that holds up to 12 cards plus cash. The Ridge Wallet is made with premium materials like aluminum, titanium, and carbon fiber, and over 50 plus colors and styles to choose from.
I chose the brightest orange they had because I put this thing down all over the house.
Losing it.
I don't want to be just stomping around being like, where's my wallet?
Yeah.
Which, of course, never happens. That's not something that happens to me multiple times a week. But, you know, having the bright orange, the danger color, that helps a lot.
I got leather, which is harder to see, but also much classier, Elliot. Really sets the mood.
These babies have over 100,000 five-star reviews, and all Ridge products have a lifetime warranty. This is literally the last wallet you'll ever have to buy.
No, get in the window. Please get in the window. Please get in the window.
RFID blocking technology, which helps to keep you safe from digital pickpockets. Their wallets also have an AirTag attachment, so you'll never lose track of your most important items. And Ridge isn't just about wallets. They create premium everyday carry essentials like key cases, suitcases, and rings, all built with the same sleek, durable design. No matter what you pick, Ridge has free shipping, a 99-day risk-free trial, and a lifetime warranty on all of their products. Right now, Ridge is having their once-a-year anniversary sale. Get up to 40% off at ridge.com/newsdump. Just head to ridge.com/newsdump to see their biggest sale of the year. After you purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them, so please support our show and tell them our show sent you.
That's right. Now, quickly, before we get into random headlines in a news dump, I know, it's crazy. We would love to read some information gathered by intrepid reporter Bird Respecter, who made a post earlier this week that reminded us of the very existence of ultra-right beer.
Conservative dad's ultra-right.
Not to be confused with Hulk Hogan's conservative beer.
Yeah.
The one that breaks people's skulls open.
It's a crowded market.
Yeah. Turns out the ultra-right beer company, it has
well, the fucking them spraying him with champagne was just wild.
Better Business Bureau. a bureau that you can just pay for good ratings.
Yeah, it's not real. People think it's like a government agency, and even if it was, Elon Musk would have shut it down by now.
Yeah.
But it's not real.
No, you would have to be so awful to get an F rating. But yeah, even that is not shocking. But we did want to read some reviews from very loyal ultra-light.
No, wait, I was looking at my chinchilla. I wasn't ready.
Regarding their favorite non-woke
No, I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready.
Much like with the reviews of the Trump administration and the Cybertruck, love everything about this except for the product
Except
or
for the actual product.
or the lack thereof.
Yeah.
Here's one. I ordered Ultra Right beer on
didn't know it was the Splinter
9/13/23 to
Cell
give
way.
as a Christmas gift. It's been a year and 5 months, and 2 Christmases have passed. I'm still waiting for it. When I emailed the company, I get the standard canned response. The phone mailbox is full, so I can't leave a message. Help! And then there's this one. Here you go, Elliot.
It gives me the shits. I'm buying more because it makes the wife frisky. Although it makes her fart with the god worst stinking ass smell. She thinks it's funny. I was down there doing my thing, and she got me in the face while holding my head. Damn!
Wow.
Okay, this is just a pervert. Fighting. This guy never got his beer. He's just like everywhere else. He's like, okay, but what if I did get the beer?
I like
How are your
farts.
What if
toofs?
it made my wife gassy as
How
hell?
are your toofs, buddy?
It is.
You can imagine what it would be like.
My reaction to this is the Homer Simpson talking to Milhouse's dad. It's like, I buy my beer from the store around the corner. I walk to the store and I buy it.
I buy 5 beer from a mail order company that has an F rating with the Better Business Bureau, and it will arrive any month now.
I buy my beer at the store.
Gives my wife bubble guts, and they taste delicious.
Jesus. Good.
Anyways, let's for the love of God, let's get into the headlines. Elliot.
German soccer player's child bites referee's testicle, forcing game to be canceled.
He said it was very painful. It ran.
Yeah.
Luckily,
little mouths, little sharp
the
teeth.
game didn't even get started. Apparently, it was. They were out there on the field doing their thing. The kids were having fun, and I got a hankering for some balls, I guess.
Some kids are biters. It's not good. You gotta.
And they got those loose shorts. Everyone on the field, even the refs, they got the loose soccer shorts.
Yeah.
The balls could slip out at any moment.
Well, you would think they'd be wearing. I don't know. In Europe, do they have those jock straps, or is that an American thing?
I don't know.
You want to keep your thing nice and.
I guess the refs don't. Maybe they will now.
If I was a ref, I would, because you never know.
Yeah.
There's
a lot of red card and get kicked right in the balls.
A lot of
for it.
cleats swinging, a lot of balls being kicked.
Well,
I'm not taking any chances.
Well.
If that were me, that kid would have munched down and I'd been like,
Nice try, idiot.
nice try, you little rugrat.
Yeah. Game's on. Yo! Whistle goes popping off.
Whistle goes woo.
Anyways, moving on to the next headline. Fake captain steals $8 million fishing vessel.
How did that work?
Just a lot of confidence.
You just show up with the hat.
Yeah.
They don't just give these hats to anyone.
You have to earn this. You have to send away for it in a catalog.
Somewhat off topic.
Obviously, they found the fucking boat and they were like, this boat doesn't belong to the guy.
I went to the Queen Mary is a ship. It is docked in Long Beach. It's permanently docked there. It's just a place they have events, but it's cool because it's an old ship. Anyway, they have a Halloween event there every year. I went there with former ETC original host Kale Anonymous, who wore a fucking white captain's hat, and throughout the whole night was getting like the special treatment from like everyone there. Random people are like, "Oh, hello, Captain."
Yeah, and just like with this and a whole lot
You
of
got
other
the
things.
velvet rope treatment just for wearing the fucking hat. And
Yeah.
I'm sure, like, you wear a
It's
captain's
social
hat.
hacking.
You wear a captain's hat anywhere nautical, and people are like,
Yeah.
okay, this guy belongs here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's social hacking. People are inclined to just believe whatever you tell them because average people are very trusting in that way.
Yeah. Why would someone lie about something so
Also,
so
like, I mean, realistically, just like that guy that stole that plane a couple years ago, like, okay, yeah, go nuts. What, you think you can fucking drive this thing?
Yeah.
And then he did.
I mean, a plane's a little different. I
Yeah.
feel like most of us could drive a boat, and worst thing that
I
happens.
don't know, getting out of a very busy marina with all the other ones parked
It's
around
not
it.
your boat. You don't have to care
Yeah,
about
I guess you're right. A little more laissez-faire about
You
it.
ding the boat on the dock. Oh, it's got some, a plane's a little different. That guy's dead for a reason.
Yeah. Well, he did.
Should have stolen a boat.
He got it up in the air and he did a roll and stuff.
He did do a barrel roll.
Yeah.
Alarms raised over the legitimacy of Fire Festival 2, an event that does not exist.
Yeah, people are starting to get a bit worried about this.
So I believe they've started selling tickets.
Yes, and they're promoting it as if it's something.
But there
that's
is
gonna
no
be happening.
lineup, no location.
Yeah.
It seems to be even more of like vaporware than the first Fire Fest.
But this one almost seems like that's the point.
Yeah, ever since this came up,
no legitimate musical artist would sign up for the second one.
No, I think our stance on this has been clear, going back quite a while, and we've been very consistent about this, is that Fire Festival 2 is for people who missed out on, like, really got FOMO for getting scammed the first time.
They want to be involved in a
And
scam.
want to hand over money and be scammed, so they have the story.
The
too.
second documentary is just going to be people like clowning for the camera with their, look, they gave me a terrible meal. Oh, no.
Whoa, geez, it happened again.
I had to sleep on the floor of an airport.
Yeah. Come on.
Wow.
Come on.
Mere hundreds of feet from the Sandals Resort. It would have taken minutes to walk there.
Here's some great fucking news. Andrew Tate not welcome in Florida, Ron DeSantis says.
Hey,
not welcome.
They are not welcome. Well, too bad, because for whatever reason...
Wait, I thought Andrew Tate was he was being investigated for serious crimes in Romania.
Yeah,
why
sex trafficking and
Why would
assault.
he be in Florida?
Oh,
Explain that. I don't understand. I thought he was like facing jail time in another country.
Turns out, when you're friends with our administration, things can happen.
So, okay, let me get this straight. Volodymyr Zelensky, bad.
Bad guy.
Bad. Andrew Tate, good.
Good.
But Ron DeSantis missed the memo. And he's like, don't come to Miami.
And I don't exactly know where else the Tate brothers would be
Sorry,
either
I'm
wanting to go
texting
or
about
more
my
welcome than
chinchilla,
Miami,
if there's
Florida.
even anyone
Yeah,
watching.
that's the only state that makes sense for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So too bad, Ron.
Texas, I guess.
Also, Trump and Ron are like kind of bashing heads right now because Ron, he was apparently like getting his wife in the position to take over and run for governor next. And Trump, what's the guy, Byron Daniels?
Byron Donald.
Byron Donald. Trump's like, yeah, we got a great guy. He's going to be a wonderful governor of Florida. So there again, it's they're not really friendly right now.
Nope.
Yeah.
Thieves bought a winning lottery ticket with a stolen credit card. Its owner has offered to split the jackpot.
Hey, look, it's bad what you did.
I mean, that's very nice of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
the owner of the credit card is the one that technically is entitled to those winnings, and to even offer the thieves.
Yeah. It's pretty degen behavior to buy lottery tickets with stolen credit, though. Like, that's...
Yeah, I feel like...
I don't know. I don't think that money's going to be well spent.
I know for sure... Oh, I know for sure, but I believe in California it's illegal to do that. I think you have to buy it with a debit card, which they might be confusing the terminology here, but like, there has to be actual cash attached in at least California to play the lottery. You pay cash or use a debit card, but
with a debit card, you'd need the PIN code, though, right? Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I guess it all worked out.
Everyone's happy,
especially the thieves.
Everyone wins. Crime does pay.
I guess that's the lesson we learned today.
West Virginia lawmakers want to recognize the Bible as accurate historical record of human history.
I mean, a lot of people in this country already believe that. So
yeah,
for them, it really is just a bunch of paperwork.
Yeah, I mean,
they've already got that ark built in the Midwest.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, who needs to go to Europe and see a bunch of fucking shit that was built or painted?
Bunch of fucking saints' bones and shit. Disgusting. Ew.
Yeah.
No.
Who would want to go see artifacts that are older than the world itself?
Yeah, I want to go to the Ark theme park and see the little tiny dinosaurs on there next to the real animals.
They're very cute.
Yeah.
Chimps prefer peeing together. 600 hours of study shows. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's contagious. It's like yawning.
Yeah. Yeah, you hear the pee.
Yeah.
You hear the trickle of water, and then you gotta go.
Yeah, it's like with the shower. Oh my God, it's so wet. I hear moist sounds.
Yeah, time to pee.
I didn't have to pee when I got in here, but it's coming out now.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why you don't put water sounds in your movies. I gotta go use the bathroom and miss everything.
Nope. I choose my movies based on how dry they look like they're gonna be.
Also, it's like
Mad Max, no pee breaks. Waterworld, I had to get up 6 or 7 times.
Plus, I mean, like, if you think about like the productivity of these chimps, they're out there, they're doing what they do, their chimp stuff. It seems like it'd be a lot less efficient if they all went pee different times.
Yeah.
They all just go at once, and it's fine.
Yeah.
And they get to make an activity out of it.
Yeah. Sometimes they piss in their own mouth.
Yeah. It's called recycling. It's sterile and it works. Yeah, I would assume that they would just be swinging around pissing all over the place all the time, but apparently they're doing it with structure.
Yep, they got rules.
Yeah.
Bank accidentally credits customer with $81 trillion instead of $280. Oh, it's a couple commas here or there.
They should do, credit to the other guy who split the money with the thieves. The bank should go, all right, look, we obviously made a mistake. How about $1 million? The article correctly points out that
that's
the
more money than exists in the world.
Than the biggest economies on earth.
Yeah, $81 trillion.
Yeah,
could buy a lot of Bitcoin with that.
Yeah, you could buy the presidency.
You could buy a lot of rare Nikes.
You could own the United States.
Yeah.
And final headline for today's news dump. U.S. intelligence shows Russia and China are attempting to recruit disgruntled federal employees, sources say.
Oh, what? I can't believe it. Really?
Yeah, who would have thought that could possibly be, first of all, an option, but then a possibility.
It never occurred to me that all the chaotic shit this administration is doing is creating just really fucking obvious national security risks that can be very easily taken advantage of.
Yeah,
What?
Not just the national security risks of the unvetted personnel that are flooding the federal workspace and potentially opening up computer networks and everything else to nefarious actors, but every disgruntled person who just lost their livelihood and their health benefits.
Yeah. It's the same as all the TikTok users who switched to that Chinese TikTok app just kind of out of spite.
Yeah.
It's these guys. They're like, you know what? Fuck it. I will sell secrets.
My
to
country
Xi Jinping.
sold me out. What am I going to do?
Yeah.
Well,
give it to China. Don't give it to Russia.
The minerals, Marie.
I don't trust Vladimir Putin. He's a thug. But that Xi Jinping, he's thinking, he's got the mindset. He's planning centuries in advance. And I think it's time, President Xi. It's time to move. Time to take what your destiny says will be yours.
All right, well,
Follow the sun.
That's it for this week's combined episode of Nude Dump Weird News. Anyways,
Nude Weird's like a Spike TV show in 2003. Nude Weird.
It's very late. Our everything broke here for a period of time, so we're about 2 hours behind. Anyways, that's it for News Weird. Please watch our most recent episodes over here. Like the video. Click the like button. See, I'm not thinking. Click the like button.
Click it. Click the like button.
Also, here's the good news: our collectible dolls have shipped.
Yeah,
I got an alert for that.
Those dolls coming soon to your house.
That's good news we can end on. Now click the like button, leave a comment, check out the videos that are popping up over here, and we'll see you next week.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is one of the Democratic Party's biggest stars. When she was first elected in 2018, she was very much an outsider, a social media phenomenon, often a critic of her party's programs and
my mind is so occupied with my chinchilla.
Yesterday, what I would consider a generational level crash out in the Oval Office in front of the press with everybody there. Everybody watched it. Crazy crash out. Yes, this is a global crash out. Man. And now we have the fallout. Here we go. in front of the entire world. Yep, everybody got to watch this happen.
And my source tonight is the Secretary of State who is in that room today, Marco Rubio. Thank you so much, Secretary Rubio, for being here. We just heard from President Zelensky. He said he does not think that he owes President Trump an apology for what happened inside the Oval Office today. Do you feel otherwise?
I do, because you guys don't see, you guys only saw the end. You saw what happened today. You don't see all the things that led up to this. So let me explain. The president's been very clear. He campaigned on this. He thinks this war should have never started. He believes, and I agree, that had he been president, it never would have happened. Now here we are. He's trying to bring an end to this conflict. We've explained very clearly what our plan is here, which is we want to get the Russians to a negotiating table. We want to explore whether peace is possible. They understand this. They also understand that this agreement that was supposed to be signed today was supposed to be an agreement that binds America economically to Ukraine, which to me, as I've explained, I think the president alluded to today, is a security guarantee in its own way, because we're involved. It's now us.
It's not a security guarantee in its own way.
That was all explained. That was all understood.
It's explicitly not a
for the
security
last 10
guarantee.
days, in
See,
every
that's the
engagement
issue,
we've had with the
Marco.
Ukrainians, there's been complications in getting that point across, including the public statements that President Zelensky has made.
See, this is what I thought was happening. Is that, like,
You
there's
call yourself
apparently
Splinter
some
Cells?
breakdown in communication
Y'all suck.
where, like, things that are happening privately are clearly not what's happening publicly. That's what's going on. Marco said Zelensky was saying different things in meetings versus to the public. Yeah, no, I saw that. Because, like, that's the only way that I could explain it. Because, like, to see JD and Trump pop off like that out of nowhere, I was like, okay, there's got to be a reason for this, right? I mean, did they really just randomly get mad like that? Like, I don't know, maybe, right? Maybe. But still, I'd try to look for another reason at least, right? Because it just doesn't make sense to me.
But they insisted on coming to D.C. This agreement could have been signed 5 days ago, but they insisted on coming to Washington, and there was and should have been a very clear understanding. Don't come here and create a such scenario where you're going to start lecturing us about how diplomacy isn't going to work. President Zelensky took it in that direction, and it ended in a predictable outcome as a result. It's unfortunate. That wasn't supposed to be this way, but that's the path he chose, and I think, frankly, sends his country backwards in regards to achieving peace, which is what President Trump wants at the end of the day, is for this war to end. He's been as consistent as anyone can be about what his objective is here.
Splinter Cells?
But what specifically do you want to see President Zelensky apologize for?
Well, apologize for turning this thing into the fiasco for him that it became. There was no need for him to go in there and become antagonistic. Look, this thing went off the rails. You were there, I believe.
To be fair, Zelensky saying that Putin is a murderer and a war criminal, it does put the United States in a bad position. And for him to say that he wants the United States to be on Ukraine's side, it does damage the ability for, like, them to negotiate. It does. It's factual. It is. It's factual. And that's the problem, though, right? Is that, like, I think that we all agree Putin's a piece of shit, right? For sure. But saying it during the negotiation at the Oval Office is going to move you farther away from getting that negotiation done. Both of these things, I'm pretty sure, are true. That's how I see it.
I mean, bro, this is just wild.
Maybe I'm crazy.
In the global world order, everyone has to acknowledge that Putin's bad before any deal gets done.
What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Well, this is a serious thing. I mean,
it's not the
thousands
hugs
of
and
people have been
kisses
killed.
world
Thousands.
order,
And he
you know?
talks about all these horrible things that have happened to prisoners of war and children. All true, all bad. This is what we're dealing with here. It needs to come to an end. We are trying to bring it to an end. The way you bring it to an end is you get Russia to the table to talk. And he understands that.
I wish that, like, I don't know if in this interview he's going to address this or not, but how the fuck do you think that Russia's going to come to the table to end this when they've broken a number of other deals in the past?
Bro, no way Asmongold figured it out again.
Because he's not even addressing, like, why did Zelensky say that? Like, yes, Zelensky said that, but why did he say that? What, like, address the reason why.
Attacking Putin, no matter how anyone may feel about him personally, forcing the president into a position where you're trying to goad him into attacking Putin, calling him names, maximalist demands about Russia.
Which, to be fair, I think Marco Rubio makes a good point here, is that trying to get Trump to make negative comments about Putin publicly in front of everybody is something that is kind of manipulative.
Bro, what are you talking about? Asmongold, come on, bro. Come on. Come on.
It could make him look
Did
bad.
you watch what happened? I know you did, because I watched you watch it.
But Trump can publicly insult Zelensky? I'm trying to just be as again. You're bringing in extra stuff. I didn't agree with Trump saying that about Zelensky either. I thought that was stupid for him to say that. I know that a lot of people, whenever I provide commentary or I talk about any of these topics, people think that I'm on one side.
You are.
I'm not. I'm not.
You are.
Tomorrow I'm going to wake up and I'm going to do the same thing that I did today. My life will be relatively unchanged from any of these things. I'm looking at them as fairly as I possibly can, and if you guys think there's something I'm missing, that's fine, but don't ever convince yourself or delude yourself into me thinking this is a fucking play for points game. That's not how I look at it, and that's not how you should look at it either.
All the sorts of things that you talk about in a negotiation. Well, when you start talking about that aggressively, and the president's a deal maker, he's made deals his entire life, you're not going to get people to the table. And so you start to perceive that maybe Zelensky doesn't want a peace deal. He says he does, but maybe he doesn't. And that active, open,
ran right into a heavy.
I think that Marco Rubio is completely, I really hope that she asks, like, why is it a peace deal when they've broken peace deals in the past? That's the problem.
Don't agree enough?
The issue is that it's the definition of peace deal. He doesn't think that it is.
Peace is deeply frustrating for everyone who's been involved
Hopefully
in
he talks
communications
about it,
with them leading up
I'll
to
stop
today.
pausing and bring
I
up
think
that
we should
ask you-
apologize for wasting our time for a meeting that was going to end the way it did.
Yeah.
You yourself have said previously that Putin cannot be trusted in negotiations. That was the point that President Zelensky...
Oh, you're not dead?
Smart to bring that up. It's really smart to bring that up.
he was ultimately making during that conversation is that there cannot be an agreement without security guarantees, because he was talking about all the ceasefire agreements before, or agreements that Putin has just blown past. I mean, do you still feel that way, that Putin cannot be trusted in these negotiations?
Well, I was there yesterday when the president said in front of the media that our approach is going to be trust but verify. President Trump's made deals his entire life. He's not going to get suckered into some deal that's not a real deal.
Let's assume that's true. Ukraine in 4 years.
I didn't know I couldn't kill him. I was just going to say fuck it.
After Trump is gone. That's the issue. The issue is that this deal being contingent on Trump is building a castle on sand. Because the U.S. presidents rotate all of the time. And again, like, I don't think that they want to take a 4-year armistice effectively for this, or ceasefire, and then immediately after the new person comes in, maybe the new person will be even more tough than Trump is. Or maybe it'll be another Biden. We don't know yet.
Understand this. We understand it on our end for certain. And so the goal here is to get to a place.
Third term?
We have to explore whether peace is possible. I've said this
Yes.
repeatedly. I don't know. I think it
true.
is, based
8
on
years.
what they've said so far. But we have to explore that. How else is this war going to end? I ask people, what is the European plan to end this war? I can tell you what one foreign minister told me, and
Somebody's saying I'm flip-flopping? No. What I'm doing is I'm looking at the advantages and the nuances of both perspectives. That's what I'm doing. And I think that both perspectives have weight and value. My perspective with this, just by the way, this is like my actual opinion. I think Putin will have to get something out of this deal. I don't think Putin should get something out of this deal. I think it's a pick your poison type situation. And unfortunately, we're in a place where in order to cause this problem to stop happening, we have to give something to a person that shouldn't get something. That's what my actual perspective is. That's what I think is going to happen. So just in case anybody is getting it twisted, that's what I actually think.
I'm not going to say who it was, but I can tell you what one of them told me, and that is that the war goes on for another year, and at that point, Russia will feel so weakened that they'll beg for a peace. That's another year of killing, another year of dying, another year of destruction, and by the way, not a very realistic plan in my point of view. So if there's a chance at peace, even if it's a 1% chance, that needs to be explored, and that's what President Trump is trying to do here.
President Trump said just when he was leaving the White House after that meeting that he doesn't think President Zelensky wants peace. But isn't that why
Well, if it's failed 25 times, then it would be a 4% chance. That would make sense because that's Zelensky's approval rating, right? Ironic math, isn't it?
Ukrainian leader was in the Oval Office for that meeting today.
Well, he was in the Oval Office to sign a minerals rights deal. That's what he was in the Oval Office to sign today. But again, when you have comments that deliberately appear to be deliberately, I mean, after having discussed this repeatedly, deliberately appear to be geared towards making the argument that peace is not possible. You know, again, he turns to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Almost as if to say, these people, you can't deal with them. You can't have any negotiations with Putin because he can't be trusted, and you're just wasting your time on negotiations. Well, he's directly, basically undermining everything the president has told him he's trying to do. Look, there's no need for that. You start to suspect, does he really want an end to this war? Does he just think that, you know, we have to do whatever he says and give him anything he wants without any end game? That was the Biden strategy. That was the Biden strategy. We were funding a stalemate. We were funding a meat grinder. And unfortunately, for the Ukrainians, the Russians have more meat to grind, and they don't care about human life. We've seen it, human waves, the North Koreans, etc. And so this is a very complex thing. It's very delicate. It's very costly. It's very bloody. It needs to be brought to an end, but it isn't going to be brought to an end with public pronouncements and maximalist demands in the public, but in real diplomacy. The vice president was right.
When you say they don't care about life, are you talking about the Russians or the Ukrainians?
Well, the Russians, I mean, they're conscripting by the hundreds of thousands. They brought in North Korean troops that were slaughtered in Kursk, and they keep going because they got more people. That's the other fact. Look, and it's, you know, again, we go back to the same point. I'm not going to fall into this trap of the who's bad and who's evil. People can make those conclusions. People have seen how this narrative is played out and where we are today.
Yeah, and the reason why he's not going to draw that conclusion is because there is no conclusion to draw. It's obvious who's in the wrong here. Everybody knows who's in the wrong.
Today and how this all started and so forth. The point now is it has to end. And the way it ends is you get people to a negotiating table, and the president, who's the ultimate deal maker, knows you don't get people to a negotiating table when you're calling them names and you're accusing them of things.
He's completely fucking right. He is.
Still have it locked in the controls.
He's absolutely right about this.
Because at the end of the day, this is not a political campaign. Okay, this is high-stakes international diplomacy and an effort to bring about an end to a very, very dangerous war.
He's right.
But you yourself, sir, have said before that you believe Putin is a war criminal, that is a widely accepted fact. You've called him a butcher. And you've said that as a Secretary of State, you do believe it's important for someone with such global influence as you have to speak with that kind of moral clarity.
Yeah, and at this moment, as Secretary of State, my job working for the president is to deliver peace, to end this conflict and end this war. Ultimately, that is the job of the State Department. The State Department doesn't fight wars, it ends them. It tries to end them.
I think that's a good answer. Honestly, like, that's a great answer that Rubio is saying. It's like, it's not his place to put his... Like, it's not his place to put his moral judgment on this. Like, he's executing the will of the president. I really think that Marco Rubio has been doing a really great job. Like, every interview I've seen with him, I think he's really been impressive. What do you guys think? I might not agree with him about everything, but I'm very... little Marco's growing up.
Oh my god, bro.
It's great to see, man, isn't it? Yeah, big Marco. Exactly.
And that's usually, by the way, celebrated.
Yeah.
I mean, throughout history, I've watched.
See, because like, why wouldn't open door be E? Instead, E is
I think
kick
we should
door.
be very proud and happy that we have a president whose prime objective is not to get into wars, but to prevent wars and to get out of wars. That is a very noble, laudable goal. Everyone should be applauding it, and he should be given the space to do that, not undermined by demands that he call Putin names or that we say things that impede the ability to conduct real diplomacy, as the vice president said today.
Yeah, it's not pragmatic to call Putin a war criminal in the middle of negotiating with Putin.
Why not?
It's just not pragmatic.
He knows he's a war criminal.
Even if it's true.
To follow up on what you just said a moment ago, are you saying that you have doubts that President Zelenskyy wants this war to come to an end?
What I have doubts about is whether he's willing to say and do the things that we need in order to get a negotiation. Again, this has been going on for 10 days, and to see things in the press saying we're not coordinating with the Ukrainians, that's absolutely false. Over the last 10 days, the Ukrainians have met with the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of State, the Vice President of the United States.
Don't kill me, 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 don't kill me.
I don't think so. I wish Trump didn't say that. I thought it was stupid for him to have said that, and I criticized that when it happened. Is that fair? I'm not like. Yeah. Nope, never said that. Yeah, I never said that.
Had a phone call with President Trump, and he was in the Oval Office today. I've talked to the foreign minister of Ukraine 3 times in the last 10 days. The argument that we're not engaging, but yet you keep reading these press accounts about, oh, well, they're leaving us out, we're not involved, we're not engaged. None of these things are true, and it continues. So all that led up to today in a deep sense of frustration. And my hope is that this all can be reset.
Yeah, I think that this was the tip of the iceberg. And I think that a lot of private communications, it's very obvious. The private communications were probably... Like, I bet what we saw in the Oval Office has happened probably 30 times.
Maturity can kick in, some pragmatism,
At least it doesn't.
because this war tonight,
It's
people
probably
will
worse,
die in
too.
Ukraine. Tonight, people will die in this conflict. We're trying to bring an end to this conflict, which is unsustainable. It's an unsustainable, bloody war that has to come to an end. And right now, the only leader in the world that can even have a chance of bringing about an end to this is named President Donald Trump. And we need to give him the opportunity to try and do that. And when you see efforts to impede it, when you tell someone, don't say, let's not talk about these things, let's not go in this direction, because it makes it harder for us to engage.
So is he saying that they tried to tell Zelensky, I think he's implying, right, that like they tried to tell Zelensky ahead of time, let's not escalate things and let's just get this done. Who knows whether that's true or not, but it seems like that's what he's implying.
Which didn't happen.
Stop doing it anyways. You start to wonder.
Zelensky didn't escalate things. J.D. Vance did.
But you start to wonder what's behind it. So look, again, let's hope
Can I
that
ask
this.
you,
And to be fair, right? If they did tell him that, and then he did go off script intentionally, would you be pissed? If I were them, I would be pissed. Because now you're basically farming. Right? You're like, I really hate to use this term because I feel like it's so diminutive, but it's like you're basically clip farming, right? You're looking for a soundbite or something to say the right thing that like the media will see and see that you're the right person. They're intentionally throwing oil on the fire? Yeah, basically. I mean, clip farming is like a massive under-exaggeration, but I hope you guys can understand the essence of what I'm trying to get at here.
But I'm not sure after today.
You don't believe that this can be, you're not sure that this can be salvaged? I mean, can this relationship between Zelensky and Trump be repaired in your view?
I think anything is possible, but it has to go back to the point that President...
Sure, it can be. Absolutely it can be. This is not a big deal. Like, I don't know.
At least he's right here. It is not a big deal. He is correct.
Like, yeah, easy. It's not a big deal.
President Trump is interested in being involved in this for the purposes of bringing about an enduring and lasting peace. That's what he wants to achieve. And I think if I'm a country, okay, that's involved in a war with a bigger country, who's losing thousands of people, who's had 3 million people leave my country because they can't be there, who is facing these challenges, I would be thanking a president who's trying to help bring about an end to this war. I would be thanking him, and I would be supportive of what he's trying to do, at least in my public pronouncements and in my public posture. And we didn't see that today, and we haven't seen that for the last few days. Now, will that change? I hope so. It should, for the purposes of global peace and stability in Europe and around the world.
Do you think you can make the argument that he hasn't said thank you?
Well, I think the vice president said he hadn't said it today. He hadn't heard it today in that meeting, and we were hoping that that meeting would begin by thank you for everything you've done for us. We wouldn't be where we are today without you. We wouldn't even have a chance.
This is a pointless. This, in my opinion, this is all politics and like posturing. This entire point about saying thank you is just. I think it's stupid and patronizing to Zelensky. That's my opinion. It's stupid and patronizing.
To negotiate a peace without the help you gave us. By the way, without the help you gave us when you were president in the first term, because President Obama refused to provide them defensive capabilities in terms of military hardware. He did provide them blankets.
Yeah, and that
he did
was brought
provide
up today
humanitarian
during
aid.
that meeting.
But it was brought up, but I was there. In fact,
By the way, I also want to say real quick, I think 2 things are true. And again, there's a lot. I feel like it might be confusing for some people to watch this because, like, I'm kind of arguing on both sides. I think Zelensky should have opened with a thank you.
He did.
I think he should have.
He did. He literally did.
Calling it out was patronizing and counterproductive. Like, I think both things were true. He did. Yeah, and so there's the thing. And, like, that's the interesting thing is that people said that he did. I didn't see the beginning of that. Can somebody, for those of you guys that are saying that he did, can you find a clip of that so I can see it and my mods can show it to me? Because like I wasn't able to watch the entire thing. There were no videos of it. Because I didn't see that at all. So if you can link it to my mod, that would be really helpful. And I can pull it up and I'll watch it right now because I didn't see that.
Recall at the time Vice President Biden saying to me in a meeting that we had at the Vice President's residence that the reason why we didn't want to provide them those weapons is because they might use them. That was his exact quote, and that was the attitude. I remember clearly then the Ukrainian leaders saying we don't need more blankets or MREs, we need weapons to defend ourselves, and they didn't do it. President Trump did. He provided them weaponry, some of it, much of it, which was used at the beginning of this war. And without those weapons being in their stocks, this war could have been over very quickly, 2, 3, 4 days. Another pot shot that Zelenskyy took today, when the president pointed that out, you know what Zelenskyy said? He said, yeah, we've heard that from the Russians. That's not a Russian narrative. That was the official position. Okay, of the United States. I vividly recall being briefed by leaders in the Biden administration telling us that this war was going to be over in 5 to 6 days. They believed that. That was their assessment at the time.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. I was trying to remember. Yeah, and also, by the way, I thought that too. And am I the only one? Because if you go back to like whenever this first happened, like I didn't cover it really hard because I think again Elden Ring came out on the same day, so I was focusing more on that. But even then, like I did talk about it a little bit, and I thought Russia was gonna just roll them the fuck over. And so I could see how like Trump would be pissed off if you try to act like Trump's repeating Russian propaganda. Because like that's what I thought too, and like there's no Russian propaganda here. I just thought that was it.
And it wasn't the case because of the weapons that Ukraine had in stocks because of President Trump in his first term. So he should have been grateful for that and grateful for what we're doing now. And one more point. It's not just President Trump.
To think that Zelenskyy isn't grateful.
From NBC News, at least, is one of the...
I want to just take a second here. One of my mods got me a link to the clip of him saying thank you. I want to watch it real quick, okay?
An honor to have you, and please, I'd like to say something.
No, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for invitation. And
an honor to have you.
I think that okay, so this is like a really, really stupid fine point, is that he said thank you for having me, but not thank you for the help. That's probably what JD Vance meant.
No.
Thank you for the invitation. Yeah. So it's like it's a yes and no.
JD Vance did not mean that.
And it also did, like, that clip ended right then, so he could have said more. Maybe we could get a better clip. Give me 1 second.
That's what I thought too. Is like, wow, maybe they should give you a better clip,
this
buddy.
Is the lamest thing ever. Yeah, but like you can see, like I think again, it's such a stupid issue. Am I crazy for thinking that this is like such a stupid issue? What are we even doing talking about this? It's so stupid. Let's move on.
As I recall, reporting that Biden had a shouting match with Zelenskyy for not being grateful and not being thankful for everything that was provided back in 2022. Now, that didn't happen in front of the press. That was leaked, but it got out there. These frustrations are not unique to President Trump. There was those frustrations in the previous administration, if NBC News is to be believed.
Right, but obviously we've never seen anything like what we saw today. But the point that Zelenskyy was making there is that everyone predicted his demise, and Ukraine was able to fight and to survive. Zelenskyy was able to survive. The Ukrainian people have been fighting for 3 years. You yourself have said previously that the United States should assist Ukraine as long as the Ukrainians are willing to fight. So I think the question coming out of that meeting is what happens next year? I mean, you are the U.S. chief diplomat. Is there a path for diplomacy? Is a ceasefire still a possibility tonight?
Well, number one, you know who else said that Ukraine is very brave and very valiant? President Trump. He said it today. He said it repeatedly. Your soldiers have been very brave. Your fighters have been very brave. Your people have been very brave. He said that repeatedly. And everyone recognizes that. But we're 3 years into a war that has no end in sight and no exit strategy. The EU doesn't have an exit strategy. I saw the comments tonight from the leader of the EU saying there needs a new leader of the free world. I mean, these people are just playing silly games and saying these things. What is their exit strategy? What is anybody else's exit strategy? The only person on the planet who is actively trying to bring an end to this conflict is named Donald Trump, the President of the United States. He's the only one that's trying to do it, and we should be helping him to achieve it. And so do I think it's possible? Yeah, I hope it's possible, because that's what we do try to do at the Department of State, is we try to bring end to conflicts, not start new ones, and certainly not extend them.
Senator Lindsey Graham, after having lunch with President Trump today, said Zelenskyy either needs to resign or they need to send someone over that we can do business with. Do you feel that President Zelenskyy needs to resign?
Well, that's Lindsey's feeling, because he feels very passionately. You know, he's been a very strong supporter of Ukraine. Lindsey Graham has been one of the strongest voices for Ukraine. Well, the United States, the president's taken no position on that. What he said today is, let him come back when he's ready to do peace. That's what he said. Let him come back when he's ready to do peace. So I can't speak for what anybody else said. I can only go off the words from the president of the United States, and that is, today,
Have you not seen this Marco Rubio interview yet? That's why I like to also look at the same interviews we saw, but look at a few different people's reactions, because people who may have missed the interview, I can play it again for them.
And how will you measure that?
Well, I think it's everything I've said already, and that is, how are you going to get Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation to a table to discuss even the opportunity, even to explore whether there's an opportunity for peace? You're not going to do it by calling them names. It makes everybody feel very good. You can pass resolutions. You can put out very strongly worded statements. Senators can do it. I did when I was in the Senate.
He means capitulation. That's exactly what he means. And somebody did link me this. Attili linked me this.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Got the 416.
Important visit to the United States and Washington. Met with a bipartisan delegation to the U.S. Senate. Discussions focused on continued military assistance for Ukraine, relevant legislative initiatives. We've taken pride in strategic partners, and we're grateful for the unwavering bicameral and bipartisan support for Ukraine.
Oh, it's very good to see you. How are you? Hi.
You got a new?
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Happy to see you. We know each other. It's not the first meeting, and I'm very proud that Ukraine has such big strategic, if not partner, not only partner, friends like the United States. So we are very thankful for this.
We're here today as a show of support. We have committee chairs.
Again, I just think the entire thankful thing is total fucking, like, complete fucking red herring. Total fucking red herring. Entirely fucking irrelevant.
Thank you.
Like, it was just a complete waste of time.
Here's the thing.
Can do it. Commentators can do it.
Hassan says, I watch Asmongold to see what the other side thinks. Asmongold is not the other side, okay? Asmongold is regular idiot, you know? He is the George Carlin joke, where it's like, think of the dumbest guy you know, and 50% of the population is dumber than that guy, right? Like, he's that joke. So, if he's able to identify how dumb the thank you is, and how quickly it can be dismissed by somebody who's just trying to act in good faith, because that's the thing is like, if you're acting in good faith like he is, which he constantly does and tries to like listen to both sides, then it's just ends up being whoever's the loudest and putting out the most constant like assaults of where you're going to lean more when it comes to these types of things. That's why he's so susceptible to repetition narratives.
And countries that have no real skin in the game can do it. But when you are the president of the United States of America and you're trying to bring about peace the way Donald Trump is trying to bring about peace, the only way to do it is you have to create space for people to come to the table and talk. And that is something we should all be applauding, not criticizing. And not pretending that we can just extend this war forever until and that everybody has unlimited resources to continue to fund it on both sides, by the way.
And President Zelenskyy has said he does want this war to end. He just cares about how it ends. We heard that from the other European leaders who came to the Oval Office also this week.
Course.
President Trump said to me today, before that shouting match erupted in the Oval Office, that he doesn't believe there have to be security guarantees in place before the ceasefire, that you can come to a ceasefire agreement and then put those in place. Do you agree with that?
That's not what he said. What he said is, why am I going to be talking about security guarantees? Let me get a peace deal first, is what he said. That doesn't mean they can't happen as part of that negotiation, but you have to have an agreement to, well, what peace is there to secure if you first don't have an agreement on peace? Like, what do the Russians need in order to end this conflict? What
So you're saying it would happen as
need?
part of the negotiations?
Well, again, how do you end a war? You have to find out what the combatants require in order to stop shooting at each other. What are the Russians' needs?
Yeah.
What do they need to see in order for them to stop fighting? What do the Ukrainians need in order to stop fighting? And then once you have that in place, then you can decide the next step, which is, and what do we need to do to make sure this never happens again? That it doesn't happen in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. I don't think President Trump is interested
Surely
in a
it won't happen
one-year
again.
ceasefire. I don't think he's interested in a
Surely.
6-month ceasefire. He wants this thing to end. He has said that repeatedly. But again, he's not going to use the kind of language that maybe plays well in the public sphere or in the political sphere for people that want to take shots at him, but it's not going to allow us to have a negotiation or even to explore a potential negotiation. President Donald Trump is a man who's made deals his entire life in business, and he's bringing those principles to government, and he's the only one in the world that has any chance. If Donald Trump tomorrow decides, I don't care about Ukraine, I don't care about Russia, and I don't care about this war, and he walks away, I ask you, I ask everyone, well, who on this planet has any chance whatsoever, even a 1% chance of getting the combatants to the table? The answer is there is no one. He is the only one on earth right now that has any chance. If there is a chance of peace, he's the only one that has a chance to deliver on it.
China, maybe? I don't know.
Do you still see a meeting happening with President Putin there, President Zelenskyy, and President Trump? Is that still possible?
Well, I think that's premature. I mean, what would they? You first need to make sure that this is even a possibility, and you have to explore it. And look, there's good signs, I think, maybe, somewhat about at least the Russians' willingness to engage. And but we have to explore all that. But that's not going to be done in front of cameras. It's not going to be done in an open ballroom. There's a lot of work to be done before we get to this point. This is a complex war that has causes behind it that go back a number of years. There's a lot to navigate. A lot has been invested on both sides. Gains have been made by the Russian Federation in some places. All of these things have to be worked through, but it's not going to be done through press conferences and in the media. It has to be done through what the vice president said today, the serious work of diplomacy. It's a lot easier to just say, well, we're with Ukraine all the way, no matter what, however long it takes. Well, 15 years, 12 years? I mean, that's absurd. That's not sustainable, and everybody knows it. The president.
I think also, like, what he's saying here is something that a lot of Americans feel. Especially after, like, what happened in the Middle East and, like, us being entangled there for 20 years. I think that there's a very, very big worry that if we don't end this and get out of it, it's just going to continue going on indefinitely. And I feel like a lot of, like, again, this is, like, these are people, like, it's like that guy, right? The guy was, like, mainly joking around, fucking around about how, like, I don't care about Russia, Ukraine, or whatever. But, like, that essence is accurate. I think that's the way that a lot of people feel, is that they don't give a fuck about any of these countries because they can't afford food. They can't afford rent, right? And so when they see that we are signing up, we're basically writing a blank check to a foreign country to help them fight off Russia, this is going to rub a lot of Americans the wrong way, because Americans want the American government to operate in their best interest. And I understand that you can maybe make an argument that, like, foreign, diplomacy and foreign intervention has, like, a long-term positive impact, but that argument doesn't work on a person who can't afford their rent. It just simply does not work on them. And so that's the big problem, and I think that's the reason why, like, that's the reason why they're pushing back on it so much. Americans voted for the president, and the president made deals. Now you're just running from it? Well, I don't know, right? I have no idea. Politics comes second to food insecurity? Yeah.
It looks like they're getting reinforcements.
And so absolute facts? Yeah. We'd rather send billions to skilled people overseas, yet our veterans rot and die in the streets fighting for scraps. I mean, like, in some cases, I think that is the way that a lot of people feel. That is. So you need more money to lower the rent?
The rent is too damn
I think the
high.
idea is that the amount of money, like, so basically the military grade weapons and everything that were sent over to Ukraine, these were things that probably were paid for indirectly by American tax dollars. And so, yeah, people want those American tax dollars to go towards something else. And so, is it really that crazy to imagine that people think that? Directly? In some cases, it is directly. I was just trying to be diplomatic about this.
Wants to end this war. He wants to explore whether there's a possibility to do it and do it quickly. He campaigned on it. It was a promise of his, and he intends to when he says these things, he doesn't just say them, he means them. And he's doing it. And it's the first time we've seen that in a long time in American politics.
Secretary Marco Rubio, thank you for your time tonight and joining us on such a historic day. I really do appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Rubio gave a great interview here. I'm going to be honest. I think he really cooked. He brought up a number of good points, and there's the video right there. And I wanted to watch it and kind of bring it up. Now, as I said, I'm a pretty big supporter of Ukraine. I have been for a while, and I think that Zelensky's concerns are very legitimate. But I think this is a situation
right
where
in the heart.
There is no moral good.
Stabbed you in the heart.
There is no moral good solution. There are just different shades of gray. And I think that, like pushing for a moral good solution in the public's eye could have probably rubbed Trump and Vance the wrong way. And it seems like obviously they're having, a breakdown in communication between what's being discussed privately and then what's being displayed to the media. And I think that that's really why things blew up so much yesterday. That's
the dog-eat-dog
really
world,
where
bro.
I think things are coming out of. Yeah, and I see in our DMZ in the future, Ukrainian here, 3 years of complete corruption. Around 93 of those arrested were released on bail and then left the country, men being kidnapped. I don't know anything about that. I cannot even begin to even think about it. Yeah, I have no idea. So,
way to go to not engage with it. Way to go. Way to go, Asmongold.
Compared to EU countries, do you think U.S. tax money is going to Ukraine? Well, it's undeniable that U.S. tax money is going towards Ukraine. It's undeniable. Of course it is. Absolutely it is.
Is it though?
What do you mean? Yes, like obviously.
Is it
now
though?
You're saying that there's not a lot going to Ukraine. Okay, fine. That's okay. But you're still not going to find people
surprise
that are gonna
cockface
be, happy about that, right? I don't know. I don't really see again. Did you not know so much about it? Why are you so pro-Ukraine? Because I think that Russia is the aggressor. I think that they are an existential threat, and I think that them attacking Ukraine like that after them annexing Crimea and breaking multiple deals is a pattern.
Fuck you! I was pressing the kick dog button. I was pressing the kick dog button.
And I think also the Russian government and Putin is completely corrupt. That's the reason why. I think that they're bad actors. It's really that simple. I mean, I don't know, like, that's... And I'm not saying that, like, Ukraine is perfect, right? I've heard that Ukraine has corruption problems, same as we do and other countries do.
No,
Maybe
it's not
even
the
worse
same as
than
we do,
ours,
though.
Right? I mean, I have no idea. But I'm saying that that's my opinion with Russia.
Nastya, do we have anything else to say at the, as
I think we're good.
Before everything?
No, I think we can get to the meat of it.
All right, so let's get to the meat of it. There was an Oval Office meeting yesterday. The President, the Vice President, and the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Somebody dressed inappropriately to it and said improper things for the Oval Office, and and that broke down the relationship. Isn't that what happened, Nastya?
That's not at all what happened.
All right. From the American MAGA perspective, you're dressed inappropriately and didn't express gratitude, and our president and vice president called him on it. What would be the Ukrainian understanding of what happened at that meeting? Oh, yeah, Secretary of State was there too.
So many memes coming out of this meeting, apart from the tragedy of the whole affair. So many great memes about Marco Rubio on that couch looking just, wanting to disappear into the couch. Well, so from the Ukrainian point of view, what happened was that I think this was like the clearest sign that we've had yet that America is just full on betraying us. and completely turning towards Russia. I mean, this is, and there were plenty of signs before. Some people didn't want to see it, as you and I have talked a lot about over the months. A lot of people have been optimistic about Trump coming back. I think after this meeting, surely they will understand that their hopes were futile, and you know, this should have never been a thing, really. But I mean, I don't even know where to start because it was such an emotional day. I think just
Well,
if you,
let's start with the emotions. For
yeah,
many people watching, I think you will be the first Ukrainian that you will hear from, that they will hear
probably.
from on the subject. And other than Zelenskyy himself, who is, of course, a very articulate spokesman for the for things, but is
Although
not.
he could benefit from English lessons, I gotta say.
Yeah, is a lot better than his, and also your familiarity with the cultural zeitgeist of the United States and you know, the Anglo sphere is frankly better than his. What was like? Tell us a little bit first about the Slack exchange in the Lawfare Ukraine Slack,
Right.
and also about your texts to me while all this was unfolding.
Well, so I was with my 14-month-old toddler just walking around DC and having breakfast and, you know, working and hanging out with her. And then I knew, of course, that Zelenskyy was in town. I knew that this was a hugely consequential day. And then I was very optimistic. In fact, I wrote a full Substack and
Exchange.
You wrote a Substack. What's your Substack? Is it up here?
With the cultural zeitgeist of the United States and you know, the Anglo sphere.
Because these people are like
better than his.
The perfect size where they would actually
like,
respond to something if we reached out.
First about the Slack exchange in the
I
Lawfare
need to get the
Ukraine
food.
Slack.
I will be right back.
About your texts to me while all this was unfolding.
well, so I was with my 14-month-old toddler just walking around DC and having breakfast and, you know, working and hanging out with her. And then I knew, of course, that Zelenskyy was in town. I knew that this was a hugely consequential day. And then I was very optimistic. In fact, I wrote a full Substack analyzing the minerals deal because I was, you know, and it started with Zelenskyy finally came to DC to finally sign this after, you know, weeks of tense negotiations. And it was a very kind of upbeat piece because the final deal that has been reportedly agreed on, it's a relatively a much better deal than what Americans initially pushed. So I was being quite positive, and then I started seeing all of these messages from my colleagues about, you know, oh wow, this is going so much worse than we thought it could go. And I start seeing photos of our ambassador Markarova, just like her head and her hands, like sitting there, and I'm like, oh my god. So I stop in the middle, like literally in the middle of DuPont Circle. I'm like standing in the middle of the street trying to like watch what happens.
Now that I know what's
And so
actually
I'm
like
watching
going
this
on with it,
exchange
Michelle, I keep like
that,
zoning out
Zelenskyy
and
is
thinking about
having,
it.
and you know, the president of Ukraine just sitting there,
And like
kind
how
of
I had to call
astonished
Monday
at
to
what's
fucking get him
happening,
a fucking
and
tooth
Trump and
appointment.
Vance attacking him.
But anyway, these people are
and
like the perfect
I'm
size
very
for us to
emotional, so
actually
I literally teared up.
reach out with, and it
Because
looks like
it
he has
felt as if they
multiple
were talking to me
Ukrainians
as well. It felt as
involved
if they were
with
talking
his
to every
show.
Ukrainian, right?
They were.
So
Right. So they weren't just disrespecting the president.
You can have this conversation.
we could upgrade all their
privately,
fucking tech
Right.
and like
if you want, and then they
onboard
walk
them
out, and
very
the
easily.
diplomatese for it is there was a frank exchange of views between the president,
Exactly.
which means they didn't get along and they yelled at each other. If you invite the cameras in and do it in public, you're making a decision to talk to every Ukrainian, and so I think you read that that exactly correctly. That the president and vice president of the United States made a decision to do a performative dressing down of the entire country of Ukraine, and Why aren't you more grateful in public?
Well, and I think their main audience actually was Americans. It was their base. And you can correct me if I'm wrong. You, of course, understand this better than I do. But that was the impression. That's why absurdly, I'm going to use that word again, Trump said that, this is great TV after, and they kept the cameras rolling throughout this whole thing. A friend of mine knows somebody who was in the press corps in the Oval, and he told me that apparently as soon as things started heating up, as far as I understand, like the Ukrainian side or the aides in the Oval wanted to get the journalists out, so this doesn't get into the public view. But they were stopped from leaving. Basically the American side was like, no, like tape this, keep the cameras rolling, and
right. And to be clear, it was directed at their base, yes, but it was also directed at you, not at
of course,
individual, but the president and the vice president made a very specific decision to say in public to Zelensky and to all of Ukraine, you've got nothing without us. You're fucked. You're only... and
that's pretty much exactly the words that they used.
Yeah, I mean...
Almost exactly, yes.
It's not exactly, but it's close. And if you don't do as you're told and be good fast, we will leave you to the Russians. And this is, first of all, not to say to anybody, I told you so, but, this is what...
You did tell me. You really did tell me, Ben. There's no way around it.
Like, there's no doubt that this was an intentional message that was done publicly for a reason, and the reason is intimidation.
Yeah, it was just so sad because, well, so some could say, and some are already saying that, Zelensky should have been prepped better, right? That Zelensky shouldn't have reacted, that he shouldn't have, fallen for it. And you really need to watch the entire exchange from beginning to end to really understand what happened there. And so what happened is that Vance was praising Trump, as he does almost every time he opens his mouth, and saying that, America is a great country because America is pursuing diplomacy. And he was talking about America and its diplomatic efforts to end the war. And so that's when Zelensky, some could argue, made the mistake. And, he described basically how many times the Ukrainians have negotiated with Russia to end the war that Russia started in 2014, how many ceasefires we've signed, how many times we've signed papers that they wanted us to sign, and then how many dozens of times Russians have broken those promises and broken those ceasefires, and how ultimately it led us here. And so he laid that out relatively eloquently, and then he said, Mr. Vice President, what diplomacy are you talking about? And so he challenged that assumption that American diplomacy is kind of like the magical pill here. And so that's when everything kind of went downhill. And so if you look at it from that point of view of was Zelensky doing everything he possibly could, like Macron before him or like Starmer before him, to make sure this goes smoothly, then surely somebody could say no. But that's just a part of the story. I think. God
damn it! I pressed that button. I pressed the kick the dog button.
Terms under which Ukraine has been operating, and then the terms under which President Zelensky has been operating in the last few weeks, and just the level of shit, excuse my language, we've had to deal with, right? And the level of stuff, the complete rewriting of things that are really black and white, right? The complete rewriting of reality that has happened over the past week. And you have to look at the full picture, and you have to understand that Zelensky's sitting there after listening to the most absurd and the most false of positions for days and days and days. And so, of course, when he's going to ask Vance, Vance brought up the issue of mobilization and a manpower problem, as if every other country that has ever fought a war before didn't have a problem like that. Absolutely every nation has a problem like that when they engage in a full-scale war like this. He brought that up, and Zelensky said, have you been to Ukraine? Which, of course, none of them have been to Ukraine because they're cowards and because they don't care. And he said, "Have you been to Ukraine?" And Vance said, "Well, I've read
She
stories."
cooking.
Like, what are you supposed to say to that? Like, just yes, allegedly. Allegedly, yes, but
See, if they just had headphones on when they were both talking, it wouldn't be cutting each other out. It's the auto processing on the software they're using
Ukrainian diplomats
that because they assume people are using it without headphones on. So it's automatically it's like noise canceling headphones, right? So it picks up the same wave patterns that are going into the mic and cancels them on your outboard, right? So because of that, it's like a feedback, but in a way that mutes itself instead of getting louder.
Do you have to stand up to this, right? Or do you never do because you're reliant on American aid? Do you just keep your mouth shut and do you just let them rewrite history completely? Is that what we were supposed to do? I don't know. This is all just my emotional response to this, right? Maybe Zelenskyy should have just kept his mouth shut, but
I don't think you know the Ukrainian domestic politics of this better than I do. But I don't think that Zelenskyy could have come home and looked his people in the eye if he had shut up and taken. It's a hard thing. I'm trying to imagine a Jewish leader meeting with Franklin Roosevelt during World War II and Franklin Roosevelt denied to his face that the Holocaust is.
That's exactly the right example, Ben. Yes, exactly.
It's a slightly weird example because Holocaust denial didn't exist during the Holocaust, right? It's a thing that postdates it, but at some point.
But we do think that a genocide is happening in our country, from the Ukrainian point of view.
There is
It is by default the relocation of children. That's why Zelenskyy always brings that up specifically, because if he makes people always associate that Russia has been stealing children, then when they take them to court over that shit, the international court, it's going to be obvious.
Say that all the cities have been destroyed, that there's no building left standing in a Ukrainian city, and not respond to that. You have, at some level, you have to represent your country. Now, should he have done it in a more measured way, perhaps?
But I don't think that's the point, though. Like, that's not the point of what happened.
How he chose to handle it. There's something so deeply offensive about being put in the position that in a language that you are not. But his English it's better than my Ukrainian, but it's not great. And he's not, this is a very charismatic person when you hear him in Ukrainian, which is his second language, by the way. He's actually native Russian speaking. Nobody mentions that these days. This is when he first started, Ukrainian was a little bit stressful for him as a speaking
now
language.
Actually it seems the other way around. There was where he was like, how do I say this in Russian? I forgot. So good for him.
And to go into the Oval Office and have the President of the United States have designated the Vice President as the attack dog, and to be bombarded with grotesque lies. I just have to say, I'm sorry, I can't listen to that. I don't know where you're getting it from, but maybe it's from Vladimir Putin, which is what he said. And
Fuck you, dog! Fuck you, dog! Fuck you, dog!
Without betraying your obligation as a leader of a country to represent that country and its people.
Such bullshit, bro.
Fundamental truth.
Oh, I just realized it's all fucked up on OBS.
And invaded and is being subject.
Why is it like that? What happened?
A kind of a.
I must have hit some key command. I don't know when.
And I just cannot. I know he's gotten some criticism for it.
Probably alt-tabbing between the game and shit.
Criticism. I just think this was planned. It was a sandbagging kind of ambush operation.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, that seems to be the consensus, that this was kind of premeditated.
Well, it was at least premeditated in the sense they didn't let the cameras go off, right? There was an active decision to do it in public.
Yes.
And
yes.
When that happens, you realize you're in a situation where you either have to back down and accept lies, or you
and then you will look weak, and they will make they would have used it to their advantage regardless of what Zelenskyy did, right?
Exactly. And so I don't think you can look when the president of the United States and the vice president decide to gang up on you and engage in extortion in public and make you beg for, express gratitude for not being supported, which is really their position, right? We're not going to give you anything more, but you should be fucking on the floor thanking us for the stuff that we didn't give you, by the way, the Biden.
I was going to bring that up. He's going to bring up those javelins, which he was basically forced to give us years ago, which he did, of course, right?
So I think the question here, there's a number of questions. One is a U.S.-Ukrainian relations question, which I think we can assume this is a nadir from which to be very difficult to revive an active military aid program.
Well, it's interesting because Trump made a few comments, of course, after the whole debacle, and posted statements, and he said that he determined that Zelenskyy wasn't ready for peace. But more importantly, which isn't true, you said?
I said, which is true, by the way. The terms on offer for peace are completely unacceptable, which is
right. Yes.
We get to keep all the land that we've stolen, and by the way, give us more. That's
exactly, yeah.
And by the way, no security guarantees for you.
Right.
Why should Zelenskyy be ready for peace on that basis?
Yeah. But what's as I often tell you this, that even when everything is just in the worst possible position, Ukrainians have really no choice but to look for a silver lining, because what are our options, right? Our lives are at stake and the integrity of our nation. So of course we're going to try to decipher whatever shred of positivity we can out of this. And so in this instance, the silver lining is that Trump still seemed open to talking again if Zelenskyy apologizes or does some sort of 180 on his beliefs, right? Because in the statements, Trump said that, when they're ready to talk peace again or something like that, I'm paraphrasing, they can come back and we can talk again. So, it doesn't seem like a complete, we're not closing our embassies or anything like that. We're not dropping all aid to Ukraine this moment, but so there's still some whatever shred of opportunity left to repair this somehow. But I don't know how you do it, to be honest. It's in this awkward and dangerous of a situation. My only hope is that the Europeans find some sort of shenanigan out of this.
Okay, so let's talk about that. If I were Zelenskyy, I would not be counting on more aid from the United States. And
yes.
I've gotten on a plane quickly and gone to London, and
which I think is what he did, right? Yeah.
He literally did, yes. He literally has already met with Starmer, and we'll watch that in a second.
Weapons.
Yeah.
What do you think the prospects are?
Did he just fall through the floor?
Significant. Obviously, Europe can't replace the United States, but it can do a whole hell of a lot more than it's done in the weapons department, perhaps not in the direct financial assistance department. But what do you think the prospects are of Europe making a decision that it is going to resupply Ukraine in a serious way?
Well, I kind of want to challenge a little bit on the fact that that Europe can't replace the U.S. Sure, Europe doesn't currently have the production capacity to, produce all of the same weapon systems as the U.S. and etc. But it's not like Europe is poor and doesn't have the money. I mean, whenever we talk about a nation having the money, it's just a matter of like, what do you appropriate the money towards, right? Like that's a completely inaccurate sentence grammatically. But the point is that like it's your choice to choose how you spend the money. So that's the point, right? So like Europe can choose to spend more money than they currently do to help Ukraine. They have it in their budgets. This is a matter of priorities and political will, and selling it to your domestic audiences. And it's a matter of making the choice. If you don't want to do that, which I think they really don't have a choice here, they must. But they also have like hundreds of billions of frozen Russian assets lying around, which they aren't willing to use because they think that that's breaking international law and that's going to set a dangerous precedent, as if that didn't already happen, So there's a whole lot that Europe could do here. Ukrainians are, of course, frustrated that, like, we're 3 years into this, and we're also 11 years into this since 2014, and Europe is only now having this kind of, like, waha moment that, like, oh my God, we actually have to figure it out. And that's, like, in that sense, the Trump et al. Are right in saying that Europe has been kind of sleeping this whole time, and they have to wake up and actually care for their own security. That's another silver lining that Ukrainians are pulling out of this whole situation. That like maybe finally Europe will step up, seeing that it has no choice but to step up and do something about it.
What up? We'll look at the meeting with Starmer after this.
Watching in the coming weeks, because
Stop! I wasn't ready.
Don't figure something out, it's going to be really a disaster. Like this is.
Wait, I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready.
Macron, Starmer.
Please don't stick a dog on me. Please don't stick a dog on me. Please don't stick a dog on me.
To like, become that person who pushes for this.
Yes.
The fact that we haven't seen this happen yet is very sad.
Who's going to be that leader? I mean, one of the problems, I think it was, I think it was Henry Kissinger who said one of the problems with Europe is I never know who to pick up the phone and call. Who do you call when you call Europe? Not a funny man, but that's a good line. So who does Zelensky call when he calls Europe? Is it Macron? It can't be Keir Starmer anymore because he's the UK. It's for defense purposes part of Europe, but it's not part of Europe for economic purposes anymore. And what about, or is it this guy Merz, who's sounded like a completely different kind of German leader since his election the other day, although of course he hasn't formed a government yet. What do you like? What is Europe for purposes of this conversation?
That's an amazing and a very important question, because Europe, when it comes to Ukraine, I don't think it's a homogeneous entity, right? You have these nations like Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, the countries who've suffered from Russia before and who really know intimately what Ukraine is going through, who have always been willing to step up, who've supported Ukraine's NATO integration ages ago, which is something went back in escalation in the coming episodes. Then you have the Nordics, who, as you like to point out to me, are made out of money and should be doing more. Some of them are, Norway. Yeah. And so, and then there is Orban, right, who is on Russia's paycheck and does whatever Kremlin wants him to do. So it's a very interesting mix. Obviously, Macron is trying to take the lead here. He's been trying to do that. As also you pointed out to me, the French
what is the point of this?
have been trying to be these leaders for decades and decades. So I was kind of disappointed seeing a statement from the Polish government, I think several days ago or weeks ago, where they said that they would not be sending troops to Ukraine. And whatever the peacekeeping force that's going to be happening, if it happens, that they are not going to be a part of it. Which, if one was to call Poland our most important European ally, they should probably think twice, I guess, after that kind of statement. It's really strange to me why they wouldn't, to be honest. I don't know. It's hard because Ukrainians have a very fraught history with Europe as well. Like it's worth remembering that.
No, you guys can't get along with anybody.
I mean, yeah. Are you trying to say that we are the problem?
No, I wanted to hit the dog! Fuck you, dog!
Yes. But, from an American point of view, it may seem that like America has historically like screwed us over and things like that. But it's, I mean, actually, again, when you listen to the podcast, you will know what I'm talking about. It kind of seems like Europe has done more of that. Like at some crucial, important points in our history.
That's lame. The dogs only like showed up like
Right. Yeah.
way
well,
late. I was like,
they
wait,
don't have
is
a
there dogs
beautiful
this wave?
ocean
They like
between them,
gaslit
so-
me.
Right.
And look, we have, you know, while you were part of the Soviet Union, it was easy to be good to Ukraine. All we had to do was to be bad to Moscow, and we were by definition being good to Ukraine. But, you know, look, we've got a lot of catching up to do in terms of betraying Ukraine. We've never really done it before.
This is so sad.
Europe has done it a lot of times. So we're making up for lost time here. And for those of you in the audience who share the disgust I feel for this rather than the cheerful support that I'm expressing for it, we are about to sign off. And you should get into your cars or onto the metro and head down to the White House. And you will know the people there are Ukrainians because they'll all be carrying these and wear flags and be demonstrative. And they want you to come down and join them. And you should do that because there is no better way to tell the president and the vice president that what they did yesterday was an abomination in the sight of God and man and the American voter than show up and tell them that directly, leaving aside the fact that one of them is at Mar-a-Lago and being in Vermont. But if enough people show up, they will hear about it. And so people are always asking, what can we do? Right now, what you can do is get in a cab, get in a car, get on the metro, and just go to the White House and stand with a bunch of people, one of whom has been there literally 1,011 days in a row since the full-scale invasion began. This is 1,012. And he's not Ukrainian. Named Robert.
Thank you, Robert.
Been there literally every day since the full-scale invasion began. Talk about a great American. Just do it. All right.
And we can chat about how bad things are when you get there.
And stop by and say hi when you do.
Yes.
Oh, so they're all like friends from a protest group. That's cool. I love how it ended there with him going, oh. Dog. All your friends are dead, bitch. All your friends are dead.
This is a very important press event.
Got enough headroom?
And it relates to an event that took place earlier today at the White House. I was very disappointed to see what I consider a shameful display of bully diplomacy. There are some facts that I think we have to acknowledge. We have to acknowledge that Russia invaded Ukraine. It was there for all to see. If you did not see it, it's available to be seen now on C-SPAN and in other places on YouTube. President Putin is a dictator. He didn't just become a dictator. He has been a dictator. We have acknowledged that in this country for decades. President Zelenskyy can surrender all by himself. President Zelenskyy does not need President Biden or any other president, including Trump, to decide that his country will not be a part of NATO, that his country will not get any of its land returned, that his country will have no security provided from other nations, that his country should pay some sort of reparations. He can do all of these things without the help of any president of the United States, especially President Trump, who holds himself out as a great deal maker, a great negotiator. You're not negotiating when the first thing you do is throw in the towel, wave the flag of surrender, say to the person who has demanded that there be no NATO acceptance of Ukraine, demanded that land be accorded Russia, demanded without any question, he has demanded that Ukraine not have the security guarantees that it is seeking. So all of those things can be done by President Zelenskyy without the aid of President Trump. President Trump does not seem to understand that he's not doing Ukraine any favors by demanding reparations. And demanding
this guy right here who's talking, or the guy, are you talking about how I just fucking mowed down 4 guys?
America is not a mercenary nation. We have not
Calm
been
down,
a nation
buddy.
who demands some sort of payment for the services that we can render. This country has come to the aid of many around the world and has done so because we thought it was in the interest of our country, but also in the interest of the countries that we were helping. It was the right thing to do. It was the righteous thing to do in many occasions. So the United States should not now metamorphose into a mercenary nation, wherein we will demand some kind of deal that includes some payment for our services. We have been given the opportunity to be the world superpower that comes to the aid of others, because in so doing, we have received the benefits of friendships from other countries. Countries respect us and come to our aid and our comfort when we need them to help us with these various wars and various skirmishes around the world. They come to our aid because they know that we'll be there for them. For us to now change our entire paradigm, change what we have historically done, and decide we are going to side with the aggressor. We're going to side with President Putin, and we're going to now just totally disregard what we have seen and we know to be the case in terms of who invaded Ukraine and what the demands are, is unthinkable. We cannot allow our country to become a mercenary country. And I would also add this: bowing to the bullies and, unfortunately, taking advantage of the weak will not get you a Nobel Peace Prize. I think that a lot of what this president is doing is in his quest to acquire a Nobel Peace Prize. And you're not going to get it by bowing to bullies like Putin and then deciding that you're going to break those who are weak and make them succumb to the bullies that you would now associate with. That won't get you a Nobel Peace Prize. Finally, the president seems to think that if you can stop the shooting, stop the killing, you will have peace, some sort of permanent peace, just by giving in, by surrendering, throwing in the towel. That won't get you peace. Dr. King explained to us that peace involves more than the elimination of tension. It requires justice. It's the presence of justice that brings about peace. There is no justice in requiring Ukraine to surrender. There is no justice in this. To just surrender give up their land, give up all of their hopes, their dreams, and their aspirations, and become subordinate and subservient to Russia? That's not what they want. They want a sovereign country, which is what they had. And it is time for us to help our president understand that he cannot continue this crusade that he has embarked upon to disassociate himself, it seems, with our allies and to befriend persons who have traditionally been our adversaries. The United States of America stands for freedom. It is the symbol of freedom. Whenever there is a skirmish, a war, people want to know, where are the Americans? Because they know that we're the people who come to the rescue, to the aid and comfort of people who are under duress and distress. That is not what we are displaying at this time under this president. I'm not saying that we are going to be the world's savior, not at all. But I do believe that NATO plays an important role in maintaining the peace. And NATO is an important place for us to be. It appears that he is almost ready to step away from NATO. This association has been there to protect those in Europe who are part of it, but also to act as a deterrent. A deterrent. We have to do what we can to maintain our association with NATO. I regret very much having seen what I saw today, this shameful display of a desire to put the president's personal desires above the people of the United States, the people of Ukraine, of the people that are our allies in Europe. He's putting his personal politics above the politics of the American people and the benefits that the American people have derived from our association with our allies across the globe. It was a shameful display of the vice president somehow believing that by supporting the president in the way that he did, it looks as though he seems to think that this will give him some sort of favor. It will ingratiate him to the president. Somebody has to be there to stand up and say to the president what he needs to hear, not what he wants to hear. He wants this praise. He wants people around him to appease him. Somebody has to have the courage to say, no, Mr. President, this is not the way we get it done. And you can do that behind closed doors. I don't expect you to insult the president in the public or to say things that the president might conclude are insulting. Do these things behind closed doors, and you can do them, but you can't allow the president to continue to be a bully with a pulpit. You can't do this. If you do this, it is not going to bode well for the United States of America. And I welcome any questions that you might have.
Was there anything said specifically between Zelenskyy and President Trump to trigger the press conference?
Well, it was the entire event itself, to be quite candid with you. It was the tone that was set. It was the expectation that people who are going to come to the aid and comfort of our country at some point perhaps, who are coming to the White House to work in a peaceful and amiable fashion with us, to expect them to kiss the ring, to expect people to genuflex, to bow, to somehow understand that you have to appease the president to work with the president.
You call yourself Splinter Cells?
He's not a dictator. He's not the
Fucking
king
you
of the
ain't
United
shit.
States of America. He is a person that has been elected to hold public trust and to do so with a degree of dignity and show respect. He disrespects others and uses incivility to take advantage of their civility. And if you stand up for yourself or speak up for yourself, he immediately wants to dismiss you as being disrespectful to him. To tell the president of Ukraine that he's a dictator, to say to the president of Ukraine that you're not going to get admission to NATO, to say to him, you're not going to get any of your land back, and to say to him, we want your rare minerals, your rare resources, we'll take those in payment for what we've done for you, and to exaggerate the amount that we have actually accorded. This is just unbelievable behavior emanating from the highest office in the land, and it's doing this. This behavior is being emulated by others who hold positions under the president. And we're going to see more of this now at the state levels, state officials. You're going to see it by local officials, mayors. You're going to see it by county officials. You're going to see this kind of behavior. We're not a country that bullies its way through the world. We negotiate, and yes, we are a nuclear power, but the question is not whether we're going to police the world. The question is, can we bring peace to the world? And you're not going to bring peace by being the world's biggest bully. Yes, we have the biggest guns, but we have them not to threaten people, but to say to people, we want to negotiate with you, knowing that we can do other things if we have to. Not because we simply decide that, well, you're the weaker power, so I can threaten you, but the bullies of the world will cave into them and give them what they want, such that we can continue to appear to be the strongest bully on the planet. We're not a bully nation. We're not a mercenary nation. We are a nation that stands for liberty and justice for all within the country and without the country. I welcome any additional questions. If there are no additional questions, let me end with this. I have said, and I will continue to say, that this president's behavior is something that has to be checked. The Supreme Court, in acknowledging that the president has a certain amount of immunity, has caused this president to believe that he has total immunity. And when you couple what the Supreme Court has done with the fact that the president is now at a point where he's ready, it seems, to defy judicial orders. The third branch of the government, the judiciary, is there to settle disputes. And if the president won't honor the disputes being resolved by way of the judiciary, won't honor the orders of the court, if he doesn't honor court order, and he believes he's immune from prosecution, and he knows that he has but one thing that can really put him in check, then he is going to continue to do whatever he pleases, but he will become a dictator when he no longer honors court orders. The day he decides he will...
Has it been, like, it's been on this screen instead of this screen? What the fuck? It's so hard to monitor this shit. Just been playing audio in the background. I even looked at the screen, I swear he was, like, on it. How do I do this? Sitting here watching a video that's not being captured at all.
No longer honor any orders from the courts is the day he becomes a dictator. And it will become the day that our country loses its Republican form of government, its democracy. We will lose it. And we're that close to this happening right now. And the only weapon we have against a president who has become this rambunctious is
rambunctious, bro said.
That's it. If he defies the courts, he has but one weapon that can stand against him, and that's impeachment. I refuse to, on my watch, allow this to happen without using that ultimate weapon that the House of Representatives has. It emanates from the House. The Senate cannot start the impeachment process. It starts in the House, and then it goes to the Senate for a trial. I will not, on my watch, allow this president to go unchecked, to become a dictator, without at least bringing articles of impeachment against him. It's not because we want to. We don't have any other choice, given the behavior that he's exhibited, not just in this case with Ukraine, but in other cases as well. We are allowing the plutocrats to take over the country. He's brought in a plutocrat and given him carte blanche to fire people, and to do so with immunity and impunity. he has decided that he will work a shadow government around the actual government and the people that have been elected to serve. We can't allow this to continue. This president is outside the guardrails. And when you go outside the guardrails, the one thing that is left for us is impeachment. If we don't bring articles of impeachment against him, he will think that he can continue. I don't know that the first articles will bring about the impeachment. I don't know that the second will or the third will. But I do know that the fourth did in the last time when he was in office. We laid the foundation for it then, and we'll lay the foundation for it again. This president has to understand that yes, he is a Goliath. He does have some immunity. He's a Goliath. Yes, he commands the most powerful force on earth, the American military. We have weaponry unlike what many others have. Yes, he is a Goliath. But remember this, Mr. President, for every Goliath, there's a David. For every Goliath, there's a David.
Has that process started yet?
It has started with me and others that I'm collaborating with. And we have some articles that we're currently looking at, not to be divulged today, but there are some that we're looking at. And we're not going to allow people to say, well, it's too early. It's the president's behavior that dictates the timeline. The president's behavior dictates the timeline. It's not a timeline that I have chosen to set or that others who are working with me have chosen to set. It's the president's behavior, the way he has decided that he would just take Palestine. He's going to take it. No home for the Palestinians, no state for the Palestinians, no sovereignty for the Palestinians. We'll just take it and make it some sort of resort. That is an insult to even say this. You're the president of the United States. You would not dare say that you're going to just take Israel and turn it into a resort. We have become a part of what could likely be an ethnic cleansing. This kind of thing of planning to just take Gaza from the Palestinians.
Gaza.
You can't do these things
Gaza.
with the kind of impunity.
So it's goofy how Goofy says it.
We are going to do what we're supposed to do.
Gaza.
Power because the Constitution says we have it, and because it has been proven to be efficacious in the past. It acts as a deterrent, and it can act as a means of removal. Many judges have been removed with impeachment. It may be time for a president to be removed from office by way of impeachment. I thank you for being here today. I thank those who have had the opportunity to view this from afar by way of our live streaming. And I promise you, that while I'm in Congress, I'm going to be that watchdog. I'm not going to be the lapdog who's going to try to curry favor with the president. Thank you.
American empire is crumbling, Chinese century, etc., etc. Really, though, the follow-through after the quote-unquote meeting with Zelenskyy, I mean, it has been insane. Absolutely insane. The summit organized by British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and other European leaders. The summit will include leaders from France, Germany, Denmark, Italy, Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Spain, Turkey, Finland, Sweden, Czechia, and Romania, as well as the NATO Security Council and the presidents of the European Commission and European Council. We're getting locked out, which is good because we're the enemy. The whole point of NATO was obviously, you know, we're fighting against the Soviet Union. Soviet Union collapses. Turns out, you know, Russia's well, for a while they weren't friends with us, but now it seems like we're actually very close allies with them. So NATO dumped us? Not really, but like, we might leave NATO. And I know, I'm sure a lot of campuses are like, yay, but keep in mind we'd be entering something worse. The ramifications of this, the whole Zelenskyy thing is insane. It's f***ing insane! Find me anything, anywhere, any records at all, of a meeting going like that, of a president acting that way. It really is our Brexit, yeah. It really is our Brexit. Norwegian fuel supplier refuses U.S. warships over Ukraine. Fuel company Haltbach Bunkers has announced it'll cease supplying fuel to U.S. military forces in Norway, and American ships docking in Norwegian ports, citing dissatisfaction with recent U.S. policy towards Ukraine.
I guess those were the HVTs.
It's much worse than
right?
Brexit, to be clear, but, you know, in
then
terms of, like, the direction
I
things are
did
going.
also do a
Except,
sticky
of course,
cam
that even
knockout,
the
that's
people
right.
who did Brexit aren't on our side. We don't even get to keep the, you know, the sun never setting on the transatlantic partnership between the United States and Britain. We're an active security threat to Europe. We literally are. We no longer even the Hegseth, the Pentagon, no longer considers Russia to be an active security threat, which means, in other words, like, you can expect more and more serious information sharing. Not just, you know, Russian agents coming over to Mar-a-Lago, take a step in the bathroom, peek some private documents Trump brought over, but, like, just direct information sharing. Germany's Mars has said that he wants an EU nuke cooperation. He wants France and England to share nukes with other EU countries. Macron said he's ready to discuss it. That's crazy.
Thank you very much. Well, let me just say that you're very, very welcome here in Downing Street. As you heard from the cheers on the street outside, you have full backing across the United Kingdom. And we stand with you, with Ukraine, for as long as it may take. And I hope you've heard some of that cheering in the street. That is the people of the United
Analysts at the agency were verbally informed they were not to follow a report on Russia threats. It's not only are we not considering Russia a state enemy, we're telling, like, cybercoms to let off them. Like, literally, Russia has been or at least one of the main cybersecurity threats to the United States. And we're just like, nah, don't worry, whatever. They run the country now anyway. Who gives a shit?
coming out to demonstrate how much they support you, how much they support Ukraine, and our absolute determination to stand with you, unwavering determination, and to achieve what we both want to achieve, which is a lasting peace for Ukraine based on sovereignty and security for Ukraine. So important for Ukraine, so important for Europe, and so important for the United Kingdom. So
it's worth noting here again, like, this isn't just a matter of disagreeing with American policy, which is something that's happened many, many times. It's immediately after Zelenskyy and his fight with J.D. Vance and Trump getting invited basically in stark opposition, like, hey, to let you know, we're not with them, you know? It's a paradigm shift in geopolitics. It's a moment that will be recorded and remembered in history. At some point, somebody's going to give a name to it. You know, like, it's not going to be called the the March or the February 28th, 2025 Zelenskyy conference at the White House or whatever. It's going to be given a name, and people will refer to it by that name. Did you cover the interview itself? Yep, whole thing. Jesus, man, it's a whole new world.
Germany's next leader, Friedrich Merz, is calling for a discussion on nuclear sharing with France and Britain, the only nuclear powers in Western Europe. Merz has argued that the US strategy is shifting under Donald Trump, and therefore Europe needs greater defense independence. France, however, has rejected the idea. France's Defense Minister Sébastien Lecornu
I thought Macron said he was considering it. Is this more recent information, or is this outdated information?
says that France's nuclear deterrence is French and will remain French. The president alone decides when to use it, and there will be no formal guarantees for European partners. Talking about Britain now, Britain's nuclear weapons fall under NATO's umbrella, providing some protection to Europe. However, experts say the UK's arsenal relies heavily on US missiles and warheads, raising questions.
Not for long, man. Not for long.
Well, first of all, Canada has been there for Ukraine from day one, indeed from before day one, as in 2015 we started training Ukrainian military forces on the ground in Ukraine, which was a significant part, Western training to the Ukrainian armed forces is one of the reasons why Ukraine has been able to stand up to the Russian invaders so effectively over the past years. It's not just Canada, a number of countries have been involved, but for historical reasons, Canada having the second largest diaspora of Ukrainians in the world.
The entire supply chain for the UK's nukes are from US suppliers and sources. Yeah, but keep in mind that a lot of the stuff the United States produces also has supply lines that run to other countries too, right? Like Canada, Mexico are European partners, but that's all over now. Like all of these ties are being severed. Right now, every single European government, every ally, not even just in Europe, are making plans to break away from the United States. And to think, like, literally all of this just to, I don't know. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it's just about, like, Elon Musk wanting everyone to think he's cool. Like, that's kind of the whole reason all this is happening. Sort of like how you hear about, like, big historical wars, like the Chinese Three Kingdoms period, and if you, like, trace it back to its root, it's like, well, one guy really thought that his dad should respect him more, and that's kind of why this all happened, you know? And Obama's Type 5. The F-35 is built with parts and components from like every U.S. ally and NATO country. Don't worry, American military supremacy is going to start falling apart pretty soon as well. Our military supremacy has basically been unquestioned up until this point, but as of a few weeks ago, we're doing the Russia bit, which is military leadership is being appointed based on loyalty rather than on competence. That's really all it takes. Everything from that point forward is a downhill roll. It doesn't matter how much money you pump into the system, right? At the end of the day, military competence comes down to, you know, discipline, consistency, independent decision-making. Once you erode at that, you know, once you make it about loyalty, you kind of, it all falls apart.
Means that we felt deeply connected to Ukraine, but we also believe deeply that it's not just about Ukraine. It's about the rules and the values and the principles of sovereignty, of independence, of territorial integrity that protects every country in the world.
The American military is already kind of competent. If you want a perfect example of what I'm talking about, how discipline and competence being prioritized over loyalty, the biggest example of this, I think, is the difference between how we behaved during the Gulf War versus the Iraq/Vietnam War.
Gulf War.
I think you see a perfect, like, it's very, very obvious which of these wars was conducted with, like, military competence first, and which of them were conducted as political exercises first, with, you know, the generals essentially being told, like, catch up, motherfucker. Like, this is what we're doing. Get in line, you know? Like, this is, yeah, we're President's Commander-in-Chief. This is what we're going for. It's pretty obvious, you can tell. Gulf War was so perfect, it's kind of beautiful in a way. It was like a synchronized dance, the Gulf War. Insane.
All of us rely on those rules to be able to build peace and security. And we know that with the world changing, we're all going to have to do more around peace and security. One of the key themes that we heard today, as we've heard from many, many partners around the world in NATO and elsewhere over the past number of years, is people are going to be doing more on defense. 9.5 years ago, when I took office in Canada, the previous government had us down below 1% of defense spending, even though the NATO 2% pledge had been made a year or two before. In the subsequent time, we have more than tripled defense spending on the path to 2030, and we're on our way to 2%. And we know
it is genuinely really sad that, like, this is the direction the world is heading in, but much in the same, like, I have to be consistent here, right? Like, I would have militantly supported U.S. armament against the Nazis in World War II. I'm like, it's not a principled pacifism, or I suppose it is very principled in the sense that that's the world you're fighting for, but, like, clearly the work's not done. At the end of the day, all of this comes down to capital. There's no way around that. Everything we're experiencing right now in the United States is a consequence of a slower version of what happened in Russia after the fall of the Soviet Union, which is, you know, you consolidate power in the hands of too small a group of people, blah-de-blah-de-blah, you know the deal, you know my spiel. Would you support a war against Russia? No, because I'm not, like, insanely stupid. However, you know, the possibility of proxy wars cropping up or whatever. Can't rely on America. We know where America stands now. It's a good spiel. It is a good spiel. And it's true. It's just true.
We're going to have to continue to do more and more in an uncertain world, and Canada will be there. As to how we will be there, we will work with our neighbors on it, but everything is on the table because we need to make sure that might no longer makes right.
Europe could beat Russia in a conventional war if they had the will. Well, sure, but it wouldn't be a conventional war. It'd be nuclear apocalypse. Yes, in a conventional war, Russia would get stomped by plenty of countries. Certainly a united European front, like, it wouldn't even be... The Russian doctrine is landmines, you know, tank traps, artillery, and infantry, you know? They would be deleted from space. They would... lasers, you know, it wouldn't even be a thing. But nukes are nukes. That's how it is.
In this world. That's what has led to 80 years of incredible stability and prosperity, not just in Europe, but around the world, because of the institutions we built out of the ashes of World War II. And standing up for those institutions is in the best interest of every single one of us. Now, as a collection of different nations, we will have different perspectives from time to time on the best way forward, and those will be worked out.
Where did he have that 416 in that little bag? Oh, maybe they stashed the weapons in advance, like in Ghost in the Shell.
American pathways to citizenship for only $5 million each. A Russian oligarch can easily afford that.
In forums like this, or at the G7 forum or elsewhere. But we are united in our values. We are united in wanting to see peace and fairness and prosperity for all our citizens, and that's what continues to drive us forward. Le Canada va toujours être là pour l'Ukraine.
Will Europe remove American bases from their countries? Actually, yeah, I think that shift is coming. That was something Donald Trump was even talking about before in his talks with Russia down in Saudi Arabia.
Bro, I know how to
certainly.
play the game.
Yeah,
I know it's
that
the
might
first
actually
level,
happen.
but
Though we would need to move a little. The needle would need to move a little further in that direction.
Okay, now it's going to tell me.
For that to be
Here we
like
go.
really on the table. But yeah, where are the new bases going to be? I don't think there would be new bases. I just think we would like lose our allies.
Oh my God!
My
Let me mark
battalion
them
commander
first.
literally
Let me
said that
play
needs
it
to
how
happen
I
this
want to
morning.
play it.
Yeah,
I know more
at
than
this point
you.
they're a security threat. Would you want Russian bases
See,
in
now I
Germany
can't
and
fucking
France?
highlight
Probably
them.
not. I've started to miss Vosh's patriotism speeches. Sorry, you guys. You got like you got like jingoist pro-American speeches under Biden when it was appropriate. They're not appropriate right now. I'm sorry. We're the bad guys. We're unambiguously the bad guys in this dynamic. We've always been bad, mind you, but there are usually tiers above or below. Good things you could or couldn't
wouldn't
do.
let
This
me
is an
mark because I guess I
unmistakable
might
shift
have
downwards
unmarked him
on the
because I
run.
was clicking too much.
It's not good. It's crazy how aligned the U.S. is with Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and being evil. Well, hold on, okay? There are major differences here. North Korea, for one, is a meme. Russia is a raped, pillaged shithole run by a few hundred ultra-wealthy men who want to do the same to America. That is the goal of the ultra-wealthy here. Iran benefits from their relationship with Russia, but they're doing their own thing. And their own thing is holding an incredibly narrow margin of control over a population that does not like their government. And China... I actually think that which direction China goes in is going to be one of the big... That's going to be one of the big, like, kingmaker moments, I guess. Because China has incentives to run in both directions, you know? It could be a Chinese century, but if they wanted it to be, the best thing they could do, in my opinion, would be to align with the EU. The gulf between China and America is arbitrary and politically constructed. For one, America has good relationships with plenty of dictatorships. For two, keep in mind, we didn't consider China an enemy until recently. It was only after their dengest economic miracle that we even, that was a consideration. Nixon opened talks with China back in the what, 70s? Yeah, it was 70s. The idea that China is like this great threat from overseas, a lot of you probably don't remember, that narrative is only about 20 years old. I know it sounds crazy, but back during the early Bush term, it wasn't like this. Trump is the first president to really lean in on it. Obama and Bush more talked about China like foreign competitors, which is fair. That's fair. Economic competitors, sure. But to treat them like an enemy, that's a Trump thing. It's relatively new. China could deepen ties with the European Union. It would make sense for them to, in my opinion, if it was possible to. The EU does not hate China as much as America hates China. What about BRICS? BRICS is still a meme. Still a meme, still a meme. The EU does not want to ally with China? Well, depends on what you mean by ally. There's a trade relationship. To what extent? You know, like how much will that develop? I really do hope our European allies are able to pick themselves up.
How do you see the best way for the EU to deal with the one issue that is perhaps the last remaining issue of integration, and that is defense?
Yes, this is a very good question. I think I've always been of the opinion that Europe should not create any alternative to NATO, because I mean, NATO is a military structure, and every NATO member, I mean, we have 31 members now, 32 members? 32.
Finnish Prime Minister? No, she's Estonian, is she not? Am I wrong in this? Am I wrong in my memory? Kaja Kallas? Estonian, yeah. The Baltic states are NATO's greatest soldiers, by the way. These are the, like, we sit pretty with our budget over in America, but these are the, like, suicide vest wearing front line against Russian aggression. You know, they're right up there.
Not good. It's a police station. Briggs, prep for fast evac.
32 members now, so you have 32 different armies,
former Estonian PM, now holding public office.
32 defense planners, and 32 defense budgets. So that means you need those armies to work together. And what now comes to the European side is that we need to have the interoperability of all the capabilities and stuff. I mean, I'll bring you one example.
I'm just trying to get a feeling, I guess, moving out from here. I took a look at various European nations' media. I wanted to take a look, try to get like a vibe, I guess, and it's all like very pro-Zelensky, even if they're not being super open in their antagonism against
President
Trump.
Zelensky is preparing to travel to London for a summit of European leaders on Sunday.
What's our preferred source of media from France, the English-speaking channel? Can you remind me?
After he clashed with President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance in an extraordinary shouting match on a visit to the Oval Office. President Trump accused the Ukrainian leader of gambling with World War III and of not being...
Even Mélenchon is praising Zelensky. In any case, Zelensky was courageous. Without his aplomb, our continent would display the status of a simple colony of the USA, whose leaders will pat themselves in the back with their buddy Trump. Hey, at least we're making being pro-Ukrainian the anti-American position. Sorry, Mélenchon.
Being grateful for the support of the US. President Zelensky made it clear there should be no compromises with President Putin. Following all that drama, the president of Ukraine was ordered to leave the White House and a much-anticipated minerals deal was not signed. The US president later said President Zelensky could return when he was ready for peace. Our North America editor Sarah Smith has this report.
Donald Trump began the day confident he was about to sign a very advantageous deal.
We know what happened. Can you all forgive me, perhaps, for being a little bit, like, weirded out by all of this? I understand that we like, sort of intellectually grapple with what's happening here, but on a personal level, the idea that over the course of a few months, the entire global order, centering on my country, by the way, the entire global order has been upended, and we're in, like, a completely unknown... I don't know, man. So something's happening? Yeah, nothing ever happens, folks, are definitely not eating well. Global leaders react to verbal brawl in Oval Office. It's difficult to get a feel for what the attention levels are in, say, for example, in Germany, you know, based off their English-speaking channel, right? They would be going to, like, German news sources, but it's pretty obvious how people feel. British media is straight up having people say J.D. Vance is a piece of shit on air. It is insane that all of this is being done because a few hundred ultra-wealthy people want to treat America like a no-rules playground for the wealthy. They want to turn America into Dubai. That's literally it. That's what it all boils down to.
Someone hates Dubai.
Is it because Trump's an egotist? Sure, but that's not the cause. Is it because Elon Musk wants you to believe he's good at playing Path of Exile 2? Sure, but that's not the cause. Is it because J.D. Vance couches? Sure, but that's not the cause. The cause is because That's what Russia is to them, to the oligarchs in Russia. That is, it is. That's all it is to them. They're untouchable. They're legally untouchable to anyone other than Vladimir Putin, you know? Like, as long as you don't get on his bad side, they can just basically do whatever they want. And Russia is a shithole to Russians, but to those few hundred or so people, oh, they have the time. They have such a good time. It's like that in Dubai. Yeah, most of the people living on the outskirts are slaves. Foreign workers with their visas taken away. Yeah, it's a shit city to live in, but if you can treat it like a permanent tourist, then fine, it's perfect for you. If you're wealthy enough to enjoy the many sights and sounds, then it's actually one of the most interesting cities to live in, I'm told, for a certain type of person. And it's not even a 1% thing. What is the 1% in America? $400,000 a year? Or something like that? $400,000 a year? That's not Dubai levels. 700K? That's not Dubai levels. $1 million, $2 million a year? No. We're talking about literally like the smallest, yeah, like the top 1% of the 1%. Maybe that.
Fucking
And
Al-Qaeda
everything
guy
is being
shooting at
done
me.
for
Get
their
outta
benefit.
here.
Everything else is just propaganda. Canada's foreign minister says new economic and security partners needed amid shift in USA. Jesus Christ, our closest allies. Closest both politically and geographically. They're right there, man. They're right there. And they're looking for a way out. Listen, okay, you can be an accelerationist or not, but the acceleration is coming. You can, listen, everyone's an accelerationist when the person driving the car hits the accelerator. All right, you can believe in it or not. I'm from Eastern Europe. Do you guys in the US see a shift in how people think about Trump after yesterday? That's the fucked up thing. No. There will never in America be a big paradigm shift like what you see abroad, because half of this country is so hopelessly propagandized to that they could watch Trump their child and they would still come up with an excuse. It is insane how polarized this country is. The problem, it's not just how far right America is, because we're not the most far right country in the world, politically speaking. Not even close. It's that the American right has been taught to not believe in anything. No principles. Absolutely none. Everything is to trigger the libs. That's the unique American phenomenon. There are other countries out there that are very far right who will nonetheless adhere to those far right principles. You know? There are countries out there that think gay people should be stoned or whatever, but if they found out their political leaders were gay, they would want those political leaders stoned. But here in America, they want pedophiles stoned. Sure, fine, I prefer, I don't know, the justice system or whatever, but go ahead, I guess. Then they find out Trump is literally Epstein's closest friend. No one cares. That's the difference. It's not that America is super far right. It's that the American right does not believe in anything. And their constituents have been taught to not believe in anything. So nothing moves the needle. You know? Trump might crash the economy. Trump might do this. Trump might do that. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. Because it's fake, or it's not fake, or it was to trigger the libs, or he didn't actually mean that, or whatever. That's the cancer here. I would rather argue with a 1,000 reactionary Islamists who come over here from Iran or something, you know? I would rather have a conversation with all of them in a row about the right for women to show their hair or whatever the... If they actually believe it, I would rather talk about it with them than a single Trump supporter who will walk back every single thing they pretend they believe in the nanosecond it's politically expedient. People with no principles, jello spines. Real talk, what's the solution to that? I don't want to talk about it. Overwhelming media capture, exercised with a level of ferocity that's flashing a lot of whatever you want, you know? Trudeau's going to Europe? Really? Oh my god. Then they are going to join the EU. Holy shit. I don't know. I think the first step is the UK rejoining the EU. I don't know if they will. They have to deal with their own shit. The UK isn't really, like, very European culturally. They need to bring it back. Protesters against JD Vance. That's good. That's good. That's good. They can threaten military invasion. Again, like, we have to know our place, okay? America could be brought to its knees almost instantly with an embargo, okay? If America actually threatened to invade Canada, it would be ruinous for the continent. It would not be good. Like, even a little bit. And the way things are going, having a feeling that European countries, other NATO countries, might start to supply Canada, not us. I don't think it's actually on the table. Is it possible that the USA helps Russia militarily in Ukraine? Yeah, not only is it possible, I'm very confident that it's going to happen. Yeah, Japan's pulling away from us as well. I think the chatter meant in the sense of the US bombing Ukraine. No. The American public would not tolerate...
Oh, you're honking because the mouse got trapped, huh? I was like, who's me chewing if I don't hear either one of you two chewing? Again, another one. I'll leave this playing.
Direct interference like that. That would be shocking to me. Providing arms to Russia, it'd be crazy, but it could happen. At this, like, the way things are going, that could happen, yeah. Hello, Ruben. Beep, beep, beep. No more Japanese denim for you? Yeah. You think the public opinion still matters? Yes, yes it does. Yes it does. Never forget, no matter how bad things get, every dictatorship in history is built upon, at the very least, the passive acceptance of the majority. Always, no matter what. No one has ever built a power structure that has not been reliant on the majority being at least quiet. It's a necessity. Public opinion still matters a lot. But what if half the country is this indoctrinated into a cult? They don't... The Republicans don't want to invade Ukraine on Russia's side. The Republican constituency is not interested in that. There are limits to this thing. We are benefiting to a large extent from the fact that Americans cannot stand hardship. Canada's on track to hit recruiting targets. Holy shit. That's funny.
The people are fed up, and they are showing it. If this is already the mood, I cannot imagine how things are going to go in future elections. But we have to actually make that happen. But Roger Marshall, a Republican senator, had a town hall, and people were so fed up at him that he cut it off short, reportedly 20 minutes early, and scurried his little self out of that room as someone's asking about cuts and firings of veterans. So take a look at this video. Stunning stuff. If you appreciate this show and these videos, please do click the subscribe button. Here we go.
Right now, as far as cutting out those jobs, a huge percentage of those people, and I know you care about the veterans, are veterans.
Yes.
And that is a damn shame.
Yes. Yeah.
That is a damn shame.
I'm not a Democrat, but I'm worried about the veterans, man.
I'm not a Democrat, but I'm worried about the veterans. Let's see how Mr. Roger responds. There's one on a multiple choice, A, B, C, D. The worst choice would be to get up and walk out. Run away from the criticism.
Well, I yielded to him, one of my elders, and I appreciate his comments. I think it's a great, I'm not going to, we don't have time for everyone to stand up. I do got 2 more commitments today. Appreciate everybody making the drive out, and God bless America. Thank you.
You're not done. What about the hour? Wow. Running out of your own town hall. Roger, no. Can someone please explain to me? I honestly, I'm curious. What it is that he said here in response. What was the answer?
Well, I yielded to him, one of my elders, and I appreciate his comments. I think it's a great, I'm not gonna, we don't have time for everyone to stand up. I do got 2 more commitments today. Appreciate everybody making the drive out, and God bless America.
Could you turn up my audio, Jaden? I can't. I'm really struggling to hear what he's even saying.
One of my elders, and I appreciate his comments. I think it's a great. I'm not gonna. We don't have
I think it's a great. I'm not gonna.
time for everyone to stand up. I do got 2 more commitments today. Appreciate everybody making the drive out, and God bless America.
Don't have time for everyone to stand up. Yeah, you don't have time to stand up yourself for what's right, Roger. My goodness. One more time just watching the full exchange, and then I'll get to some other stuff.
Right now, as far as cutting out those jobs, a huge percentage of those people, and I know you care about the veterans, are veterans.
Yes.
And that is a damn shame.
Yes. Yeah.
That is a damn shame.
I'm not a Democrat, but I'm worried about the veterans, man.
I yielded to one of my elders, and I appreciate his comments. I think it's a great. I'm not gonna. We don't have time for everyone to stand up. I do got 2 more commitments today. Appreciate everybody making the drive out.
It's fucking cold out.
Thank you.
But you know, that motherfucker had the chance. He had the chance to go make a new home while it was nice and warm out.
There he
Maybe it's 2
goes,
different
and they
mics.
say, "What about the hour? You're gonna leave before your town hall was even supposed to end?" Goodness gracious. Well, a Republican who dares to show more principle, Adam Kinzinger, and got kicked out of the GOP for it, he had a take on all these Doge cuts that was very on point.
So here's something I was thinking. So I was reading an article about Elon Musk, probably the world's first trillionaire someday, who got $36 billion from the government for Tesla, for SpaceX, things like that. So basically the government funded his wealth. And yet he's the one that's walking around saying in government what you can and can't live without. They just gutted the National Weather Service. They're gutting the Department of Education. And he's laughing about it and giggling on stage with a chainsaw, telling you what you don't need. By the way, when you have a $40 trillion debt, because they're going to give these tax breaks back again, and all you can do is, like, you can just leave the country when that debt hits. That's what their plan is to do. They're going to milk you for everything you've worked. The actual people that have worked hard to build this country, and they're going to turn around and run when they need to. I don't think Elon Musk should be the guy in Washington telling us what we can or can't live without if he's unwilling to cut his own contracts to Tesla and SpaceX.
Yep. That's not where he started for Doge, is it? No. But he did mention the NOAA. Media reports hundreds of NOAA weather forecasters axed in latest unconscionable round of Doge job cuts. Hundreds of weather forecasters and other employees of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration were among those axed by Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, climate experts and lawmakers told the Associated Press. And just to sort of consider what this could do, among the firings were those tasked with providing important weather reports and information on hurricanes and other severe storms. Today, hundreds of employees of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, including weather forecasters at the National Weather Service, were given termination notices for no good reason. This will only endanger American lives going forward, seeing that Trump would lie to attack Biden in the wake of hurricanes, to say that Biden was botching the response, and then oversee an administration that is gutting the very institutions that help to give us insight and thus help us prepare for such natural disasters, among doing so many other things. So scary. Media also reporting that judge has strikes down Doge-led memo directing mass firing of federal employees illegal and must be rescinded, but they charge forward anyway, completely disregarding the judiciary. Barron's reported on, by the way, something that could
Look, I
be a
didn't
bad
mean to
sign
do
for the
that. It's not
economy.
my
Latest
fault
data
that
suggests first
space
quarter
is open door
GDP decline.
and E is bash,
Fed
okay?
forecast says the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta just slashes forecast to call for a decline in first quarter gross domestic product. The Atlanta Fed's GDP Now estimate forecasts a 1.5% decline in GDP, down from a February 19 estimate calling for 2.3% growth. So the estimate went from Q1 growth, and pretty good growth, to a decline in GDP. This would be a bad sign for the economy. One of the things that economists are pointing to as to why we're so rapidly seeing these shifts in expectations and realities on the ground is, well, it's not a good economic approach to start trade wars with about everyone that we trade with. For one, it's not a great economic approach for the biggest employer to start laying off people en masse without any regard for the impact that'll have economically and also in the lives of the people that those public servants serve. To continue with these updates, Atul Gawande said yesterday Rubio terminated 5,800 USAID contracts, more than 90% of its foreign aid programs, in defiance of the courts. Here's a list of just some of the life-saving awards that were terminated. Nearly all were congressionally mandated. They've saved millions of lives. You have malaria supplies. All malaria supplies protecting 53 million people, mostly children, including bed nets, diagnostics, preventive drugs, and treatments were terminated. All tuberculosis programs, including the Global TB Drug Facility, terminated. All supplies of U.S. manufactured emergency food packets for starving children on the brink of death, terminated. A contract supporting deadly outbreak prevention, detection, and response, including Ebola and bird flu in 50 countries, terminated. So even if you can't get your mind anywhere beyond the United States, do you not see how that could come back to hit us? And he just goes on and on and on and lists more and more, in defiance of the courts. So people are right to be fed up in that clip, whether it's because it's hurting veterans or anybody else. People are correct to be fed up. Continue bringing that voice to your elected representatives, and we will just keep on working and preparing for the next time that at the ballot box we can teach them a lesson. Share your thoughts in the comments.
No, don't!
Tonight on PBS News Weekend, Volodymyr Zelenskyy goes to London to rally European support after the fiery exchange in the Oval Office signals a rift in U.S.-Ukrainian relations. Then Canada braces for a trade war after trying to head off the steep tariffs Washington is set to impose next week. And why medical experts say the risk of dementia for people over 55 is much greater than previously known.
If you're thinking about your lifelong health, it makes you realize that you need to consider the risk that at some point you may hit dementia before death.
Major funding for PBS News Weekend has been provided by...
In 1995, two friends set out to make wireless coverage accessible to all. With no long-term contracts, nationwide coverage, and 100% U.S.-based customer support. Consumer Cellular. Freedom calls.
Wow.
The ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. And friends of the News Hour.
I mean, that's some interesting physics, huh?
This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm John Yang. Tonight, Washington and European capitals are still feeling the reverberations of yesterday's heated Oval Office exchange between President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Hours after Mr. Trump scolded Zelenskyy for not showing enough appreciation for U.S. support, the Ukrainian leader posted on X, "We are very grateful to the United States for all the support. I'm thankful to President Trump, Congress for their bipartisan support, and the American people." He also reiterated his opposition to a quick ceasefire that President Trump wants, saying Russian leader Vladimir Putin can't be trusted. Now Zelensky is in London to rally the support of European leaders. Today he met with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Tomorrow he'll attend a European summit in London to discuss the way forward. Kurt Volker is a former U.S. Special Envoy to Ukraine and a former U.S. Ambassador to NATO. Mr. Volker, what do you expect to come out of this European summit tomorrow that Zelensky is attending?
Well, I think there are some good things that we've seen already. These expressions of European support and solidarity for Ukraine. I think it's important for Zelensky psychologically. I think it's also important for the Ukrainian people. But I hope that behind closed doors, they're actually talking about what kind of things need to be done to get Ukraine and the United States and Europe all on the same page again. We can't be creating a dynamic of Europe and Ukraine against the United States. We all have to pull together. And there, I think it's going to be a matter of Europe being willing to put on the table forces for security assurances for Ukraine. And I think it's got to be President Zelensky saying that he wants peace, he wants to have a ceasefire, he will agree to one as soon as Putin does, to get things back on track with the U.S. as well.
If U.S. aid were to be cut or even go away, could Ukraine go on with just European support? Are there enough forces and hardware to keep them going?
It's not enough. It's good. It is supportive. It'll buy Ukraine time. But the U.S. provides many unique capabilities, including intelligence, satellites, training, equipping, logistics. There is so much that the U.S. is doing here that is vital to this. It is not enough Europe on its own, although it is very important that Europe play a major role.
You say it's important to get all three sides, Ukraine, the United States, and Europe on the same side. But in European capitals, aren't they seeing what happened yesterday and him, the way he talked and the way he talked about the war in Ukraine, a message to Europe that you're on your own? I mean, the war in Ukraine obviously is about European security to the European leaders.
No, I don't think that was the message. I think the message was that we got to get Putin to the negotiating table. You don't want to bash Putin, criticize him personally, and then never get an end to the war. If you want to end the war, you got to get Putin to the negotiating table. Basically, taking a position that is firmly, fighting against Putin. Trump is not going to do that. That he wants to actually end the war right now, and so he's being careful not to position himself that way. Unfortunately, what happened in that meeting, Zelensky, I think, missed a real opportunity to get the U.S. and Ukraine in alignment. Trump has been putting together this concept, if you will, of a ceasefire, reciprocity with Ukraine, where we get paid back for military assistance, so it's a fair deal for the American people. Deterrence in terms of security assurances and European presence so Putin doesn't attack again, and improving the burden sharing ratio so that Europe does more, the U.S. does relatively less.
And since this meeting, he's also said that he doesn't want a quick ceasefire because he doesn't think Putin will keep his commitments. Clearly, that's what President Trump wants. How do you bridge that gap and save this relationship?
Yeah, exactly. And Zelensky needs to reframe the way he's talking about this. Saying he doesn't want a ceasefire because he doesn't trust Putin is the wrong way to say it. The way to say it is he wants a ceasefire as soon as Putin agrees to do that as well. And it will never be Ukraine that is the first to break, but if Putin breaks a ceasefire, Ukraine will defend itself. He needs to flip it back onto Putin and say that Ukraine is willing.
You want to get let out again since you didn't get to play?
Yesterday in the Oval Office meeting, we saw a continuation of a pattern of President Trump not criticizing Putin, as a matter of fact, expressing sympathy with Putin, while excoriating the leader of the country that Putin invaded. Why is that?
Well, I think you have to go back to earlier in the meeting. Trump was very positive toward Zelensky, toward Ukraine, praising Ukrainian soldiers. He was setting this up to be very positive for Zelensky. And it was only after Zelensky then responded to J.D. Vance talking about diplomacy that it became a bit of a back and forth and an argument. And then you saw Trump lash out and criticize President Zelensky. as far as Putin goes, Trump is trying to avoid personalizing and demonizing Putin because he needs to get Putin to the table. And I think President Trump thought he was getting this all together. He was moving Putin that way. He was working with President Zelenskyy. He was shaping a deal that would put the U.S. and Ukraine in alignment. And then that discussion in the Oval Office just got out of hand and blew everything up.
Former Ambassador Kurt Volker, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Today's other news, Phase 1 of the Israel-Hamas ceasefire ended today, and talks about Phase 2 have all but disappeared. U.S. and Israeli negotiators are in Cairo with Egyptian and Qatari mediators who are representing Hamas, but no progress has been reported. What's next isn't clear. Phase 2 is supposed to include the release of more Israeli hostages, and the ceasefire is to continue during Phase 2 negotiations. In Phase 1, Hamas released 33 hostages in exchange for more than 1,700 Palestinian prisoners and detainees. It's estimated that 59 hostages remain in Gaza, half of them likely dead. A federal court judge extended an order blocking President Trump's plans to pull federal funding from institutions that provide care for transgender youth. The judge said 2 of the president's executive orders are unconstitutional because they treat people differently based on their transgender status. It's a setback for the administration's efforts to limit official recognition of transgender people. 3 years after resigning in scandal, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is trying for a comeback. As was widely anticipated, Cuomo said today he's running to be New York City mayor. In a video announcement, he promised to guide the city out of social and political turmoil and lower crime. He briefly acknowledged past mistakes. In 2021, he resigned after a number of allegations of sexual harassment in Democratic primaries in June. The Vatican says Pope Francis is improving after a breathing crisis yesterday. They say the pontiff drank coffee and read newspapers during breakfast. The Vatican also said Francis spent several hours today off of a non-invasive ventilator, a sign his lung function is improving. He was put on the ventilator after a coughing fit led him to inhale vomit. Today, healthcare workers at the Rome hospital, where the Pope has spent more than 2 weeks with double pneumonia, made a pilgrimage to St. Peter's Basilica to pray for the 88-year-old pontiff. And David Johansen, the frontman and last surviving member of the 1970s band The New York Dolls, has died. The glam rock group was the forerunner of punk. It made a big cultural impact, but was never commercially successful. Johansen's greatest commercial success came in a solo career as his lounge lizard alter ego, Buster Poindexter. David Johansen was 75 years old. Still to come on PBS News Weekend, with tariffs expected to go into effect on Tuesday, we explore last-minute efforts to avert them and the growing risk of dementia in adults over the age of 55.
This is PBS News Weekend from the David M. Rubenstein studio at WETA in Washington, home of the PBS News Hour, weeknights on PBS.
President Trump says his 25% tariff on imports from Canada will go into effect on Tuesday, despite the efforts of Canadian officials who've been trying to persuade their American counterparts that they are working on border securities and have improved it. David McGuinty is Canada's Minister of Public Safety. This week he's been in Washington meeting with administration officials. I want to remind people the reason President Trump says he's opposing these tariffs. He posted this on Truth Social. He said drugs are still pouring into our country from Mexico and Canada at very high and unacceptable levels. Until it stops or is seriously limited, the proposed tariff scheduled to go into effect on March 4th will indeed go into effect. What do you say to that?
I think what we say is we've had a wonderful 4 days here in Washington, D.C., meeting with our counterparts, both folks in the Senate, the House. I brought down the head of our Canada Border Services Agency, brought down the head of our RCMP, brought down our new fentanyl czar to meet with executives and folks in the White House, for example. So I think what we've been able to show this week is enormous progress on that border, and it's important for us to remember that a border is a two-way street. We've made progress in terms of southern flowing problems, and we're making progress with the United States on northern flowing problems.
What's been the response to that? What are they saying to that?
I think we're all encouraged because we're all remembering just the extent to which we're connected here. We have had a relationship that goes back 150 plus years, a very productive one, frankly, a special relationship between both our countries. Not something that neither of us, I think, want to compromise. So I think what we're hearing back is, thank you for bringing us up to speed. Thank you for showing us these practical measures. And they've been all kinds of those, as I mentioned, appointing a fentanyl czar, listing criminal cartels as terrorist organizations last week. A whole series of these measures which are really starting to kick in.
But in terms of meeting what the president says he wants, he says he either wants it, the fentanyl traffic either ended or seriously limited. Have they told you what seriously limited means?
We know what seriously limited means. It means as little as possible, if no fentanyl, because fentanyl is a terrible scourge, wreaking havoc in both of our countries. There are some days, on a per capita basis, there are more Canadians dying from fentanyl and opiate overdoses than in the United States. So we understand this, we get this. We also know that we cannot wrestle the fentanyl crisis to the ground unless we do it together.
Looking at the statistics, there's very little, compared to the southern border, very little comes in over the northern border.
Less than 1% of fentanyl entering the United States comes from Canada. Less than 1% of illegal immigration in the United States comes from Canada. But there's more to be done. And I think this week was a very good series of meetings for us to share the improvements and to see where we can continue to cooperate.
As you say, the Canadian fentanyl czar, Kevin Brousseau, was on your delegation. His appointment is one of the things that helped President Trump decide to delay these tariffs at the beginning of February. How was he received? What was he able to tell them about what he's done since he's been in that job, and how was it received?
I think it was very well received in the sense that the administration and politicians and others understand that this fentanyl crisis is a whole of society problem. It's not just law enforcement. It's not just chemistry and tracking and tracing precursors, for example, from other parts of the world. It's many, many factors, many players together. And Kevin Brousseau's job, the fentanyl czar's job in Canada, is to help integrate all of those responses so we can really wrestle this to the ground. You know, just last week we convened 6 of Canada's top banks to strike a new agreement on tracking and tracing money flows, finding out how folks are money laundering through our banks, engaging the private sector. When we listed these cartels as terrorist organizations, we've given our law enforcement now more powers to interrupt the flow of money and really to go after the money and to seize assets, even assets of those who cooperate with these groups.
When you talk about the fentanyl problem, that it's got to be worked on both sides, is this a bit like the drug situation a few years ago, that it's not so much the supply as it is the demand?
It's both. It's both, and it's wreaking havoc on our communities right across both of our countries, which is why we're here to indicate the degree to which we're prepared and are cooperating. Another measure we just launched together is a new joint strike force. 10 new teams in the United States and Canada working together. More cooperation at the border, more cooperation in terms of tracking and technology. So these things, we believe, will really help wrestle the scourge to the ground.
Based on your meetings this week, is there any reason to hope or believe that these tariffs will be paused again as they were at the beginning of February?
You know, one of the things I've learned a little while ago is we can only control what we can control. But the President of the United States and our new administration has said they had concerns about these issues. We've addressed them to the best of our ability.
Canadian Public Safety Minister David McGuinty, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
A new study shows that Americans' risk of developing dementia at any time after turning 55 is more than double what earlier research found. The New York University study estimates that the number of dementia cases will double by 2060, reaching 1 million new diagnoses each year. Dr. Joseph Koresh is the director of the Optimal Aging Institute at NYU's Langone Health System. He's also one of the authors of the study. Dr. Koresh, how significant is the findings?
I think it's important for all of us, right? Because if you're thinking about your lifelong health, it makes you realize that you need to consider the risk that at some point you may hit dementia before death.
And what accounts for the higher risk?
So basically, we did a study that was more diverse in more centers and spanned both white and Black Americans. And we also spent an enormous amount of energy to make sure we captured all of the cases. And then the population has gotten older. So as life expectancy has gotten older, the risk is higher. So the risk by age 75 is 4%. By age 85, it's 20%.
20%?
And by age 95, it rises to the full 42% chance of getting to dementia before death, but more than half the risk is after age 85.
So I just want to make sure I understand. This is because the population is aging. It's not that something has changed about dementia.
Exactly. The population in the U.S. is aging, and that is also the reason that we expect the number of new dementia cases to double between now and 2060. It's also true that our estimate of the incidence, the risk, is higher than the previous estimate, but I think our estimate aligns with the current estimate of the number of people we have in dementia in the U.S., which is about 6 million people, and the old estimate of risk needed to be adjusted. It was about twofold too low.
Who's most at risk for developing dementia?
So when you get to 42%, you're really talking about all of us. When you talk about earlier onset, Black Americans are at higher risk. People who are genetically susceptible with a gene called ApoE4 alleles are at higher risk, so that risk manifests before the age of 75. And then women, because they have a lower risk of mortality, get to the more advanced ages. And as we said, more than half the risk is after age 85, and women are more likely to get there, so they have a higher lifetime risk.
Why is the higher risk among Black Americans?
So among Black Americans, I think we'll get to the fact that the Lancet Commission estimates that about half the risk of dementia is preventable. The factors include more education and better quality education at early life and creating cognitive reserve. And the Black participants, particularly the ones in this study, which were often from Jackson, Mississippi, probably had fewer educational opportunities. The other thing that's happened is vascular risk factors are connected to dementia risk. And so the Black participants had more hypertension, more diabetes, more obesity, and possibly somewhat less treatment for those conditions, increasing their risk.
Is the healthcare system ready for this surge in dementia cases?
I think we're already struggling with the number of dementia cases we have. I think we need to think about how to adjust to our aging population, which would include both trying to reduce the risk of dementia through some of the risk factors I talked about, and then we need to make sure older adults are allowed and able to stay productive and are not socially isolated, which is another risk factor for dementia. And then at the oldest ages, we will need more ability to have care and partnerships between care facilities, care team, healthcare teams, and families. So there is a lot of work to do.
It's very interesting. What is the link between hearing and developing dementia?
So we've spent quite a bit of time on that. It is clear that people who have hearing loss, and hearing loss increases dramatically with age, much like dementia, are at an increased risk of dementia. And last year we published a large randomized study which showed that in the first 3 years, if you're at high risk of having cognitive decline, hearing aids with a proper fitting and several times to make sure you really use them, the majority of the people found them to be transformative, improving their quality of life, and reduce their rate of cognitive decline by 48%.
What are some of the other mysteries of dementia that researchers are still trying to unlock and answer?
I think the biggest thing for us is the focus on late onset dementia after age 85, because we have more than half the cases of dementia. The number of years with dementia is lower, but it's really important both societally and in terms of quality of life and engagement. I do think that we should spend a little time on the good news that over the last 10 to 20 years, we've realized that a lot of dementia risk is preventable.
And talk about what can be done to prevent it.
Yeah, so the Lancet Commission has a wonderful report that names 14 different risk factors. I'm not sure I'll hit them all, but early in life, we talked about more education to create cognitive reserve. You want to avoid traumatic brain injury, both early, middle, and late life, sports injuries, and later in life falls. Once you hit your head hard enough, you need to allow your brain to recover, or otherwise you have an increased risk.
I'll open one, hang on.
In midlife and later, vascular risk factors prevent diabetes, no smoking, less alcohol.
Yeah, I was really listening to that dementia story. There, I'm in the standard news media lobby. Back to this dementia story. Where'd it go? Cyclops there.
Blood pressure control and low blood pressure is critical, cholesterol and obesity. As you get later in life, sensory losses, hearing and vision, correcting those should really help. And as you get to very late in life and even earlier, social isolation, depression, addressing those issues, and then later teamwork in terms of caring for people can allow lots of people, even with the onset of dementia, the majority of people in early stages stay at home, can be cared for by family members, and with the correct teamwork and medication be managed quite well.
Very interesting. Dr. Joseph Koresh, thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Show me your bag of secrets.
Wow, what a great story.
Thanks, Pibix.
Okay. How do I do this?
Alright, catch me up on what I missed.
Hang on. You're significantly lower than the news that was just playing. Talk?
Hello?
Okay. I'm just because I can see you through my desktop audio, so I can literally do your levels.
Talkie.
What do you mean what'd you miss? Nothing ever happens.
PKK? Ceasefire?
It's happened before.
The fuck?
It's happened
They're
before.
demanding Öcalan gets released to head the ceasefire? What if this happens?
Well...
What are we looking at here? What if Öcalan gets out and what
Öcalan's about to die, regardless.
Sure. But
So-
what if, like, him getting out, leading negotiations, that can only be a good thing.
The ceasefires have happened before.
I'm aware. But, like, this can only be a good thing, right? If he's getting out?
I mean, if he gets out of prison, sure, that's good, but I don't know, like, ceasefire is kind of an irrelevant word unless you're India and Pakistan.
Yeah.
Like, so, like, the reason why the PKK is in Iraq is because of the previous agreement, and look what's happening in Iraq with Turkey.
Yeah.
You know? And that's the thing is that there'll always be these splinter factions of the PKK that will continue to do attacks that the Turks will justify to do something.
Yeah.
But in theory, there's no reason for the PKK to exist anymore.
In theory.
I mean, what's the point? What is the point? What is the point, though? Sure, Turkey has done things like removed the mayors and things like that, but what is terrorist attacks against Turkey going to do for the Kurdish cause?
For the Kurdish cause? Nothing.
Now, the PKK...
Well,
people would say that the PKK was irrelevant when ISIS rose, and, you know, there's that. But, in theory, the PKK doesn't need to exist. They increasingly have taken bad PR. Like, even in Syria that's not associated with the PKK, there's a lot of Kurds who look at, because they're trying to maintain a buffer zone, you know, so that the Manbij, it's an Arab city, but they're keeping it as a buffer zone and fighting the Turkish militia, right? And so a lot of people are like, why are people dying for an Arab city, you know? Like, they see it as kind of like, you know, like imperialistic, being like, that's not like, you know, those aren't our people, you know? They don't understand that they're holding it as like a buffer zone. Meanwhile, Turkey is, you know, displacing people because they're claiming to make a buffer zone. But in theory, there is there has long been no reason for the PKK to exist. Like, the ceasefire before is what pushed them into the mountains in Iraq, and then shit started up again. So, and that's another thing is we don't know how operational they are as well.
They could just be cells operating independently.
Well, I mean, the size of them is what I mean.
Oh, okay.
We don't really know, like, because, they... And, like... If the SDF goes forward in, like, forming an autonomous region there, like, the PKK states its outlined goal is to pursue autonomy. So why would it be bombing Turkey in terrorist attacks and holding ground in Turkey if they have two separate autonomous Kurdish territories? Like, they achieved it. It's been achieved. Kurdish autonomy has been achieved. It's like the IRA. There was no reason for them to exist anymore. They were just getting people killed.
Yeah, that is a fair argument, but what about the argument that North Kurdistan deserves its autonomy as well?
That's the thing is I would argue that North Kurdistan is not necessarily autonomous, nor is it like not in an apartheid state. It's not apartheid conditions, but obviously, like removing the Kurdish mayors. I mean, look at Kosovo and the protests that we covered in Kosovo that nobody cares about, right? Why are those protests happening? Mayoral elections. So the Serbs didn't put up anyone for elections. So all these Albanians won in those elections, and for the Albanians, they're like based. Right?
They boycotted the election, right?
Yeah, and it caused all these grandpas to be angry because there's no young people in this country anymore.
That's right. What do we call it? Grandpa riot.
Angry grandpa riot, yeah. But I mean, like, is Serbia not like? It's not Serbia, but are the Serbs of Kosovo, which is Serbia to them, right? Like the whole thing starting with license plates where they could drive back and forth. You have to think about when we talk about the how there was no hard border in Ireland, right? So like this whole license plate thing was like moving towards a hard border between Serbs, right? And like obviously Serbs are often the bad guys and the villains, but like can we not just look at the single situation? Just like can we not look at October 7th by itself and recognize that one is not good?
Yeah, because like we can do both at the same time. You don't necessarily have to examine terrorist attacks as a collective thing. You should be analyzing them individually for context. You lose so much if you're just like, these are ISIS attacks doing terrorist attacks. They're all the same. They're not. Like the targets are specific. Like we need to look at targets, we need to look at methods, we need to look at all this stuff, as well as categorizing them as terrorist attacks. Like that's very important.
Hot take, but I don't think systemic racism and oppression is like justification to keep a terrorist cell going. What if transfer it into a protest movement and a political movement.
Yeah, like a North.
Well, the Kurdish party is in Turkey that is like recognized as already pretty fucking affiliated.
With the PKK.
Yeah. That's the thing is that's why I'm saying like the PKK hasn't existed. Like it has existed in Turkey, but they de-armed in Turkey, and like the core went to the mountains in Iraq, and they've been there for a long time. So, like, as far as the PKK disarming, we're talking about Iraq, not Turkey.
Well, that may complicate things. Because there's no, like, if that is the case, then there's no necessary guarantee that the PKK...
Yeah, but it's also like, what are they doing in Iraq?
I didn't even know they were in Iraq.
Yeah, no, remember the guy we interviewed, he lived in the Candle Mountains, and he literally said he lived in, like, PKK zones.
When was it?
One of the first LTECs we did. The guy.
Oh, that's right, he did too, yes. I remember that, yeah. The first episode.
Mm-hmm.
Two in one.
Well, it's not I think it's the third episode, but he lived in the Candle Mountains.
Yeah.
So that's the thing is what is the PKK fighting for in an autonomous Kurdish territory in Iraq? You know, they're like objectively they would be doing cross-border attacks to Turkey, and obviously obviously I'm not the one who would ever defend Turkey, but like we need to be realistic and look at the situation in a realistic manner. And like the fact of the SDF's existence, it's a new PKK. Like there's no reason really for the PKK to continue, except it would be nice for them to continue and just focus on Iran instead of Turkey.
Yes, that would be a good pivot. And theoretically, if they were to stop attacks, would Turkey stop killing Kurdish civilians? Maybe?
Well, that's what I'm saying is, like, it's not as bad as West Bank, you know? For, like, but that's not to, like, downplay the oppression that happens. Like, but I think especially even, like, people are saying Jelani does DEI, but the Syria system, if the Syria system moves forward because that's the thing is these dictators, Saddam, Assad, both of them, like they do this strategy of saying like they're going to fucking kill you, the minorities over there, they're going to kill you, Mr. Alawite, right?
Yes.
And
that was like half of the reason that Assad and stuff like had that groundswell of support there, right?
Yeah, and then
they're gonna kill you.
Yeah, and then if the Syria systems goes forward where there's, you know, it's not a paradise but minimal oppression. It, like if they're treated as good, if not better than the Kurds are treated in Turkey, which for the most part they're full citizens, you know? Like Turkish, I think, is still an official language, which America just made English our official language today, which means, you know, so like, I think like that might be a thing where it's like you can speak your language at your house, but like, you know, it's not really. It's like you speak Turkish outside of there type thing, you know. But like, for the most part, because of how the population is, all the Kurds end up, like, they're in the same area living together anyway.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. What?
You done, BB? Oh my goodness. Turbo.
So that's very interesting. So what like realistically what's Turkey's big? Like what do they hate?
I gotta watch
why are they continually attacking the Kurds? Outside of the PKK, just like why? Why has this been going on for 40 years? When we launch a new show, are we going to keep it as LTEC or are we going to rebrand to something else?
Keep it as LTEC, but there's other shows. Anyway, so why is Turkey attacking the PKK? Well, because the PKK is attacking Turkey. Why is the PKK attacking Turkey? Because Turkey's attacking the PKK. Right? But obviously, so was there not just a terrorist attack on that aviation thing not that long ago?
Yes,
you know?
was, yeah.
So
It was
that
a Turkish drone manufacturer and they're killing Kurds with Turkish drones.
Exactly. So the thing is that even Turkey also used the NATO membership too, just because there was PKK sympathizers, right? So that would take away leverage from Turkey as well if the PKK disbanded, is when it comes to those NATO leverages, and that's another aspect of it is if the PKK doesn't exist, then Turkey, when this new EU army has to form, because Turkey's gonna have forces in Ukraine. They are invested in the Black Sea, and they won't be the only forces in Ukraine. The Polish will likely be there too, but a multinational force will be there, and it will likely it will likely be Turkish led. And because it's the Black Sea, they can see it as expanding their prowess and stuff. But if they start doing this fucking PKK shit when the EU army is forming, guess who's not going to get cut into that army? So that's the thing it helps all in many ways for the PKK to disband. But also but also I've been waiting to actually get into it and hear a different outlooks tomorrow on things.
I probably won't be awake for it.
But
maybe if you can delay it a little bit. I don't know. Whatever.
The complication of everything. So the thing is that that's another thing is in theory, if the PKK disbands, then the SDF is going to be we're not the PKK, see, we're the SDF, please stop attacking us.
Yeah, true.
But that's the thing is I don't expect Turkey to stop fucking around in Syria.
No, there's too much to gain there.
So I think that basically if you're in the PKK, why you should be in the SDF.
That's a fair argument. And if they are affiliated as they technically are, it should be no issue for them to incorporate the PKK into the SDF. And disband it completely. But then Turkey would go, oh, you have PKK people in the SDF.
Well, they don't recognize the SDF as different than the PKK.
That's problem. What about the Zelenskyy-Trump showdown in the White House?
Hang on.
What do we think about this? Where do you go?
I was just giving little babies a treat and I had to pee. Okay. Anyway. Are you muted? Are you muted now?
I might be. What do we think of the White House?
What do you think about it?
I thought it was fucking embarrassing.
I mean, yeah, obviously.
I think that JD Vance was there purely so Trump didn't have to do it. I think poor guy to be embarrassing. And the plan was always to get him in a trap here. The suit thing, the suit comment, good lord, shut the fuck up.
Do you know who said that?
Was it the Fox News guy?
It was Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend.
Amazing. Of course it was. You should say thank you. Shut the fuck up.
Literally, but that's the thing, is like, so like, literally nobody is running, like, even, like, they've tried to fucking push that narrative, and like, really nobody is like buying into the whole like he doesn't say thank you thing. Because even in the meeting you can see him say it. So like funny enough, the thing that like that part is a big nothing burger and didn't stick at all.
Yeah, because he literally said thank you so much. Like, he's incredibly thankful. Ukrainians are incredibly thankful for the
also it seemed like the entire thing was political theater and Trump's still going to do the deal.
Yes. Didn't he say it was, oh, it's good TV? Some shit like that.
Yeah. But also but it's Macron and Starmer, right? How I've been saying is we'll see what happens on this meeting tomorrow, right? Well, Zelenskyy has already met with Starmer immediately following this. He literally, when Trump did that shit, he literally, like, I don't know exactly what he said to his soldiers, but he literally walked out of the White House and said, let's go, we're leaving, got in a plane. Basically, he did the Fox News interview and then went straight to the UK and then did a thing with Keir Starmer, which we can look at, because I didn't really look at it. And then
I did see that he went to the UK. I didn't
but the big conference is tomorrow, right? And Macron and Starmer both went to Trump and told him, and treated him the same way Zelenskyy did, tell him that he's wrong about these narratives, right?
Yeah.
So, and like I said, if Trump wants to be alone in the fight against China and lose the fight against China, he can keep doing what he's doing.
Yeah, he's certainly going to it.
Because all he really needs to do is make a proposal where they say, like I said, we're going to help with China, you help us with Ukraine. And that's the art of the deal, baby. I can. I'm not shocked at all.
Like, I woke up on Saturday and that's what I woke up to, and I'm just like, the 1 weekend I take off.
That's what Labimbo was saying too, because the one girl took like the thing off.
Yeah, fucking unbelievable. Of all the weekends for it to happen, of like all these things that happen, the Australian makes a statement, the PKK allegedly puts down arms or is saying that they will, and then this happens, and like fucking hell, this is gonna be a hectic week.
Well, that's the thing, is it's still kind of in the nothing ever happens zone. Your audio keeps getting worse and worse. Whose? Mine or Jack's?
It could be because I keep going further and further away from the microphone. I did see you bought me Chaos Theory as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, the whole, well, you know what's fucking crazy? So I actually, there's 2 bundles, okay?
Okay.
One is Splinter Cell. So it's I'll do it by the numbers, okay? It's 1, 3, 4, 6.
Okay.
The other one is 1, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
And you can't buy 5 independently.
Great.
So I already bought the Blacklist bundle, and then I was like, wait, I want Conviction too. So I had to go buy another bundle. So it was still a $9 bundle. So still Conviction for $10 is fine.
Yeah.
But it was just like, wow, I have to buy the bundle twice. But I think I also got a free copy of the first Splinter Cell.
Okay.
But Chaos Theory is like, it's
$15.
Yeah, the Ubisoft Ubisoft is doing a sale, so
I think I have it on the PC already.
it's not. New Vegas is actually not great on PC. It's not optimized.
I do, but I also have
it has mod support and there's a great mod community, but like it's not. It's actually not a very optimized game in general because of how rushed it was.
I think I will play it on the Xbox. That'll probably be the best option. And also, I was thinking maybe play 3 before New Vegas.
Nah. Fuck. 3 has nothing to do with New Vegas. They're completely different.
But just to play it.
Yeah, but nobody cares about Fallout 3. They only care about New Vegas.
Yeah, fair. I do want to play the BioShock games as well eventually. What else? Metal Gear Solid 5, Portal 2, Prey. Have you looked at Prey? Prey is a pretty good game. I like Prey, but it's Bethesda, so you just collect and build shit.
Store owners are reporting record sales on some items. Supermarket.
You know, I was asleep. Ever hear the Geneva Convention? I got rights.
Look, I'll tell you what. If you can find a payphone, I'll let you call your lawyer.
Did you get anywhere with the recon?
I'm still trying to build a workaround to grab a feed. Just give me 2 minutes. Sorry to interrupt. The President's office confirms 3 DevGru teams are prepped and standing by.
Now
Thanks, Ollie. Make sure they're ready on our go.
You know what? Just
I
give
can't
me
hear
this.
the game, by the way.
That's where the cash dropped.
Can you see it?
Was a wire transfer.
You guys have any updates on that potential 4th location?
We're just completing the trace now. Looks like the transfer came from Mirwawa, eastern Iraq. Grim, I'm not getting any images.
It's okay. I've got it. You can just pull Onyx satellite.
Yeah, I've never played BioShock. Okay.
Looks like the largest
when I
of the
say
4
I haven't
camps
played,
we found.
it's a
Heavily fortified.
similar scenario to Mass Effect, where I have played the first game.
Our best bet for
I think
Koben's
to the
buy
first
is
time you
Marawa.
fight
I wanna be on
the
ground
Big
an
Daddy.
hour ago. Charlie, drop
About
the satellite
5 or
feed
6
map every
times,
weapon,
and I haven't
vehicle,
gone
and
past
man in
there.
that camp. There's a kid with a cap
For
on
whatever
him.
reason, I beat that
Briggs,
the
prep
first
your own
Big
parole.
Daddy, and I stopped playing
Grim,
for whatever
coordinate
reason.
with Dev for
The other one I want to
the
play
other
is
sites when we
Borderlands.
move
But
on
Borderlands, I
We don't have enough
think,
time to prep, Sam.
because it's a looter shooter, might be a shitter game to stream. But also, if you're streaming New Vegas, it's mostly walking.
So, can you hear it? The game?
On the stream, I can.
Okay, so there's this meme. Okay, so and that's the thing, is the fact that this was the last game, and one of the reasons was because Michael Ironside isn't in it, and then later you found out he was actually battling with cancer and wanted to keep it private. And people shit all over this game for not including Ironside, thinking he got short-lined from it when that wasn't the case at all.
Splinter Cell?
Yeah.
This game specifically. Who did
yeah.
he play?
He plays Sam Fisher. He's the main character.
Oh, it's a different character. Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so they have a different voice actor who also does mocap. But I actually think, like, obviously Michael Ironside's voice is amazing. But, like, I also really, really like Blacklist. And I think that's kind of a hot take. Because I really actually like the fucking Sam they have in it. Anyway, what's funny is it's funny because of how serious Sam is. So he's a little too serious.
See, I never played.
So
Played the Splinter Cell games. The Tom Clancy games I played were the Wildlands.
Well, I can tell you that when you should install Chaos Theory because it doesn't take long to install.
I already am.
And when we play Chaos Theory, it's not going to be anything like this game. They're literally two different game series.
Is this Blacklist?
Yeah. Okay. So like Double Agent is the start to the transition to the Conviction line, but it still does have a little bit more of the Chaos Theory mechanics, but Conviction overhauls the entire gameplay.
Okay.
So
this is a stealth game primarily, right?
If you want to call it a stealth game.
You know I can't give you that.
So what's funny is how serious it is, and then it always cuts to Sam on like, do you want to launch this mission? And the music is so funny when it does it.
Is it just very dramatic?
You know, I was asleep. You ever hear the Geneva Convention? I got rights, you know.
Look, I'll tell you what. If you can find a payphone, I'll let you call your lawyer.
Did you get anywhere with the recon?
I'm still trying to
Actually, you know what? I want to check if I can afford an upgrade real quick.
Can for you for pro.
I need to check my upgrade real quick. See, I wonder if the co-op is still available and it's just Spies vs. Mercs that's shut down.
We have to promise to bring Coben back in one piece when we're done.
Is it useful?
He's strung out, pissed off, and a major pain in the ass, but I think he's...
Okay, I do have no money. I spent all my monies.
Good work, Grim.
I need to sift through what we got from Coben. I'll talk to you later.
Like, even Grim is a completely different character, but nobody cares about that. It's only when it... But that's the thing is Ironside as Sam Fisher is one of his best roles.
Okay.
Because Sam Fisher is canonically like 55.
Okay. So what other characters has he done?
Ironside? He's the Starship Troopers.
Look, I'll tell you what.
He's the guy who's like the Roughnecks commander, or the trainer.
The bald guy.
He sucked his brains out. That guy.
Really?
That's Ironside, yeah. And he does a lot of military movies. Like he's like a ship captain in like X-Men First Class or whatever the first one was there.
We're just completing the trace now. Looks like the transfer came from...
He does a lot of voice stuff. Total Recall.
I'm not getting any images
It's okay, I got it. You can just pull Onyx satellite time from the NRO.
The Onyx, NRO,
Looks like the largest of the
DevGru.
4 camps we found. Heavily fortified.
Listen up.
Do you hear that drop just like trailers?
I want to be on the ground an hour ago. Charlie, track the satellite feed, map every weapon, vehicle, and man in that camp. There's a kid with a cap gun I want to know about.
Will do.
Just wait.
Briggs, prep a drone for Overwatch. On it. Grim, coordinate with DevGru. We're gonna have to hit the other sites when we move on Marawa.
We don't have enough time to prep,
I am very
Sam.
quiet, actually.
See, is this hilarious?
Wait, this is what you just sit here.
Until you like hold or launch the music. But I think. Hang on, I think.
Time I can for you for prep.
I think if you do Charlie's missions, it's like, or not Charlie's. No, yeah, Charlie's missions. They're like it's like super intense. So like, hang on.
I have the audio off because it echoes.
What's on your mind, Coben?
Charlie.
Thank your friend for us.
If I can.
There's like maybe it's later in the game when it gets like when the blacklist gets like further along, but it's literally just going blah 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 blah, and you're just sitting there like mewing, just like looking mad serious about it.
You know, I was asleep. You ever hear the Geneva?
Bump 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 bump.
I need to be on the ground as soon as we're over the camp.
You're going in alone?
It's nothing personal, but we had some bumps in Benghazi. I want you on the chopper for extraction.
Not that anyone asked me, but these guys are scary motherfuckers, right? If you want them dead so bad, why don't you just nuke the place from orbit?
That's right. Nobody asked you. We need information, not a body count.
Get him out of here. Let's move.
Just trying to... Okay.
It's all enemy territory. Smoke and sticky cams will help with situation awareness while keeping bad guys off balance.
Bro just told me a loadout recommendation. You hear that? He says smoke and sticky camera. Look, he's recommending things for me to use. What a joke. No, I will not. I will do it how I do it because I am the master. He doesn't know who he's talking to. I'm Sam fucking Fisher, bro.
Parachutes deployed. Briggs, can you hit the hostiles with no witnesses? Clearing your approach.
Sam, they know you're there. Camp's in lockdown. Mission scrubbed.
Oh.
Parachutes deployed. Briggs, can you hit the hostiles with no witnesses? Clearing your approach. Gone. He's gone.
Sam, they know you're there. Camp's in lockdown.
Motherfucker.
Parachutes deployed. Briggs, can you hit the hostiles with no witnesses? Clearing your approach. He's gone.
Sam, they know you're there. Camp's in lockdown. Mission scrubbed.
Don't laugh at me.
No, I'm laughing. I've seen a lot of things like someone posted a map of the Earth centered around New Zealand. I thought that was very funny. And this one is a map of New Zealand.
He's down.
With New Zealand being the most New Zealand, and Australia being almost New Zealand, and everybody else being not New Zealand at all.
He's gone. Hostiles down. I got him. He's down. Target.
Sam, they know you're there. Camp's in lockdown. Mission scrubbed.
I missed one shot.
Parachutes deployed. Briggs, can you hit the hostiles with no witnesses? Clearing your approach.
That's funny as fuck. What do we think about everybody basically vandalizing Teslas because Elon's turned into a fuckwit?
He's gone.
I think it's pretty funny.
Hostiles down. I got him. down. Down. Target eliminated.
Got him.
You're clear to advance, Sam.
Copy that, Briggs. Nice shooting.
What echoes, me or the game echoes for you?
I'm on the ground moving in.
Who's echoing?
You said you have it turned, the audio turned off.
It's you and me that echoes because I can't hear the game through the stream, but I can hear it. Sorry, through the lobby, but I can hear it through the stream. So when I turn the stream sound on, I hear the game and.
Yeah, you'll just hear us again 40 seconds later.
Yeah, it's like 10 seconds. It's really.
Yeah. Just don't talk.
Sam, thermal on the UAV shows a cluster of hostiles. They're meeting in a house upriver.
Charlie, I need recon options. We need to find Coben's fire before I get spotted.
Look at this. They drop you in a rock and look at the fucking.
Better than what we had for Ben here.
Orders of magnitude. Just get within 50 meters to launch and it should do the trick.
Huh?
It looks great for an old game.
Yeah, 360. Yeah, right. Wait until you see how good Chaos Theory looks. That's original Xbox. Chaos Theory looks...
Seriously?
It's one of the best looking games on Xbox, I swear to God. I literally thought it... Because this is back before we had HD. But, like, on the first TV I played it on, I literally thought, like, basically it looked one-to-one, like actual real people in the cinematics.
Very interesting.
Like,
I think
way
Gears of
above
War
Blizzard.
looks good as well.
Gears of War does look good, yeah. But...
It's just...
But that is a 360 game. I think the first game that really, really blew my mind with how good the graphics looked was Chaos Theory, though.
Is it Supra?
Huh? I can't hear you. Anyway. But, like, where's this in Iraq? Marawi? Where's Marawi, Iraq?
Then what was it? Huh, that is the wrong word, but that's a cool word.
What?
Supra-realism. So not super-realism, supra-realism. I thought that was the word.
Look, a little chair. You think this chair has physics? Nope.
Surreal, I guess is the word we're looking for. Is probably what I would call Gears of War. Because it's, fake, but it's realistic.
See, this is what. Did you see that? How that showed up?
That is cool.
The
text coming up. That's fucking
yeah.
sick.
So that's one of the things they introduced in Conviction. I think wait until you see when they do the in-game cinematics. I think it's like genius how they do it, and it's just unfortunate that because Ubisoft can't figure out a way to monetize this game with a live service model that they don't exist anymore.
Yeah. Along your approach route. Don't let them spot you.
Yeah, thanks. We have Siege though, I guess.
Yeah, isn't it? Is Archer in Siege or is it Sam Fisher?
It's Sam Fisher, but it's just a skin.
Okay, it's not okay because they should just if they're not gonna just if it's only a skin they should make him Archer though. I wasn't expecting to walk up on those guys there.
Well, I also think that the stealth character Capoeira, I think her name is a chick.
Oh, so the skin it's for is a chick?
No. I'm saying that the chick that I think would suit his play style best is Capoeira, and she has like silent step and a suppressed pistol.
Along your approach route. Don't let them spot you.
It's the perfect character model for it, but you're not going to give a female character a male skin. Caviera, sorry, Caviera. She is...
Yes, twice. Got shot once. But it was in the leg, and there were no complications. What was it like? Combat is like nothing else you can imagine.
She's Brazilian.
Just loud and it's fast. In the middle of it, you
a lesbian. Nice. Right, because she's got a skill called Silent Step, which when activated just makes your movements silent. The suppressed pistol, which is what you use when you're in Silent Step. So when I say that it would be a perfect character to be Sam Fisher, it would be, but yeah. I mean, you couldn't really add him in because it's like, one, he's old as fuck. He'd be like 90 in the Rainbow Six world per seat.
I keep kicking open doors because, get this, the kick open doors button is E. And the open doors slowly button is spacebar.
That's silly.
Okay, Sam. Get the tri-rotor in a little closer and we can do a clean voice match.
PC, custom map.
No, because space does like everything else as well, so...
That's annoying. Is it a drone from an original Xbox game?
Xbox 360.
Looks right.
That's it. Streaming audio now. Just keep it going.
Yeah, they're really good at actually implementing technology into the game. They actually have future weapons in this one, just like Black Ops.
Looking for a match. Not good enough. What do you mean it's not good enough, you little... So, Sam, I hear facial recognition is way more reliable.
Sam, UAV images show tactical entry points around the side of the building.
This gun is old and it's in bad shape. I want a weapon I can rely on. The man is more important than the weapon. But the man with a good weapon is the one more likely to win the fight. You fight with the weapons you have, and you find a way to win. Fine. Then you take my gun, and I'll take yours. نمیتونم صبر کنم تا آمریکایی بیان اینجا. مراقب باش یار نمی‌کنی. ممکنه سرت بیاد. فکر می‌کنی آمریکایی بتونن جلو ما وایسن؟ اونا گردن کلوفتن. کارات خوبی هم دارن.
Clip that. Jack missed it. That was me pressing the wrong button to open the door. But I rolled with it.
What did I miss?
Coleman sends his regards.
Just hang on a second.
They do look incredibly good for cinematics.
Oh, you asshole. I'm MI6.
This is great. He says he's MI6.
I don't care.
3 years. 3 years deep cover, and you just fucking wasted it.
What's your activation key?
757 Bravo Victor 9 Oscar 98. For fuck's sakes, I think you broke.
To see the cinematic on the wall.
Got it, Sam.
Who's pulling the strings? CIA.
Isn't that fucking great?
It's an outdated clearance.
Cool.
Get me a retinal scan.
I want to talk to the man in charge. Come on, let's go.
You're talking to him.
Yeah, I am the manager, bitch.
His name is Jadid Haidos. He was MI6, not anymore. He was burned 5 years ago when they made him as a double agent.
No more games, Jadid. Blacklist. Talk.
You like the gun I got?
Goddamn Americans. Always playing cowboy.
Quit stalling.
What is it?
Too late.
Sam, they're sending a large data transfer from the compound above you.
What are you planning?
What gun is it?
You gotta look at it.
Execution.
Was it a Glock?
No. There's no Glock in this game.
Kill him. Nice.
I need a location.
The data is outgoing
No
from a
survivors.
communications hub in the upper
Especially
village.
British.
Look for a large satellite array.
Get a UAV over that building. I don't want any surprises.
The rifle. You want to know what the rifle is that I have?
Sure.
The gun that killed Bin Laden.
The gun that killed Bin Laden.
Yeah, 416.
Oh, the rifle.
What's our plan of
Okay,
attack,
I thought you were
Sam?
talking about a pistol.
Yeah, the pistol's an iconic gun too. You'll know when you actually see it.
Sam, I've got the CO at Site Delta online.
Paladin, this is Gridiron Actual, over.
Gridiron, this is Paladin. Give me a sit rep, over.
Our AO is flooded with contacts, foot mobiles, and victors. I'm taking ground fire as we speak. Break. Fortifications, coordinated counterattacks. Our boys stirred up a real shit.
This has got to be northern Iraq, like the Kurdish region, right? Look at how mountainous it is. Where's Marawi, Iraq?
Don't worry, we'll give them hell. Gridiron out.
It's, you know, it's a Ubisoft game when you do parkour. That's what they do to bridge the combat sections, is parkour in this one. You know, help to load the sections. But it doesn't matter because you're gonna fucking, first time at least, you're gonna fail and have to retry anyway and then get hit with a loading screen.
I'm under the bridge leading to
That's true.
Sam, I'm seeing movement above you.
What do we think about Norway using to refuel the US? Or US military in general?
What?
Norway,
Sorry, I was focusing. I was in combat.
Yeah. The biggest oil company in Norway refused to fuel U.S. Navy ships.
Looks like the engineers dug out escape tunnels. Shield movements from flyovers.
There's a nuclear sub. They need the fuel for auxiliary power. That they can't get it now.
Yeah, they literally can't get it. It's
You can't fight. You can't fight China without that fuel.
Exactly.
I'm tracking that data transfer.
Europe planned for Trump. They knew he was coming. That's what we need to keep in mind.
Yeah, they clearly have, and clearly, Trump is finding out very quickly that his actions are having consequences. They're not fucking around this time. They know exactly what's coming. He caught him off guard the first time, and he did nothing with it. And now,
He threw candy at Merkel.
That's true. They were starbursts, weren't they?
Come here and help me search.
And that's pretty funny.
Let's go. Not a jack!
Took a lot of bullets to kill. What's the significance of his goggles?
Huh?
What's the significance of his goggles?
Okay, so you want to know why there's 3 of them?
Sure.
Even though these ones I just have 2. Well, these ones, as you can see by the design of them, they're actually sonar.
Oh.
But so the goggles, the reason why there's 3 of them is the 2 regular ones are night vision, and the one that's in the center is actually just like something that he can use as an optical zoom.
No shit. Interesting.
So it's an integrated computer. So he can like you'll in Caster, like right in the first mission, like Grim will tell you to scan things with your OPSAT because it's a satellite connection to the goggles, right? So you zoom in and you can just scan like the tracking key on crates, and they can be sent to third echelon and stuff.
Cool.
So it's like it's kind, how you would scan QR codes and stuff. It's integrated in that. But cool. But the goggles in the classic series, they can they do thermal night vision and they can see EMF.
Really?
Yeah, so you can switch to EMF to see where the power boxes are to like take out lights and stuff.
Okay. I'm assuming that that's not like a real technology and that's just a game function.
Well,
being able to see EMF fields would be incredibly useful.
I mean, I don't think it happens the way it does in game anyway. How do I save clip? I'm typing boop. Okay. Where's my Twitchy at? I posted the thingy. Posted a copy of the Clippy. Hey, I'm Cliffy B. Okay. Also, this was one of the first games that you heal by standing still over time. It was one of the first games to do it, and they said the reason they were inspired to do it is because of the Olympics. They built ski suits that could withstand the impact.
Okay.
So they had the idea that like this suit would like you know, over time it would like help like maintain your health and stuff.
Interesting.
And
never heard about that.
Yeah, well, that's just, I just remember that hearing about it, and like they were talking about it, the devs for I think that was Double Agent. So, but the thing is Double Agent, the Double Agent came out when they were like maximizing that immersion thing. So there's literally like no HUD, and it's kind of annoying because like the HUD is like really useful in chaos theory. It tells you like how much noise. It not only has a noise meter, it has an ambient noise meter. So it tells you your audio levels, right? But then it also gives you a meter for how loud the background noise is. So as long as you're below the background noise, the enemies won't hear you.
Horizon Zero Dawn has that system, but they took it out in the second one.
And then it also has a light meter, and they got rid of all that to do a HUD-less system in Double Agent, and it's kind of annoying because because there's so much information being given to you from the HUD in Chaos Theory.
Yes.
You know, and that's the issue, is so much gets deprived. What? I clicked that clip button, but it not work. It just take me to a new Twitch page.
Let me check. Yep. That one broke.
Let's try this one. There we go.
This girl got feet all up in that picture. No wonder she got 3,000 people watching.
Oh, but
5,000 people watching.
Should I put feet in pic?
I don't know. She's sitting there, similar color schemes. But I think she's doing speed dating with viewers, which is fucking weird.
All right, here's the clip.
Yeet.
Clip that. Pretty cool, right? Are you muted? Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Was the second part you wanted me to see?
Yeah, why are you not looking?
I looked away.
Every time with you, bro.
I
without fail. Without fail. Without fucking fail. Every single time. I'm like, here's the exact thing you have to look at. Without fail. You will not look at it.
What can I say? It's my toxic trait.
Bro's like, hey, some guy killed my dog. brutal.
How did you do that?
What?
Is that like a command that you do?
Yeah.
Is it kind of like in Wildlands where you have the sync shot? Is it kind of like that?
Probably.
Because you have a squad and you can basically line up 4 kills to happen instantly.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It was invented. Another thing invented by this game series.
Well, Sam has a massive vertical leap.
I thought you were talking about how I was just killing people just now with the gameplay I was doing, because I just fucking killed 5 guys there without... I shot the dog. Other than that, I didn't fire a shot.
No, I was talking about the clip.
Yeah. Chaos Theory, there's like, it's funny because there's like the mechanics in it. You have like different moves, and the funniest one is like if you are facing the enemy and do a non-lethal knockdown, you do a fucking chin strike that just makes him go limp like a plank and fall down. And so like the co-op, there's so many funny moments where like we'll have, my brother would like hide behind a desk and I would hide by the door, right? So he would be whistling and making noises and the guy would come in the room to look at him and I'd be standing next to the door and just go and smack him right in the face. And they like go flying. It has really funny ragdoll physics.
It's kind of interesting that it would go. They chose to go stiff as opposed to just dropping. But maybe the animation of dropping was too hard.
I'm not sure. It's just very funny because it makes a sound and everything. Where's Marawa, Iraq?
What?
Marawa, Iraq.
Any update on the teams from the other sites?
No. Likely they blacked out communications for the duration of the op.
Hey, look. I typed in Marawa, Iraq, and the first comes up as Splinter Cell.
Man, this place is big.
It is.
Engineers must have sent the local villagers packing a long time ago.
By the looks of
Do
it.
you think any of these guys were in on Blacklist 0?
I didn't hear Farsi and Guam.
Engineers are borderless.
I didn't hear Farsi and Guam is what Sam just said. So they're talking about the IRGC there.
Sam, there's only a few hostiles out there.
Trying to figure out who's...
Fell back to a defensive
northeast of Erbil.
Which means I'm getting close.
Okay, so yeah, Kurdistan. But they were
directly east of Mosul.
They were talking about if they weren't speaking Farsi because they're trying to figure out what terrorist network the Blacklist is connected to. So it was like they weren't speaking Farsi in Guam, you know, because they're talking about the fucking IRGC. Yeah. They don't say IRGC or Al Qaeda or anything like that, but. And also, when you go to the Taliban area, they have the Afghan national flag.
Yeah.
You know, Libya has the Libya flag. But if you know enough, it's also fake Pashto and stuff. But like, I was playing with my brother, right? And it was like, it was fucking the Afghanistan level, and they like, it's a fake Pashto, but it's them just doing gibberish that sounds like Pashto.
Yeah.
Instead of like, because it would cost a lot to hire people just to do Pashto lines, right? But then later in the level, we go in a thing, and there's a different type of guy, and they have like a SBR, and I go, oh, these guys are speaking Russian. Like I was able to completely identify that it was like a completely different communication between the enemies, and I was able to like identify the moment a Russian came in that it was not a fucking Pashtun person.
Yeah.
See, it does kind of sound Kurdish.
Does it?
Yes, but it's not. It's definitely not Kurdish, but it doesn't sound Arabic.
I didn't realize how far down the Iranian Kurdish province went.
because it's very thin, but it's long, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it extends down past Kirkuk, yeah? Okay, that must be it. I love that Erdal is just the city as a circle.
Yeah, ancient fortress.
It's fucking cool. So what's the main city in Rojava?
In what?
In Rojava.
It's where Alan is from. I forgot what it's called. It's got an S, I think. It's in that little horny northern tip of Syria.
I figured it was. I'm looking. I can't see anything with an S.
Q?
Q? Kamishli?
Yes, it's like Camisil.
Okay.
Yes, that's the one.
Okay. It's right on the border.
I'm right on top of the communications hub. Charlie, data's still coming out of there.
Still streaming. It's got some crazy-ass encryption going on. It'll take me at least 5-10 minutes to know what they're sending out.
We can't wait. This is it. Briggs, get the chopper off the ground.
On my way. Just a few minutes out.
Fascinating.
Oh, you want to see something real cool? You see the ammo counter?
Yeah.
Okay, watch this.
It drops full mags if you reload?
No.
It keeps it round in the chamber. I think a lot of the Tom Clancy games do that now. Was this the first one to do that?
I only noticed it today.
Oh, really? That's funny. No, a lot of the games do that. There are some games where if you reload with bullets in the magazine, you lose the bullets.
It definitely got hit, but not
Yeah, this would be a game that does that, but they didn't. I'm sure it would be cool if it would be something that would be on the higher difficulties.
Yes, yeah. It is something that I think should be added to stealth games, especially like shooter stealth games, when they are
Miguel Garcia, 36-1.
Similar to this kind of game.
Like, isn't that fucking dope?
3 years old, went MIA during the attack on Guam.
Why kill a kid?
They taped it.
Jesus, that's the data they're sending.
I'll shut it down. They're still recording. Trace it.
On it.
They left a tablet behind.
Don't be afraid. I know why you're here. Believe it or not, I once walked in your shoes. Before I fought for a world, I fought for a nation.
Please. I'm sorry. I just want to go home.
I want you to go home. I want all your troops to go home. But your country, they just refuse to listen.
I have a kid. He's 2 years old. Please.
I was raised to believe that one man could change the future. Do you believe that? I do. And I think that you could be that man. You could change the world by becoming an example.
No.
That's some ISIS shit, bro.
wasn't talking to him, my friend. I was talking to
That's
you.
that's a hard cutscene.
Why leave us a warning?
It's not a warning, it's a message. Engineers are waiting for someone.
Charlie, where's that trace?
I'm still working on it.
Sam, are you engaging the drone?
No.
Someone's hacking it.
That's why Jadid was stalling. It's a trap. Get out of there now.
I'm okay.
Damn.
I got drone striked. Grim, I'm being drone striked.
Briggs, I need that chopper now. LZs are too hot. We can't put her down.
I got rid of the Obama.
Yeah, also if you're sprinting, you'll just run straight through doors.
I'm using the hook. 5 seconds. Hurry up, Sam. 3, 2, 1.
Was this before Dark Knight?
This?
Mhm.
Yes.
And he just extracted with a hook on a helicopter.
I think Dark Knight was 2012. 2008. What the fuck? Dark Knight was 2008. Jesus.
This might have been
Christ.
after.
Blocked.
You already got it. Cool.
It says possible ban evader. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it'll say that.
This was 5 years after Dark Knight.
Okay. I was about to say, this is another thing that Splinter Cell came up with.
Looks like our wire transfer's been received.
See, if you commit to a specific playstyle, it pays you way more. Like putting a scoring system in, but then that score also translates into the funding you get.
Now. Morning. The chopper. Repaired on board to save time.
Sam.
Engineers were 2 steps ahead of us. Our only lead on the blacklist and all we got was a message.
Briggs already grilled Coben about his intel.
Coben is too stupid to set that trap. Too smart to risk his own life sending us into it.
Agreed. His intel was supported by other sources. The engineers left out a breadcrumb trail of false information.
Sent us running into a minefield.
Let's hope the DevGru team's
Why does she have holsters with no guns?
Charlie's following up.
Because she's in a base?
Charlie?
Are you back?
Charlie.
The other teams. All of the camps were traps. You're the only one that made it out alive.
Israel says it
You
stopped
see that?
the entry of all aid and supplies.
Every
into
training
Gaza.
camp just got destroyed. Sam was the only one who made it out alive. It wasn't.
Really?
He wasn't the only traps that was set.
Interesting.
So all the CIA camps are now destroyed.
Almost like they wanted us to find out who he was.
Sign of confidence. He's telling
Israel's stopping
Now we
aid
have
and
our
supplies
target.
into Gaza.
I'm not surprised.
Jid Sadiq.
No.
Ex-MI6 agent.
That's how he knew what everyone would look for after Guam.
And had to force feed it to them.
Madam President.
Glad you're still with us, Mr. Fisher.
Oh, they predicted Hillary. That was a big miss.
We know who we're after.
Majid Sadiq, the man behind the engineers. We'll forward our analysis to your office.
Good work. Does this get us anywhere with American consumption?
Not directly, no. But I pulled the new data from your office. Your people are highlighting Dallas as another possible target?
Yes, and Homeland Security's already spread thin, covering 5 other cities. Our best shot at protecting Dallas is to send 4th Echelon in to head off any attack before it happens. Can you make it in time?
Consider it done.
We'll stop them.
Sam.
Grim, how's everything looking?
Good. Dotting the I's on...
That's all for now.
Okay, we'll sync up soon.
The aftermath of what may be one of the...
What are you working on besides annoying Grim? Got the package, Grim. Where all these hostiles come from?
The engineers are swarming the embassy, probably looking for what you just picked up.
Can you pull me out?
Not until there's a break in the fighting. You'll have to hold out until then. Those barricades look like the best defensive position nearby.
Copy that.
Strap in. Here they come.
You see anything? Nothing to see here.
Hey?
That's the last of them for now.
still here. I'm just dealing with a thing.
Surviving hostiles are pulling back. You've got some breathing room. It looks like they're getting reinforcements. You're about to have company.
What?
You seen Aboud? He's not answering me.
No sign of him. I'd better go look.
That's the last of that wave. Hang on. They're getting ready for another run at you. Five seconds until contact.
I don't think he's coming back.
I'm here. Don't worry.
No, he's not coming back. It's just dead air forever, chat. Oh, look at this. You think I can make this shot?
Maybe. No. Done fucked up. You just stumble on the dog. Pew 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 pew.
Bro said not good.
Maybe I should get a mullet.
It's not going cray-cray. I have no idea. It's like, where that motherfucker at? Check it out, boy, he says.
Is it one of those games that's like 3 shots if you're not in stealth and then 1 shot if you're in stealth?
What?
Is it one of the games where if you're in stealth, it's a single shot, and if you're not in stealth, it's not?
No.
Why are you crawling? Why not run?
I am running.
Is that the running animation? Why is he all crouched?
Because I'm running crouched.
Very angry.
Huh?
It was very funny. The guy from the... Was it Monday? Tuesday. Was it Monday stream? I don't know. There was that very angry guy that was just ranting the whole time. I went for like another 20 minutes after you left just shit talking him.
Don't relax. The hostiles are getting ready for another charge.
He didn't leave either. He was there for like 3 hours.
Bro, somebody got pissed because I said my politics was for the people. And they're like, why do you even stream if you're just going to answer with 2 things?
That's hilarious. Like, is that... How is that not an answer?
That's what I said. And like, I was in the middle of doing
answers.
something too, you know? Like, I can only do so much.
Yeah. Crazy.
Chaos Theory download?
Yeah.
Hey, just give me 1 second.
I'm not playing it today.
Oh no, you gotta look at the clunkiness though.
Yeah, we'll do it on, because the next stream is the Monday stream anyway, so we'll just do it then. It's fine. And then we'll do like the first hour or 2 of Chaos Theory, and then we'll move to Mass Effect, and we'll do some more Mass Effect.
Well, Chaos Theory, the good level is the 3rd level. That's the thing.
Okay, how long are the levels?
That's what I'm saying. Is like if we do the 3rd level for stream, that would be best.
Okay.
So, let me check.
I mean, realistically, first mission is a tutorial mission. Second mission is not that serious, so it shouldn't be too bad. Theoretically.
I wish I would tell you mission time. early levels tend to be shorter, around 20 to 30 minutes, including gameplay mechanics and story elements. Anyway, I'm just going to finish this wave. If we want to just check it out, just give me 2 seconds before we
Well,
try
if you've got it, just show me on yours.
I don't have it installed.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, gotta shoot.
That's so loud.
See, on the boss wave, the fucking round doesn't even start until I capture that fucking guy. And you have like
really?
4 minutes to capture him. Now I can finish the round. And hopefully dogs won't fuck me today.
You're not a white woman. You'll be fine.
No, they bite me. They're very mean to me. They give me the bites. They're Mr. Bitey guys.
Funny joke. It's a deep joke.
The dog is deep.
I saw some dude post a meme related to that on a white supremacist page. I fucking died. Rex looks cute in his yellow armor.
Catch your breath. They'll be back soon. There's a chopper inbound to pull you out. Your other option is to stay and take another shot at an enemy HVT. I'm pulling you out before the next wave. Good work.
Boss.
Huh?
Boss.
Alright, you want to see the future gun guesses they have?
Yeah. Is it the F2000?
No, but actually that's his main gun in the series.
No shit.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I fucking love that gun. I reckon it's one of the coolest looking guns ever made. Except I hate the stock red dot it comes with. The goofy looking one. Get that the fuck off.
Alright, so I can't rotate, but this is the fucking pistol.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, it's a 5.7. Nice.
Well, that's my current one, the 5.7. But this is like the future 5.7, right? So it's like so that these are their future guns. Unfortunately, like I said, I can't rotate. Okay, this one is the SMG. So like they have all the ones you would want, right? And like the starter one in this one is the MP7, which is great.
Yeah, that's good. The Vector, cool.
It's like a fucking SC something. It's like SC 2300 or something, and then this is the SC 4000 or something. Maybe it's 3000. Yeah. The 416's better.
Well, Honey Badger's short barrel, it would be. Short barrel and integrally suppressed, I think.
Well, the 416 is that, like, for playing Assault. Like it's just unreal. Like the recoil on it is like nothing. They have the fucking other version of the 416. It's a secret gun that you can get as well. And it's whatever it is. It's like the Swedish or whatever, the German or something, but it's still a 416. It's just slightly different. It's not an M16 platform. It's like an AR platform, but it uses a different system in it that makes it even more reliable. And that one literally has no recoil. This is the future sniper they have, which is close to an actual sniper that I know exists.
It looks like an Arctic Warfare.
Yeah, whatever. And then the shotgun, it's like it looks like it's a double barrel.
Hey, an M1014, that's cool.
Then they have these are the secret guns. You got a Mac.
An A12.
AK. Dragon. Is that a Mossberg?
Maybe.
It's either Mossberg or Remington. I didn't even know what the 416 was when I first played this game.
Oh, really?
And then, like, only later I was like, I thought they were fictional guns, you know, or something.
It's a fair thing to think. Video games and whatever.
Yeah, because sometimes they don't want to call it the M16 or something.
Yeah. Licensing issues, probably.
Yeah. Alright, I'm going to flip stream now. To restream.
Okay.